streams. So we are going to be digressing away from political-based debates every single day. But we will only be doing political-based debates on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And the reason we will be doing that is because the non-political lives have a tendency of getting falsely banned, and that gets my account taken away for a long time. And I can only get those bans reversed on the weekdays when there's TikTok employees working in the headquarters. So yeah, we are going to only be doing these political-based lives on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But for everybody tuning in here, welcome into the live, guys. Today's topic is I voted for Harris. Trump will destroy America. If you disagree with me, make sure to make your voice heard by hopping in that queue. I have a little bit of a stuffy nose today. Oh! Sorry. I have a little bit of a stuffy nose today, and I should have grabbed some Kleenex, so I may get up here and do that here shortly. But everybody, do just give us a minute. We already have quite a few guest requests. We're honestly just going to hop to and start loading them up. But everybody tuning in, please make sure that oh my God, there's a typo in the background. No, there's a typo in the background. I can't have that. I can't have that. We're gonna go and fix the typo. Look at that. We already got it fixed. Look at that. That's beautiful. Okay, now we just need to download it. I think that honestly we're just gonna do a restart so I could fix the background and go grab some Kleenex. Oh my God. Oh no. What a crazy typo. What a crazy typo. Oh, well. But hey, for the first 1.6 thousand people joining this stream, I'm going to go ahead and end this stream. And I will be back on live in 30 seconds with some Kleenex and a fixed background. I love you all. I will see you all in 30 seconds. Everybody, just click on my profile. I'm going to be right back. When we get back, spam the chat, spam the like, spam the shares. See you all here very, very shortly. We're just gonna start off the night by loading in our first guest. So everybody, just give us a minute. We're gonna go ahead and click boop. Make sure if you are in the queue, you of course disagree with me. Hi Diana, do you think that Trump will destroy America?
Oh, no, I don't.
You don't? Okay. Do you think that Trump will be good for America?
Wait, I misunderstood your question. I do think he'll destroy America.
Hey, let's go. W's for Diana. So, ladies and gentlemen, of course, only make sure that you're joining that queue if you think that Trump will be good for America. We are just looking for some debates. So, everybody, just do give us a minute here, guys. Phenomenal. And welcome in, everybody. I see quite a few people going a little bit crazy down below in that chat. I love you all. Well, what's going on, you guys? All right, we're going to go and get our next guest up of the night. Everybody, do just give us a minute here. We got Wolfpack Leader joining in. Okay, Mr. Wolfpack Leader. Hi. Do you think that Trump will be good for America?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because he's not a fucking nigger.
And, of course, the first thing they do is they slur. I do apologize for his use of the slur. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. That's the MAGA script, and, I'm not surprised. Hey, what's going on, man? How old are you?
14.
14, hop out of here. You got to be at least 18 to be on TikTok Live. We're going to go and move on to our next guest here, guys. Everybody just do give us a minute. We got our next guest loading up in, guys. What's going on, man? Do you think that Trump will be good for America? All right, they automatically left. Hey, guys, if you're just in the queue and you don't actually want to come up and debate, please just don't hop in the queue in the first place. And everybody do double tap on that phone screen. What's going on, Adam? Do you think that Trump will be good for America?
I think his administration will be good for America. I don't know about him.
Layla, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, and Goda, thank you for the $10 on PayPal as well. Everybody, please do show some love to Layla and Goda down below in that chat. I think that it'll destroy America. We're already starting to see the social repercussions of this, heightened levels of misogyny, sexism, racism, homophobia, in all corners of the internet because these people feel emboldened by him. And then plus his policy is just bad for income inequalities. Bad for the purchasing power of the average American, and of course, in other reasons, maybe concerning women's reproductive rights.
Got it. So do you want me to? I just think that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to do a good job.
The guy that put a dead body of a bear in Central Park, and ate a grasshopper and has brain worms. That guy. No,
hey man, those are important.
33 cents on PayPal.
It's important resume criteria to appeal to Trump and get on his admin.
Okay, so you actually don't like Trump?
I think he should be in jail I think that
All right, well then obviously you agree with me. We're gonna go and move on to our next guest, guys. Everybody just do give us a minute. Everybody just do be patient, y'all, for the 2.1 thousand people hanging out with us in here today. Make sure that we're double tapping. Claire, thank you for the $1 in Venmo. What's going on, Em? Did you vote for Trump?
Dean, really fast. Hold on. I'm 24. I voted for Harris. Fuck Trump really fast. What Avenger are you if you had to pick?
Sydney, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. I'm more of a DC guy.
Really?
Yeah.
Aren't you guys the Avengers though? Come on.
Oh, I don't know. Who's your favorite? What Avenger do you think I am?
I'm doing a bet. I gotta know what you want to do.
Oh, you know, I don't know. I think that but I'm more of a DC guy. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But,
All right. I'll
maybe I'll go with Spider-Man, right? I'll be
Okay.
Mr.
Okay.
Spidey.
Perfect.
There
I
you go.
appreciate you.
Of course. I'll be Spidey. I'll be Spidey. What's going on, Emily?
I fucking love you, Dean.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Emily. I didn't to drop you. You dropped yourself. You just wanted to come up here, speak your truth, and move on. Okay. I appreciate you, Emily. Hey, Mason.
Hey,
did you
how
vote
you
for
doing?
Trump? How old are you?
I'm gonna be able to vote by the next.
Yeah. All right. By like the election after the next. Don't worry. He's gonna be able to vote by 2040, guys. He's gonna be able to vote by 2040. Moving on to our next guest, Evan. Everybody, just do give us a minute for the 2.5 thousand people hanging out with us in here today. Welcome in. Nor, I appreciate you for the $2 on PayPal. What's up, Evan? Did you vote for Trump? No! Guys, leave the queue. Leave the queue. I'm looking at you, Lacey, Swade, Phil, Jacob, Julian, Jonathan, Samuel, Alf, Nicole. All of you guys, leave the queue. If you didn't vote for Trump, okay? All right? Please? Hey, what's going on, Flooded? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Oh, dear God, why?
Wait, let me get somewhere where it's not so echoey out here. Hold on.
Why did you do that?
I just think he's a better candidate than Kamala Harris. I don't think she really knew what she was planning to do as a president.
No, she had better policy that was more detailed and explained on her website and by her word of mouth than Donald Trump ever did. Healthcare, economics, women's reproductive freedom, foreign affairs, domestic affairs, all over.
Well, she just really just kept changing her policies. Like, it seemed like,
No, that's not true.
I mean, she was completely against like fracking oil, and then all of a sudden
Yeah,
she
she
just
changed her
changes
belief
her
in the last
mind and
6
says that
years.
she was for it. Like,
You're ve-
she just
You're
really
very
didn't.
hyperbolic. You're very hyperbolic. 6 years ago, I held different beliefs than I do today. I hope you did too. Okay.
Yeah, but
And
like
for you to
she
say that her current
changes
platform
her
has
views
changed, not at all.
within a month of the election day. Like, I don't really see how that's.
So you're saying that she changed her views within a month of the election day. So election day was what? November 5th, meaning that she had different views on sorry, not October. That's crazy. Wait, no, yeah, I'm right. October 5th. So what shift in her views did she have between October 5th and November 5th?
Well, like, just a lot of stuff. How she was talking, like, she really just changes her views based on what the people in the United States wanted.
So tell
And
me
she
what are the
realized
views
that
that she changed between October and November.
I just told you about her views about fracking. How she was talking
Wait,
about how
give me
she
a
wanted to
single
ban
source.
fracking, and then she's
Give me a single source that indicate that she wanted to
a
ban
single
fracking
source.
a
You
month
can look
ago.
it up.
No, I've already looked it up. There's not one that exists. So give me a
Not
source
necessarily
that
a
she
month
was
ago,
against
but
fracking
you
in
can.
October.
Okay, not necessarily a month ago, but she did change her
So then
view
how
on
long
it. Did she
ago was
not?
she against fracking?
Like a couple months ago, like less than 3 months ago.
Okay, give me a source that demonstrate that she wanted to ban fracking in the last 3 months.
An exact source, you can go look it up.
No, I've already looked it up. You're wrong. You're lying. That's why I'm asking you for a source, because you won't be able to give me one. So when you say just go look it up.
Okay,
you
but
have.
you're lying about the woman's rights. Like,
So you just
it's up
conceded
to
and
the
agreed that
state
you're
to decide
lying?
about.
Wait, whoa. We can talk about that next. Did you just like concede that you lied?
That I,
So I called you a liar, and then you're like, well, here's something that you're also lying about. So you admit and concede and agree
hold on.
that you lied.
How am I lying? Because she did change her opinion on it.
No, you're lying. Give me a source from the last 3 months. Do it, please. We're all waiting. You're not going to be able to find one because it's not true. It's not real. It doesn't exist. The last time that she was
Because there's
anti-fracking
videos
was
of her
2019.
saying how she didn't want to ban fracking, and then
Yeah,
there's
videos
also
from
videos of her
when?
saying how she did want to ban fracking.
Videos from
I don't have an
when?
exact source, but they're
Videos from when?
I don't understand what you're like.
Videos from 2019, the same year that JD Vance said that Trump was America's Hitler. Oh my God, dude! And you're up here saying, well, first you said,
Okay,
it was
but
in the
did
last
she or did
month.
she not
No,
change her
wait
opinion
your
on it?
turn. I'm gonna have you wait your goddamn turn. First you said that it was in the last month, and then when I was like, okay, give me a source, you were like, it was actually in the last 3 months. When I was like, okay, give me a source, you just agreed with me and conceded that you lied. And then I had to inform you that that was in 2019. And yeah, she did have a different view on fracking in 2019 than she does in 2024. I hope that you had different views 5 years ago than you do today. I know sure as hell I have. I know sure as hell JD Vance has as well. Why are you acting, right? Like better representing the views of the majority, right? Better appealing to the constituents of your country and advocating for more proactive long-term policy is a bad thing. Sir, that's a good thing, right? But you're just so used to the dogmaticism and tribalism of Trump that you think when someone actually contends, agrees, and concedes to the other side of the aisle that it's bad.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like for like her point of views, she's changing her entire she's completely changing her point of views just to appease or appeal to the other side.
Yeah, to work better as a unit, as a Congress meeting in the middle of the aisle to be able to draft legislation, right? That's could be considerate of both sides of the aisles to be more proactive and efficient. Yeah, you're right. That's a good thing.
Okay, but she's changing her views because she realized people aren't wanting to vote for her. She's not changing them because she has those views of her own. She's just doing it so that she can earn more votes.
Oh, okay. So JD Vance still thinks that Trump is America's Hitler, and the only reason he's, requested that and said that he no longer feels the same is to get more votes and to be VP.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So how come you want a traitor in the Oval Office serving at Trump's side?
Okay, you are right about that. You are right about that. But what I'm saying is she's still changing her point of views.
Oh my God, it's only like you've said it 35 times.
Okay, but you were talking about the the women's rights stuff. But that's, like I said, that was up to the states to decide the whole abortion thing. Whether Kamala got elected or not, there's still states that can decide whether they want to allow abortion or not. Is that not true?
So, no, it's not true, right? Because if Kamala were to be elected, she wanted to codify federal protections, meaning it is placed out of the states and back to the federal government, right? And I don't know, a woman doesn't have more civil rights in California than Alabama. And the reason it was ever in the hands of the state in the first place is because Donald Trump elected 3 justices to the Supreme Court with the intention of them overturning the protections offered constitutionally under Roe v. Wade. So, that was really bad. Because Donald Trump overturned Roe v. Wade, there's been 65,000 victims of rape that have been denied access to abortion. That is 22,000 women a year, 60 women a day. 1 out of 3 women in our country no longer have elective access to abortion. It destroys the family unit. It places unwanted kids into unready households, and it infringes on some of the most basic human rights that should be available to women, such as the ability to act upon their bodily integrity or autonomy, right, with good reason.
But doesn't that still have to go through Congress before that gets decided or not?
Yes. Policy has to go through Congress. Any policy has to go through Congress, including all of the policy on Agenda 47.
So say Kamala were to try to change that, there's still a chance that won't change because it has to go through Congress.
Absolutely there is. Just like there's a chance that every single piece of legislation on Agenda 47 that Donald Trump could try to get sent through Congress to be signed into law could possibly fail. Okay? That's kind of a risk that you accept when you determine who you want to vote for, and it is overwhelmingly not a good consideration to make refuting one candidate over another, because they both have a risk of not being able to get their platform instantiated into federal law.
So more than likely, it would still be up to the states to decide.
No, not more than
I mean-
likely. Not more than likely. It's actually more likely than not the case that it would have passed through Congress, because it is the case that 60 to 75% of American citizens think that access to abortion should be federally protected. This would include both Democrats and Republicans. If those views are represented in Congress, with 60 to 75% of Congress voting to pass the bill, right, it would have been signed into federal law, and we wouldn't have even needed to bypass the filibuster.
But the thing is, it's still like you're not going to have the Republicans vote for it. You're not going to have the Democrats vote again. Like you're not going to have the Democrats to vote to remove it. You're not going to have what I'm just trying to say is it still has to go through Congress. Just because Kamala says that she's going to completely allow it doesn't mean that it's going to pass. That's basically the only thing she had going for her.
Let's play a little game. What is your favorite Trump policy that's going to be good for America?
I think that the tariffs can be a good idea if it's used correctly.
Oh, they got to go through Congress. You're telling me that your favorite policy of Donald Trump's hinges, right, on proposed legislation that may not even pass because Congress has to agree on it? Mind blowing.
Yeah, but Congress has to agree on all policies.
Oh, thank you.
But Kamala Harris's main thing was, Kamala, her main thing was the abortion thing.
I
But
just asked you what Trump's main thing was, and it was the tariff thing that has to pass through Congress.
okay,
just like
but
the
so
abortion thing.
so does Kamala's. It has to go through Congress.
Yes, exactly. A+ for you, golden star.
So
For the
what are you
guess.
trying to tell me then?
Yeah,
I mean,
that all proposed policy by all presidential candidates ever have to pass through Congress because of the checks and balances of our federal government as ordained by the U.S. Constitution. So when you critique a presidential nominee's platform by saying that their proposed policy would have to pass through Congress, right, and it's possible that it fails in Congress, well, this is a critique that would apply to any American citizen that has ever run for the presidency or been the president, right? Not just Kamala Harris, but Donald Trump and everyone else. So, in lieu of that fact, it's not a critique that we should use, because as I just demonstrated to you, I could turn it round right back on you.
Okay, that does make sense, but that's the only thing that Kamala Harris had in her.
Kamala.
Kamala. I don't see why it's such a big deal that I say her name correctly.
Yeah, because
But
it's used
anyway-
as a microaggression against black women, and I don't see why it's such a big deal that you can't use it correctly.
It's really not.
Or that I'm expecting you to use it.
And how is that against black women? Kamala?
Yoda, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Yeah, because it's like a microaggression used by white people to like intentionally mispronounce black women's names is a form of.
She's not- she's
microaggression and
Indian.
low-level racism.
She's
Oh.
Indian.
She's Indian. Okay, I have a question. What race is her mother and what race is her father?
Isn't her father like Jamaican or something? I don't even know.
Are Jamaicans South Asian or not?
And I don't know, isn't her mother Indian?
Well, at first, Indian's not a race. Is your race American? That's a nationality, right? It would be South Asian. And you're right, she is 50% South Asian. But guess what? We have two parents, and her father, as you pointed out, is from Jamaica. Now, let me ask you a question. Are there black people in Jamaica the same way there's black people in America from the transatlantic slave trade? Yeah, right? So, in the same sense that we could refer to African Americans, there's also Afro-Jamaicans, right? So Kamala Harris is Afro-Jamaican or black and South Asian or Indian.
Okay, but she's not Like she's half Indian, half Jamaican. She's not African American.
Okay, sure, she's not African American. You're right. Are all black people African American? People living
I
in
didn't say
like,
that, but you started
Sudan,
bringing up African American.
I said black women.
Okay. Anyway, but I wasn't meaning
wait,
in any way to
wait,
disrespect her.
wait. Is Obama black, sir?
He's yeah, he's black, but isn't he wasn't he born in Hawaii?
Do you think that black people can't be born in Hawaii? Where do black
not saying
people have to
that.
be born?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
He got removed for hate speech. Okay, we're going to move on to our next guest. Everybody, just do give us a minute. We're going to get our next guest, Maddie, up in here. For the 9.5 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, make sure that we're double tapping. If you want to support me, my Venmo, as well as my PayPal are in the bio. I appreciate you guys so much. Maddie, what's going on? Did you vote for Trump?
Hi, yes, I voted for Trump. Thanks for letting me join.
Whoa, Maddie, we need to slow down real quick. Kelly, thank you for the money gun. What is your age?
I'm 18 years old.
What year were you born in?
06.
All right, awesome. Monica, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. You are so unbelievably based. Everybody, please show some love to Monica down below in that chat. Thank you for the $20 donation. So, Maddie, why did you vote for Trump?
I'm not gonna lie, I voted for Trump because I trusted my parents in their decision. But
Maddie. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But I was hoping to get like an opinion on, like I'm on like I just got Twitter and I follow like Elon Musk, and I saw a post that he put. I saw a post saying like all of the states that voted that are like blue were the states that like didn't require ID. Like I don't wonder what you have to say about that.
So, first of all, that's just not true. You can look at the image that he posted. Vermont does require ID. Dr. Pepper, thank you for the fireworks. And second of all, only a minority amount of the states in the country do require ID, right? So you'll actually see that if you would add those same taglines to the Republican states, that there's plenty of them that also don't require ID. Not to mention that the whole like push from the right to require voter ID is to make sure that undocumented migrants can't vote. But guess what? You have to be in order to vote, registered. Do you need a social security number in order to register to vote, Maddie?
I don't know.
Bailey, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Kadisa, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Then I am led to believe that you're underage because you would have had to register for yourself with your SSN, but you do need to use your SSN to register to vote, and undocumented migrants can't get those. So I'm pretty sure that you did lie to us about your age for that reason. We're going to move on to our next guest, Robert, here, y'all. Everybody just do give us a minute, you guys. And that's like the very important part that people miss out on is that you have to have an SSN with a registered home address in order to register to vote. So... yeah. We're going to move on to our next guest for the Ted Boyd 6,000 people hanging out with us in here today. Welcome into the live, guys. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voted for Trump. We're going to get our next guest up in here. What's up, Brady? Did you vote for Trump? Brady, hello? Okay,
Oh, yeah, I
Brady's
did.
How old are you?
18.
You're not 18.
Oh,
Brandon,
06.
hi. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you did. Awesome. Samuel, did you vote for Trump?
I did not register this year, but I just had a question for you.
I do appreciate you for coming up, man. Sidad, did you vote for Trump? All right, Brandon, it's all you, buddy. Why did you vote for Trump?
I work a lot of overtime.
Oh, you work a lot of overtime. Nice. So why did you vote for Trump?
No tax on overtime.
Oh, okay. Here's my issue. I don't think that Donald Trump is going to pass policy to make it so overtime doesn't get taxed.
Also, I own a lot of crypto, and that's another reason.
Okay, Brandon, why did you cut me off while I was responding to your point?
Oh, I didn't mean to be rude. I'm sorry. I just wanted to throw in an additional reason why I voted.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and respond to the first one. So I'm led to believe that Donald Trump will not cut taxes on overtime for the reason that he has no plan to pay for it. So his tax policy as a whole is expected to cost about $8 trillion for another 10 years. If you could tell me where that $8 trillion in debt-related spending is going to come from, I'll believe it.
Well, he said he was going to pass it, so we'll see. It's not like 100%, but even if it's not a zero tax on overtime, there's probably going to be something in the mix of overtime being taxed a lot less if it does go that way.
But here's the thing. He said he's going to do a lot of things, and he typically doesn't pull through on his promises. And I'm led to believe that he will not pull through on this one specifically because he has not announced any plan where the money's going to come from, right? When we cut taxes from our federal government and we keep spending the same amount, it creates more debt. So where is that money going to come from? What spending are we going to cut, or how are we going to generate more government revenue to pay, right, for the debt-related spending associated with no tax on overtime?
I don't think overtime is a huge income for the government. Like
So
that.
it's just going to be more debt?
I mean, the money comes back in, whether it's through commerce or sales tax, it'll come back in eventually.
So you're going to pay for a tax cut with taxes. That's like me saying I'm going to like marry my
Well,
girlfriend
there'd be
by
no
breaking
tax
up
on
with
the
her.
overtime, but you do have to pay sales tax, property tax, tags on your car every year. I mean, they get a lot of tax.
I want to clarify. You just said that we will pay for the debt-related spending accrued by cutting taxes on overtime.
and we're about to
through-
save. Sorry,
Okay.
go ahead.
through taxes. That's like saying I'm going to marry my girlfriend by breaking up with her.
We're about to save a lot of money by not sending money to Ukraine anymore too. So that's probably going to help benefit. A
Oh,
lot.
so actually, I'll have you know that we spent $120 billion on Ukraine because of a contractual agreement with them from the 90s. 80% of that was in weapons, meaning there's about $30 billion of raw USD. During Trump's first term, he signed $8 trillion into debt-related spending. Why are you complaining about $30 billion when Trump spent $8.4 trillion?
I'm sorry. What did he spend 8.4 trillion on?
Debt-related spending during his presidency, kind of similar to the.
Was that during the COVID?
We're sending to
Was that
Ukraine.
during C-19?
So 4.4 of it was from COVID-related expenditure.
Okay.
Sarah, thank you so much for the well diving. And there's $4.6 trillion spent under Trump's presidency that was non-COVID related. Meanwhile, there's only $2.2 trillion spent under Biden and Harris's presidency that was non-COVID related. He spent more money. He was worse for the deficit.
So half of that was C-19. The other half, I'm
Thank
assuming.
you for the money gun.
What was the other half?
The $4.6 trillion, I mean, like I could give you like the main driving cause of that. The $2 trillion associated with the first 7 years of his tax cuts. But my relation that I'm making here is that Biden and Harris were significantly better for our country's debt compared to Trump. They spent half as much.
Well, C-19 was a rough, time to
No,
be.
even if
president.
we exclude C-19, they still spent half as much.
I don't know. What do you? How do you feel about like if he does go through with the no tax on overtime? How dramatic do you think that would be on the economy?
It wouldn't be that dramatic, and it would be less dramatic compared to Kamala Harris's proposed plan, because Kamala Harris had tax cuts designed for you and average Americans just like you, 100 million of them. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing that. Instead, we'll be seeing Donald Trump's tax plan that's disproportionately built for rich people, paid for a burden of tariffs that disproportionately harm poor people the most. So overwhelmingly, if you wanted more purchasing power as the average American, you really should have voted for Harris, but we're kind of past that now.
Yeah, I respect your opinion. We'll see what happens with that. Do you invest in any crypto? Because I have a lot of crypto, and it's been going up a lot ever since he's been elected. So I'm looking forward to that.
Crypto, it's just artificial pumping of the market because of assumed consumer confidence. Because a lot of the crypto market is dominated by red pill bros. But I mean, if you've held crypto for 3 or 4 years, it's only at the same peak it was 3 years ago under Biden and Harris.
I've been holding crypto for almost 10 years now.
So then Ethereum hasn't really moved much in the big picture.
I was buying Ethereum for like $100 in 2016. So
And then, what did it peak at in 2019? Like 3,400. Now we're just right back.
It went to 4,000. But it's
4,000? Oh, wait, you're right. You're right. It did get close to 4K, but that was for like what, a week?
I mean, it felt longer than that, but I can't just.
But overwhelmingly, I don't think that we should involve cryptocurrency with our decisions of who is going to be the next president, because cryptocurrency is what, right?
Well,
DeFi,
not
right?
just
Unregulated,
cryptocurrency, stock
decentralized, like crypto, like a currency, and that has no impedance upon caused by our government.
Well, the stock market's also gone up a lot. Well, that's an opinion though. Like
How did Trump cause the stock market to go up?
Just by him getting elected.
Exactly, right. So it's just perceived consumer confidence artificially inflating the market.
Also, I also heard you talk about abortion. I don't think Trump's like heavily against abortion, but I feel like when everybody talks about abortion, I feel like it's the people's choice when they vote. Whether I guess Christian population has a big thing to do with that, but I feel like that's the people's choice at the end of the day. And right now,
Yeah, I think that Donald Trump stands vehemently opposed to abortion with an absolute pro-life stance. You want to know why?
yeah, let me know.
Because he rescinded it back to the state, 12 states have adopted an absolute pro-life stance. And what he says about his personal thoughts and feelings doesn't matter because he fought for those states to have those rights. For instance, Robert E. Lee, one of the generals for the Confederacy in the Civil War, was personally against slavery, so he said. In fact, when he was given his family's plantation, he freed all the slaves. But he fought as the general for the Confederacy that fought for what? To give the right to legalize slavery back to the states. Would we say that Robert E. Lee was pro-slavery?
I don't know much about Robert E. Lee.
Well, the answer is yes, the same way that we'd say Donald Trump is anti-abortion. Quite frankly, sending it back to the states was also very harmful for American women and girls. Today, 1 out of 3 American women no longer have access to elective abortions, and there's been 65,000 victims of rape that got pregnant, been denied access to abortion in the last 3 years. That's 60 women a day.
It's unfortunate, especially if they're like, especially if
it's
they're
one of
like,
the biggest issues in
especially if they
America.
don't want to keep,
Unfortunate.
especially if they don't want to keep the baby. It's very unfortunate for them.
It's literally one of the biggest issues in America.
But I also got a question. Kamala said she was pro drilling, or Kamala Harris said she was for pro drilling, and she also said that she was pro guns. But I felt like that's kind of comparative to Donald Trump saying he's pro abortion because she flipped the script on that, kind of how Donald Trump flipped the script on abortion. I feel like they both were saying stuff to get votes. But
No. That's not that you can't make that comparison at all because under Biden and Harris, we drilled more domestic crude oil than we ever have been before as a country, right? There's no relation.
what years did they start drilling in their 4-year term?
All 4 years, we just saw refineries and drilling stations shut down by COVID, but then those amped up, and within the first 2.5 years, we were drilling at max capacity, the most drilling that we've ever done before. You could find this at EIA, at the U.S. Energy Information Administration.
Because I remember Joe Biden was talking about how he's going to cut back on that. But do you think they have control over how much oil's getting drilled, like directly?
Yeah, because they it's what the federal government like agrees and signs into law with like approved federal permits for drilling permits for federal land. But if your argument is now that the presidency has no control over crude production of U.S. oil, right? Well, then why would we care about Trump saying "drill, baby, drill"?
Maybe he's going to drill even more than they did. Who knows?
But you just said that the president doesn't have any control over it.
I said, does he? I didn't say he does. I was asking if he did, like, or as much as we think. I feel like they could create policies that could have some major effect on drilling, but I don't feel like they're directly the.
Yes, there's a lot of factors, okay?
Yeah.
I want to ask you a question. If there was an undocumented immigrant in our country that had committed 34 felonies, raped an American woman, sexualized American little girls, boasted about, wanting to overthrow our federal government and rig the outcome of an election, and even, terminate the Constitution, would they be a threat, an immediate and imminent threat, and maybe even a terrorist to our country?
Well, the people that voted for him don't think that.
No, I'm asking you a question. Could you repeat my question?
The people that voted for Donald Trump they don't think that. They don't.
Brandon, if you can't repeat my question, I'm going to go and kick you.
I mean, if you want to kick me, but have a nice day.
Can you repeat the question I just asked you?
I just answered your question. There's people that don't.
Repeat my question.
People that voted for Donald Trump, half of America, believe he didn't do those things.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Let's go to see what our next guest has to say for your guys' knowledge. That was not my question. Hey, Jonathan, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, why?
Well, Kamala openly mocks
Kamala.
Jesus.
Oh, okay. So, first of all, I disagree. But second of all, do you think that Donald Trump was openly mocking Jesus when he raped a woman or said on a C-SPAN interview in 2018 that he's never had to ask God for forgiveness for a thing in his life?
He wasn't a Christian or a follower of Jesus back then.
When did he become a Christian?
I believe about 3 years.
Kayla, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. So you voted for an atheist in 2016?
Yeah.
Would you say that atheism mocks Christianity?
It doesn't mock it. It's not blasphemous. It's just a different belief. But
Oh, okay.
but Kamala told people at her rally who yelled Jesus Christ is Lord. She said, "You're at the wrong rally. Leave."
No, so first of all, she didn't
don't
say
think that's
that.
cool.
What they had actually said was pro-Trump protesters who were at the wrong rally. It would have been political suicide for her to tell Christians to leave when 77% of our federal government is Christian. All presidents we've ever had are Christian. She herself is Baptist. But just to let you know, Donald Trump did run as a Christian in 2015. He was a Christian during his first term. And do you think he mocked Christianity when he said as a Christian that he's never had to ask God for forgiveness for anything in his life?
I don't believe he was a Christian in 2015.
He was. You could go look at the religious affiliations of every president we've ever had. Donald Trump was a Christian,
he might have
is
claimed.
now.
He might have.
And
claimed.
why do you think that Donald Trump became a Christian 3 years ago?
What do you mean? Why do I think?
I'm asking you why you believe in that.
Because that's what he said.
Okay, where?
He said he's truly trusted in God about 3 years ago when, after about a year, he started campaigning for his second presidency.
Okay,
That's
so
when
that
he
was the
said
first.
he's really. That's when he said he's really felt God in his life and he's actually tried to walk with Christ.
Okay, so.
And then
he
you
wasn't a
see him
Christian
almost
during
get
his first term.
assassinated and they miss by millimeters.
Wait, he said that in 2015 too.
Said what?
Yeah, that he's always been Christian. He's like a lifelong.
He
Christian.
said he was Christian, but he wasn't walking with God. He wasn't.
Okay, so
showing
is saying that you're Christian but not walking with God mocking the faith?
It's not mocking the faith. It's called being.
It absolutely is. No,
it's
it
not.
absolutely is. Wait, so if it's
No,
not
it's not.
mocking with faith to call yourself a Christian and grape women and sexualize little girls, then it's definitely not mocking the faith to tell a Christian to go to another rally.
Trump never sexualized little girls, bro.
Oh, he sure did. Wait, let's play this game. If Trump did sexualize little
you're
girls,
the one who
would
voted
you
for Biden.
have voted for him?
Biden is literally Diddy, bro.
Oh, you don't want to hear it.
Biden is
You don't wanna
literally
hear
Diddy,
it.
bro.
Biden's literally Diddy. What has Biden done to little boys and girls?
Lick their ears. They rub his hairy legs, quote unquote.
Really? Show me a clip of Biden licking a child's ear.
You haven't seen the literally hundreds of videos.
Why don't you show me one of the hundreds of videos?
I saw
And
a
by
video
the
of
way,
Biden sucking a baby's toe
by the
too.
way, I just want to make it clear: if Biden's Diddy, then no wonder Trump's going to lunch with him on Wednesday. Do we remember the clip where a woman was saying that she didn't like Diddy? Then Trump was like, "Oh, I love Diddy, great guy, phenomenal guy," and then the woman is like, "What the fuck?" And then he's like, "We love Diddy." And if we want to talk about who's closer to Diddy, well, what is Diddy being, accused of and proven to have done in criminal court of law? A lot of grape. Donald Trump, very similar to Diddy, was held civilly liable for graping E. Jean Carroll in 1996. Not to mention, you said that Donald Trump has never
1996, dude.
sexualized little girls.
In 1996. And him graping Eugene Carroll doesn't change the fact that he's a
Eugene.
better president than Kamala would ever be. He's a way better president.
Wow.
It's not about I don't like blah 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 as a person. It's about who's going to be a better president, which is Trump.
Okay, so if Donald Trump raped a little girl and a toddler,
He didn't. You just said if. He never did.
If he did that, would you still have voted for him?
No,
Why?
because he didn't do that, and you're just making stuff up now. Well, if hypothetically, if
So
it
you
didn't
just
happen.
told the truth. You just told the truth for the first time ever. You told me that you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump if he was a child rapist because it's something that he hasn't done yet. And that's my issue with a lot of members of the Republican Party. is
No, I
that
said
you
you're
hold
asking me a question that's hypothetical.
4, 3, good boy, is that you hold no red lines towards Trump. You will place an imaginary red line in the sand, but as soon as Donald Trump crosses it, you act like it never existed. Okay? Right?
What line did he
But if
cross?
you want it, yeah, graping a woman. Is that not a red line? Should grape not be a red line in the same way
said a
you just
child.
said child grape would be red line?
And it never stood in court that he did that either.
It did. He was actually held civilly liable for it.
Really, why isn't he in jail?
Why isn't he in jail? Because he was held civilly liable for it. Civil courts
Civilly
determine
liable.
financial
Civilly
responsibility,
liable,
so he
meaning
had to
he couldn't
pay her
be proven
$87 million.
criminal. Civilly liable, meaning he could.
Okay, he just got banned, but I'll respond to that as well. No, that's actually not what it means. They pursued litigation in a civil court compared to a criminal court because the statute of limitations had passed, meaning they couldn't pursue litigation in a criminal court. We're going to move on to our next guest. By the way, guys, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. We're going to move on to our next guest. TikTok is really fast with banning all these doofuses today. That's like the second guest in a row that's been banned. I kind of feel like I need to be, real cautious myself because I certainly don't want to get banned. But welcome in, everybody. Make sure to say what's good in that chat. What's high in that chat? That's funny. What's good in that chat while we're getting our next guest up here. Quite frankly, make some friends, kick back, enjoy yourself. Ken Catherine, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, saying need you bad. Hello. Hi. Did you vote for Trump?
Yep.
And how old are you?
I'm 22.
You're 22. So let me ask you a question. Why did you vote for Trump?
Because I don't want illegal immigrants coming into the United States undocumented.
Oh, so you don't want more on...
Well, I did.
You forgot to turn your ringer off.
Okay, cool. What? I don't want, dude, answer the question, bro. Like,
So you don't want people coming into the country, right, without your consent. I don't want people coming into my live and taking a screenshot that they could post on their private story later being like, oh my God, I was on live in front of 12,000 people after demonizing
you want the facts?
in our country without my
You want the
consent.
facts? Do you want the facts?
Yeah, I want to give you the facts, like the fact that Donald Trump torpedoed a bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago that would have effectively resolved the crisis by fixing our legal processes for people to come into our country to further reduce undocumented migration. I was making a damn point. Are you here to yap your ass off, or are you here to engage in a two-way constructive conversation? Because when I'm making a point to counter yours and you don't listen and you interrupt, it really grinds my gears. So, are you ready to let me make my point?
Okay, Dean. Yeah, go ahead.
Phenomenal. So, 2 years ago, Donald Trump torpedoed a bipartisan border bill, right, that would effectively resolve the crisis by making our legal processes of migration into our country significantly better. Taylor, thank you for the galaxy. Thereby further disincentivizing.
Wait, 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Trump wasn't president, though.
Yeah, this was under Biden and Harris. He called the Republicans in Congress, told them to vote against it because he didn't want the Democrats to look good, and he wanted the crisis to continue so he could campaign on it today and get your vote.
Okay, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the crisis that the Biden administration caused.
Oh, how did the Biden-Harris administration cause a crisis at our southern border?
Well, by taking away the migrant protection protocols. That was one of his first actions in office. By fucking forcing asylum seekers, like the migrant protection protocol.
Kate, thank you for the $15 and keep speaking facts. I appreciate you for the love, Kate. Everybody, please do show love to Kate down below in the chat. So what were the migrant protection protocols?
It required asylum seekers to stay in Mexico while the cases were being processed in the United States.
Oh, so the Remain in Mexico policy. So rescinding the Remain in Mexico policy caused the crisis. Under Trump, the Remain in Mexico policy...
That's not the only thing. That's not the only thing. He reversed Well, can I finish my point, please?
4, 3...
Yeah, nice. Oh, you're going to say good boy? Oh.
1... No, I'm just going to put you on mute. So you said that rescinding the Remain in Mexico policy caused the crisis. So under Trump's term, that only impacted 60,000 people. It caused a humanitarian crisis, and Mexico said they'd never do it again. That's why Biden rescinded it. Not to mention that the Remain in Mexico policy wasn't in place until 2019, meaning that you'd say there was a crisis at the southern border before Trump implemented it in 2017 and 2018.
Well, in 2016, he actually lowered the amount of illegal immigrants coming into the United States compared to the Obama administration. And then right after in
2016 was the Obama administration. You can't make this shit up. Dude, you can't make this shit up.
Dude, Dean, 2016 was 410,000 illegal immigrants coming into the United States of America. And in 2017, it was can you say that's not improvement? And stop fucking vaping off camera, you fucking fiend.
Oh wait, I have a question. I have a question. How many continents are there?
How many continents are there? Dude, eat my fucking dick with disgusting. That doesn't
Oh
have
my
to.
god! Oh my god, dude! If you're gonna come up here and try to talk shit, I'd read a book. How about you start fiending on some books, my bro? After chatting the Google got you. How about you start fiending at the library, little bro? How about you start fiending for an education, big dog? We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody, do just give us a minute here. All right. By the way, yeah, can't say that word on TikTok because TikTok doesn't like that word. So we're gonna move on. But I mean, he really needs to start fiending for an education. Kelly, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. And Isabella and Kayla, thank you for the $5 and the $2. What's going on? Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
All right, man. And why did you vote for Trump, my good sir? And they left. Okay, moving on to our next guest. Let's go and get Phil Young up in here. Everybody just do give us a minute, guys, while our next guest is loading in. And also, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. It'd be so cool to get up to 2 million likes. What's up, Phil?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, man, did you vote for Trump?
I did, and I saw you were surrounded on Jubilee, and I just wanted to commend you. You did really good standing up there as a TikToker.
Hey, man, I appreciate that, Phil. I am much more than a TikToker, I swear to God, but I appreciate you nonetheless. Why did you vote for Trump?
So I support his common sense stance on a lot of things, and
well, he denies climate change, even though 97% of climate scientists agree that it's real. That's not commonsensical, Phil.
Well, you're a big proponent of the Constitution, right? You're pretty versed in it.
No, I agree with some parts. But on all honesty, quite frankly, there's probably some articles that we could terminate.
Sure, we can agree on that. So when Thomas Jefferson and the others were drafting the Constitution, when did they write in there that women particularly had the right to red roam their children?
Can you please restate that?
When Thomas Jefferson and his buddies were drafting the Constitution, at what point did they write in that mothers had the right, the human right, which are endowed by God, to red roam their children?
To red rum. That's murder spelled backwards. You're talking about abortion. So the Supreme Court interpreted it starting in, I don't know, whenever Roe v. Wade was implemented, 60s or 70s. Someone could correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe even 80s. And then until, 2021, that the 14th Amendment, under the right to protection, protected a woman's access to abortion. And that was the interpretation given, the Supreme Court. 73. Thank you, guys.
And do you know that Roe was always intended to be repealed?
And Ninth Amendment.
It was based on fallacies.
What the dude? Okay, with all due respect, your mic is cutting out. If you could find a way to make your voice a little bit louder so we could understand you a little bit more clearly, we could have this conversation. So you're just saying that the Constitution doesn't cover abortion? Yeah, with their current systems, you're right, it doesn't. The Supreme Court has made the interpretation that it does not cover abortion. I still think that we should have federal protections because I believe that a woman deserves the same access to health care and right to abortion regardless of the state that they live in. And not having federal protections leads to very negative, drastic consequences, such as 60 rape victims a day that got pregnant being denied access to abortion, and 1 out of 3 women in America today not having that elective access. I think that we need federal protections now through codification by congressional legislation. I'm not making the argument the Constitution protects it. I'm making the argument that not having federal protections is a drastic immorality that we need to protect against through codification by congressional legislation.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. We're in agreement that that we think that all humans are entitled to health care, but is abortion health care?
Is abortion healthcare? I sure do classify it as healthcare, but I don't really care if you don't, because the question isn't if abortion is healthcare or not. It's if should all women have access to abortion or not. And I find absolutely no good reason to say that a woman shouldn't be able to enact upon her bodily integrity and autonomy, evict a fetus from her womb without compelling reason to say otherwise. So can you give me that compelling reason? Why should a woman not be able to access abortion?
Is gender affirming care actually healthcare?
We're talking about abortion, but yes, I would classify GAC as healthcare. But once again, we're having a conversation about abortion.
No, I'm asking because they're correlated. So removing a life from another life and mutilating a child are both, in your opinion and many other opinions, classified as healthcare.
Oh, do you think that's just some dark, satanic, twisted shit?
What?
And you probably think that's some dark, satanic, twisted shit. Am I right?
To chemically castrate, mutilate, and butcher children? Yes, I do.
Okay. Is circumcision healthcare?
Sure is.
Oh, you sick, twisted fuck! You are literally castrating and destroying and manipulating and destroying the genitalia of babies.
Do you know how much? Do you know how many?
But I wanted to talk about abortion. I asked you a question. Why is abortion wrong? You still haven't been able to answer my question.
See, this is why you got slayed on Jubilee, because you're not.
You just told me I did a good job, and now that you're mad, you're telling me I got slayed. You know what? Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro both disagree with you, so quite frankly, I don't care.
No, yeah, Charlie Kirk is a fan of yours. He really is, and he sees a lot of promise in you in your future. You can be very, very successful in your future, and I'm behind him on that. But you need to stop buying into the propaganda that your party has been pushing on you since you were young, and the fact that our country.
Deconstruct me, daddy.
I just did. So. When we're pushing on the entire country, not just the small minority that are proponents of gender affirming care, when we're pushing on the entire country that we must affirm not only these adults but these children as well. These children do not have the ability to consent to anything that is being pushed on them. And yes, they are being pushed because social media has been the spark of an entire how do I put this?
Man, I'm so down to have a conversation with you about GAC, but I would like to finish out the first point that I was really excited to talk to you about that you actually brought up about abortion. So how about this? I'm live for 4 hours a day. You could stay up here as long as you want. Let's just break it down and go point by point, okay?
All right.
So let's start off with the first point you brought up about abortion.
Okay.
Why should women not have access to abortion? Why are you pro-life?
Okay, so I am pro-life, and so is Donald Trump. However, we both, and despite what your media wants to tell you, he and I both are firm proponents of the exceptions of incest, grape, and the life of the mother. His plan and his legislation that he intends on passing, none of which deprive a woman
Rachel,
of
thank
that.
you for the $5 at Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
None of which deprive a woman of her access to abortion. You can go through, if you'd like, instead of looking at his website, instead of looking at the bullet points that you've been reading off ever since this election started, if you want to go and actually look at the facts, his policies and his actual plans will not at all deprive a woman of getting this abortion if it is necessary for her own life, if it is necessary for her not being capable of supporting it because it is the product of a grape.
Hey Phil, watch this. Watch this. Did Robert E. Lee's plan deprive
Dude, I
black
just
people
heard
of
I
human
just heard
rights?
that argument. It's a fake argument. It's a straw man argument. You need to stop diverting.
What is a
It
straw
is.
man?
You're not.
Hey Phil,
Debating
so
in good
here's what
faith.
we're not going to do. So when I bring up a counterpoint to prove that you're wrong, you can't just say the ad libs like fake straw man and ignore it. So I will have you engage with the argument. Did Robert E. Lee's plan deprive black people of human rights?
I don't know. I'm not as versed in Robert E. Lee, just like the last guest.
Robert E. Lee was the lead general of the Confederacy.
Right. And I have a high school
Andy,
education.
thank you for the $5 on Venmo. The Confederacy rebelled against the Union because they wanted to be able to give states the right to own slaves. If you look at the Articles of Confederacy or the declarations of war from states that presided within the Confederacy, that was what it was for. I thought this was common sense, but we could rehash it. The party of common sense over here on the left. So I'll ask you again, did Robert E. Lee's plan deprive black people of basic human rights?
To not be slaves?
No, to be slaves, because he was the lead general of the Confederacy.
Did he deprive them of their rights to be slaves?
No, it's not a right to be slave. You get
Right,
your
I'm not understanding
rights
the
taken
question,
away,
bro.
then you become a slave.
So what is your question?
Did Robert E. Lee's plan deprive black people of basic human rights? You know how like slavery deprives people of human rights? So
Absolutely.
did Robert E. Lee's plan as the lead general of the Confederacy deprive black people of human rights?
Yes.
Oh, but Robert E. Lee personally said that he's a strong believer that slave ownership is wrong. He came to own his family plantation and freed all the slaves. But Robert E. Lee is still pro-slavery, and his plan actively deprived black people of human rights because he fought for the right for the states to be able to legislate on slavery themselves. This is why I would say Donald Trump's plan not just deprives all 170 million American women and girls of federal protections for elective access to abortion, but also victims of rape because 12 states, because of his intended plan of overturning Roe v. Wade, have now made it illegal for even rape victims to access abortion. So, if you'd say that Robert E. Lee's plan deprived black people of human rights by rescinding it back down to the state, even though he personally, quote unquote, disagreed with slavery, Donald Trump's plan deprived rape victims from access to abortion, even though he personally thinks that should be an exception. Until he codifies that into federal law, it is meaningless what words come out of his mouth because the impact of his actions are imminent, immediate, and obvious, that being that 65,000 rape victims have been denied access to abortion since Roe v. Wade was overturned in 2021. And Lincoln, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, and there's a handful of other people there that I'll read off as soon as I could get it open. But I would love to hear your very cogent, common sense, and articulate rebuttal to my argument.
Very well. Did you not just say to the previous guest that Kamala's plan would also be null and void because both candidates will have to wait for Congress to actually pass said legislation? And so, if your point is correct, and so is mine, they cancel each other out because
Natalie,
Kamala,
thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. And
because
Colin,
Kamala,
for
and yes, I'm
$5.
pronouncing it right because I don't give a shit. Because Kamala honestly had no more power to do what she said she was going to do than Trump said he was going to do. So we have to.
So I don't really get your argument, but I'll still give it a rebuttal. You're saying because it's policy that has to pass through Congress,
correct.
Their plan is null and void, right?
Meaning that both of our arguments.
So
are,
is Agenda
I let you
47
speak.
null and void because Agenda 47 is policy that has to pass through Congress?
No, meaning that our arguments.
So it's not null and void just
God,
because
dude.
it's policy that has to pass through Congress. Got it.
This is why you got slayed, because you do not debate in good faith. I'm trying to respond.
Debating in such good faith.
False. I am trying to respond, and you are interrupting me, trying to steamroll me, just like all the rest of your friends here on TikTok debating. All do the same thing.
I'm so sorry for interrupting you there. I will happily admit that I did. The reason why I interrupted you to make that point very quickly, because it was a very just easy, simplistic rebuttal. I apologize for interrupting you to make the easy, simplistic rebuttal, but the rebuttal stands as it does. You're making the argument that if it's policy that has to pass through Congress, it's null and void. But I mean, as I just pointed out, all like candidates for the presidency ever, as well as all presidents, right, have policy that they need to pass through Congress, including Trump with Agenda 47. So you could only say that Kamala Harris's plan was null and void because she had to get it passed through Congress if you say that Trump's plan, Agenda 47, is null and void because he has to get it passed through Congress. Do you see the connection there?
Correct, I do. And since that is the case, how about we actually converse about a topic that is already in effect and is already happening instead of what may or may not happen in the future? And in such... How about we discuss what policies and what legislation is already in place right now, like gender-affirming care, instead of what may or may not come in the future? So when
I'm so confused. You don't think that conversations about the platforms of presidential nominees or now the presidential elect is important?
Of course it's important, but we can't predict the future.
Well, no, we could definitely discuss the future and what is to come, even if we don't have a crystal ball. I think that this is just like a new level of anti-intellectualism. Like you're essentially saying that you have to shut down and we can't talk about policy, especially policy about abortion, because you have been like slaughtered on that conversation, right? By me.
Have I?
Absolutely.
And I bet you thought you slaughtered your Republicans on Jubilee, right?
Well, I mean, Charlie Kirk did tell me I give him the best argument he's ever heard.
That's
And
right.
if I read the comment section on the video, seemingly millions of people will agree. But from a
Yeah,
subjective standpoint,
your
I think it's
argument
obvious
against
I did.
Charlie. Your argument against Charlie, not your argument against 25 other Republicans. That's my
Well, I
point.
mean,
Because you are only offering up. You are only offering up.
Do you think that Charlie Kirk is smarter than a random selection of 25 Republicans?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
And you are only offering up subjective claims that could not be actually refuted in conversation. You are listen to all of your claims that you put up.
Give me an
All of
example.
them. Your first one that Trump, or I can't recall them word for word. You said things like Trump hates America or Trump.
No, that wasn't one of my topics.
Come on, you want to
Could
play?
go watch the fucking Jubilee video. That wasn't one of my topics.
All of them were very similar in nature to that, meaning they were all subjective and could not actually be reputed with facts. They were all only opinion based. So they were all your opinion, and you only had bullet points that you had scripted out. That
Where is the script in the video?
You've been practicing it on this TikTok for months before that debate.
Oh my God. Okay, so there wasn't a script in the video.
No, you just had it to rehearse before the debate. That's what I'm saying.
How could I rehearse arguments with?
You've
people
been
that I've never
doing it on
spoken to
TikTok
before?
ever since.
Oh, wait, but when I think about rehearsal, I'm thinking about planning for what's to come. You said it yourself, when none of us can know the future.
Come on, all right.
So how could I
How
know the
about-
exact arguments that you'd give to me?
How about we transition into my topic, because abortion is
So
clearly
every
one
single
that you
time
were
you lose
rehearsed
it,
on.
every single time you lose a debate, you're just
Clearly,
"Oh, we
abortion
transitioned."
is one that you were very rehearsed on. So how about we move into my topic that I'm sure you don't discuss quite often?
GAC.
Correct.
Okay.
Let me hear your- please let me hear
how
your
is
stance
how
on
is
it.
GA? Yeah. So here's my stance on GAC.
Okay.
I think that we should offer gender affirming care, right, the same way that we would offer other forms of health care, not only to adults but also to minors in some circumstances. I think if we were to offer GAC to minors, it'd just be in the form of hormone replacement therapy, right? And in order for a minor to qualify for hormone replacement therapy, it would have to be after a year or two, right, of consultations with doctors, etc., which is the current systems that are practiced in America today. Mia, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. But when we're referencing GAC, where an agenda does Trump plan to ban GAC for minors?
Well, no, he hasn't specifically laid out what legislation he wants to pass to prevent.
So how about you come up for a conversation on GAC when I run a topic related to trans?
I'm not
individuals?
talking about
Because
Trump.
because my
I'm
goal,
not talking about Trump.
Yeah, but like my goal, but look at the background behind me, man. The stream's about
Okay.
Trump. So you could obviously come up and have a conversation with me about GAC when I start to run like social issue streams, especially those related to trans individuals. But the topic of the live is about Trump, and I don't think that you are gonna like change
Well,
that, right?
GAC is in relation to these males that are competing in female sports. Is that not right? They had to go through this GAC to get into female sport, right?
Well, I have a question to you. Do you think that trans women playing in women's sports suppresses the rights of women?
No, it doesn't. It just deprives them of their victories that they're entitled to.
And do you think that that is sexism?
What?
Is that sexist?
Depriving women of successes that they are entitled to?
Yeah.
Is that depriving their rights?
I'm asking you if that's sexist. Sexism can exist within depriving an individual of their rights or depriving an individual of their opportunity.
Is it sexist against who? Male or female?
Cis women.
No.
Okay, sorry. Typically, the turf argument is that trans women playing in women's sports deprive cis women of opportunity, thereby making it sexist. I mean, what I was going to use that point to run into is, well, Donald Trump went on Truth Social and he tweeted out about Amin Khalif, who boxed at the Olympic level. And guess what? Amin Khalif was a cis woman who Donald Trump said shouldn't be able to compete in women's sports. The only legitimate threat to the rights and opportunity of cis women is who? Donald Trump. And tangentially related to the topic about trans women competing in women's sports, what we often see is, TERFs, anti-trans individuals, Trump talking about how wrong it is for trans women to go into women's sports, right?
That's right.
So into women's restrooms. But then when we consider that Donald Trump, a cis man, boasted to Howard Stern on Sirius XM about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA, and seemingly we see no outrage from this promoted within the Republican community, it really just makes me think that you, alongside other Republicans, don't really care about trans people, but you create manufactured outrage against 1% of our population, making their life significantly worse, leading to higher suicidality rates, all because you want someone to beat up.
Let me see if we can come to an agreement on one point. So you just made the statement that this community is less than 1% of the overall population of America, right? And actually,
Katie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you, Katie.
And actually, just a little bit ago, I actually did the exact numbers, and it's less than 0.022% actually. So,
I mean, that doesn't make your case better. If it is the case that trans people only account for 0.022% of the population, that doesn't make your case better. But from what I've seen, it's about 1 to 1.5%.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. So,
I don't like it when I speak. Not a lot of Republicans do.
Over me. Speak over me. Thank you. So, because they are less than 0.022% of the population, you and your party are vying rigorously for the rights of said community, when aren't we in the mindset that the exception is not the rule? So why then are you
Wait, no, I'm not in the mindset at all that if there exists a disproportionately small group of constituents in America that are categorically oppressed to an incredibly high degree, right? It absolutely is the case that no, I don't think just because there's only a handful that thereby don't matter. I'd also like to correct, it's not 0.22%. I'd love for you to give me your source on that. It's closer to 1. But even if it was 0.22% of the American population, or just fuck it, one person ever, the fight would only grow. I don't really care how large the constituent bases of individuals that suffer from systemic forms of oppression and just straight up fucking bullying. I believe that everybody, regardless of their overall representation in America, deserve to have equality, right? And I feel like that is the big thing that you're missing out on, right? You're like, well, because there's only a small sliver of trans folks, which, by the way, even if it was 0.022%, that's still thousands of people, you no longer care about them. Your family, right, would account for 0.00001% of the American population. Should we just say, fuck Phil and his family? We just don't care about you guys at all. We should stop fighting for Phil and his family. If we woke up tomorrow and everyone in America hated
fight
Phil
for my
and his family
family
and systemically oppressed them,
I
that
fight
quite
for my
frankly,
family.
no one should care because you're 0.00001% of the American population.
So then, where's your campaign for dwarfs? Because they
well, first of all, I don't know if it's a correct term to use, but yeah, we'd speak out against all forms of oppression, including those against little people.
they have been unalived on a much grander.
And Taryn, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much. Yeah, we agree, bro. Little people's rights. Stand up, dead ass. Right? I mean that seriously. Like, I don't think that anybody deserves to be the victim of oppression in America or worldwide. But man, honestly, do you have anything else you want to go over here before I move on to my next guest?
No, I think I slayed you long enough. You can go on and
Before I move on, do you actually think that?
I don't know. I think a majority of your chat does, and that's good enough for me.
So when majority of the world thought that the Earth was flat, was that good enough for you?
That's been debunked years ago.
Yeah, I think that we need to stop relying on majority opinions. But I'm not even quite sure that the majority opinion in the chat is that you won. Have a good one, Phil. All right, we're going to move on to our next guest, Shepard. Everybody just do give us a minute. Also, Parker, if you're watching, seriously do feel free to come up for a co-host, and I am down for that later. Mally, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you, Mally. That is MALY. And then Taryn, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. And Alexa, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. And Katie, thank you for the $10. Natalie with the $10. And Lincoln with the $5. I appreciate you so much for the love. And thank you for the Galaxy. What's up, Shepard? Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, but I do have a British accent, but I was born in Louisville, Kentucky.
Nice. So why did you vote for Trump, man?
So can we agree that since the implementation of Roe versus Wade, there's been 63 million children unalived by their mothers?
Oh, how about we just inflate that number? Let's just go with 100 trillion, the children ruthlessly slaughtered.
What?
There's been 1 billion trillion babies ruthlessly slaughtered and murdered by their mothers since Roe v. Wade was put into effect in 1973.
No, what? No, it's 63 million, the number.
Okay, you win, I lose. You drove a hard bargain. Now what's next?
Okay, so can we agree that that's a problem?
No, it's not a problem at all because I don't think that they're valuable lives. I
You
don't
don't
think no, not at all.
63 million children.
No,
Okay,
no value,
why
zero,
are they-
none. None. I mean, if you're just gonna sit here and manufacture
No.
fake outrage about life's dying, when was the last time you ate a hamburger? And how do you reflect on the 1 trillion
not human
animal
life.
life kills for the industrial
That's
farming
not human
complex
life.
per year?
That's not human life. Why?
Oh, okay. It's humanity. Let me ask you a question. What about our humanity gives us moral value? Because when a kid
Us
gets
being
like,
human.
okay, really? So every single time you sit and reflect on someone dying, you're not sad? Or sorry, you're just so sad that you lost a member of your species and you're not saddened by the fact that, well, that was a sentient conscious being with subjective experiences that have
I
been
hate to break
terminated?
it to you, right? But a human being temporarily lacking sentience doesn't make it okay for us to unalive them. They still have moral value in my eyes.
As long as they'd have a conjunct of past, present, or future sentience, I'd absolutely
No.
agree. What I
Okay.
think gives us our moral value, right, is the ability to deploy first-person subjective experiences. I do not think that our value is derivative of our genetic code or our species classifications. And I could give you a little hypothetical scenario to really drill this bit down. I want to first ask you, are you good with hypothetical scenarios? Can you conceptually think?
I've been debating this topic for 3 years, so yeah, I'd say I'm pretty good.
Anya, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Anya. Everybody show some love to Anya in the chat. So let me ask you a question. If it's our species classification and organization of chromosomes in our DNA that gives us moral value, here's my question to you. If Superman, right, the guy from the movies, was real, came down to Earth tomorrow, would it be wrong to kill him or would it not be wrong to kill him because at the end of the day, he's not a part of our species?
Okay, so I feel like there would be other things that granted him value. I assume that he has like the exact like same level as intelligence and like consciousness as us humans, right?
Okay, so if it's intelligence and consciousness that grants Superman value, why is it not intelligence and consciousness that grants us value?
Because I feel like different life forms can be valuable for different things, right? I feel like the potential to gain consciousness is also holds value, but I'm pretty sure you hold that view as well. That potential for consciousness gains value as well. That's why you believe.
No, I don't think that potential for consciousness on its own gains value. Do you think that a
Yeah,
woman
sure.
with an IUD is a murderer because they kill a conceived zygote and a conceived zygote has the potentiality for
No,
consciousness?
they didn't necessarily kill anything. They just didn't hook their resources up to it.
Which what?
What do you mean? Which what?
Which killed it.
No, it didn't kill it. They just chose to not save it.
Wait, so zygotes don't die?
No, they didn't kill it. It just died due to a lack of resources to sustain its own life.
And why did it have a lack of resources?
Because the mother refused to let it have resources to her body.
Oh, great. Evictionism. Okay. So when a mother gets an abortion, all that she's doing
No,
is refusing to a lot
no.
of resources. And especially, right, the abortion pill. The abortion pill specifically cuts off the supply of progesterone, which cuts the fetus in a room off of her bodily resources that maintain its life, meaning that, no, an abortion via the abortion pill isn't killing, isn't murder, right?
No,
the mother is just
because-
simply not supplying
Let me explain the
fetus in
difference.
her womb
If you could stop talking
the
for 10
necessity
seconds.
to live.
If you could stop talking for 10 seconds, I can explain the difference there.
Oh,
They were
someone's
already-
flustered.
You're not even letting me. Are you serious? You're not even gonna let me finish my sentence.
I will let you finish.
Okay, sweet. So the difference there is that you weren't hooking your resources weren't hooked up at all, right? You just didn't choose to hook your resources up, right? You even saw that.
I'm listening.
Okay, sweet. So there's a difference between letting someone unalive and actively unalive them, right? They weren't like, for example, let me ask you this, right? let's say my grandfather, has an illness, right? And there's a life support system, and I don't hook him up to it, and then he then unalives
Oh
because of
no.
his illness, right? Would you say I unalived him?
If your grandfather had an illness and you had the means to sustain his life, but you didn't give it to him, I might hold you morally culpable for his murder.
Did you
Right?
say
It
I
could be the
unalived
case
him?
in some circumstances that you could have played into his death, but we wouldn't say that you killed him. We'd say that
Exactly.
natural
I didn't
disease.
unalive him. Let's say I then hook him up to the system, and he's alive, and he's living, and he's chilling.
Wait,
Right?
I want to ask you a
And
question
then,
about this. I want to ask
then
you a
I
question
di-
about the first part.
can you let me finish my sentence, please?
Sure, sure.
And then I then unplug him, right? And then he then unalives, right? Did I kill him then?
Yeah.
And that is the difference between the IUD situation, right, and a woman getting an abortion, right? Because they've already hooked them up to them.
So the
Okay.
only difference between an IUD and the hypothetical in which you just gave me first, right, is well, how did conception occur via intercourse in which both the mother and the father engaged in? And then secondly, what I'd say here is if your grandfather is dying, you had the means to sustain his life, and you caused him to be in the position of dying in the first place, and you didn't provide him the means, would you hold yourself morally culpable for his death?
Well, I feel like
Like
there's
for
a
instance,
difference
I'll give
between
you and I'll give you an example.
Okay, yeah, just
right?
cut me
So
off. I'm sorry.
let's say that you place your grandfather in a state of dependency, right? For instance, you inject your grandfather with a pill that causes cancer, right? And then in your other hand, you hold the cure to the cancer, but instead you cause him to die. Did you kill your grandfather?
Well, yeah, but that's because
And then
you
the relation to
injected
this in
him
the
with.
IUD, exactly. But in the same way, you caused your grandfather to be in a state of dependency, reliant on the cure to cancer or death. You cause the unicellular zygote in your womb to be in a state of dependency, of implantation into the uterus or death by engaging in intercourse.
No, because you simply just like you didn't. They're not dependent on anyone, right? You just forced them to exist, right?
Wait,
Like,
a
sure, they
unicellular
could.
zygote's not in a state of dependency on implantation to the mother's uterus?
Well, no, because I feel like there's a difference between. I don't really see how this really ties in anyway, because like you were just arguing if IUDs should be legal or illegal, right? But I feel
No,
like
the
we
point
can.
is I asked you if women with IUDs are murderers.
Well, I don't think they necessarily are, because I feel like there's a difference between, like I just said
Yeah,
with my
you cause
grandfather
them
now.
into a state of dependency reliant on implantation into the uterus, and then you with intention denied it its implantation into the uterus, right? And in the analogy
No,
that I gave you to a grandpa, you would say that you did murder your grandpa, very similar in this scenario. You'd say that you murdered the IUD, the zygote.
no,
Right?
I feel like
Like the
that's.
difference between the hypothetical that you gave me, right, and the IUD is that you caused the unicellular zygote into the state of dependency to
No,
begin with.
no, no, no. I think it's morally wrong, right? And like IUDs should be illegal, right? But whether or not the woman's like a schmurder, I feel like that's an irrelevant like topic we're discussing here, because IUDs should be illegal, right? Because women have obligations
No,
to
it is
carry
very
out their
relevant for
children.
you to like discuss. The only reason you call it irrelevant is because you know that it's a losing point. But I
How
mean,
is it?
I will, Shepard, I will tell you this. This point, like, typically does not experience any type of rebuttal. Although your rebuttal does fail, I will absolutely say that it is the only rebuttal I've ever heard.
The only what rebuttal are you talking about?
Yeah, about the IUD, right? Like you're just denying it original resources through implantation, and like seemingly, if you twist your arm in the right way, it looks like it is the case that this isn't like the mother engaged in murder, give them pro-life worldview. Like that's probably the best response to the point I've heard, but it still fails for the reason that the mother would be causing the unicellular zygote to exist in a state of dependency to begin with. Like for instance, right? You could say here that well, what if you just have a newborn baby and then you place it in a bathtub, causing it to be dependent on air to breathe, and then you deny air to breathe, did you kill the baby? Yeah. So if you engage in intercourse, causing a unicellular zygote to exist in your uterus, creating a dependency on implantation into the uterine lining to live, and you deny implantation into the uterine lining to live through the use of an IUD, did you murder it? Yeah.
You know what, Dean? You are right. I do agree with you there. I do think that women with IUDs are now baby unalivers. So you just made me more pro-life, but that
Yeah.
doesn't
And now
really
the
change.
issue.
That doesn't
Well, now
change
the issue
anything.
with
It's
this is that this just runs you into an absurdity, right? Your logic
absurd.
has
How's
led
it
you to the
absurdity?
yeah, because your logic has led you to the conclusion, right, that like women with some forms of birth controls are murderers, and if all murderers should go to jail, women with some forms of birth control should go to jail. Right? Obviously, serving as an absurdity, right? This is like concluded given your same logic that you used to determine that abortion's wrong, right? So if your logic would like yield an absurdity in one case, right, maybe your logic is wrong as a whole. But,
How is that absurd?
I just want to ask you, what time is it?
The time it's hold on, let me check right now. 436.
You're from the UK. I appreciate you for coming.
Lewis,
Though. You're from the UK. You're from the UK. I do appreciate you for the conversation. I've like, dude, I'll give it. Like, that was like at least a he tried to create like a logical response to the point. You don't typically see that. You don't typically see that. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest here, you guys. Everybody, just to give us a minute. What's up, Mac? Did you vote for Trump? And by the way, guys, yeah, he did give like East Coast time. I think he just like Googled it on his computer beforehand. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody, if you are in the queue, make sure that you did vote for Trump. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest, y'all. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say, because if that was actually a time zone that he was in, he wouldn't need to, like go over and open up a new tab on Google. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. All right, let's go and see what our next guest has to say. For the 10,000 people hanging out in the live with us here today, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Hit that follow button if you haven't already. This is going to be your backup account. We are currently live banned on the main account for a week. So everybody just do give us a minute. We got Nate loading up in. So do be patient, guys. Do be patient. All right, let's see what we got. I don't know why nobody's loading up. Everybody, do just give us a minute. I know that this part sucks trying to find our next guest, but just be patient in the meantime. We are loading literally everyone up. Look at that, chat. Look at that. We have like a whole panel of like 7 people that are just not on their phones. I really wish that in the TikTok queue, it'd make people like confirm that they're still waiting. And that looks like one person up top here ended up joining in. Hi, did you vote for Trump? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, did you vote for Trump?
Hello?
Okay.
No.
Hi, did you vote for Trump? Alien, hello?
Hello?
Hi, did you vote for Trump?
I did vote for Trump.
Okay, why did you vote for Trump?
I voted for Trump because...
How old are you?
26.
26. Gavin, what's up? Did you vote for Trump? Every time. Every fucking time. Every time. Every goddamn time. Get your damn screenshots, Gavin. Get your damn screenshots.
Put the fries in the bag. What the fuck is that?
Oh, you want me to put the fries in the bag? Put the screenshot in the bag, motherfucker. I'll sell you that shit for $5.50. All right, Alien, why did you vote for Trump?
I voted for Trump because he aligns with my morals.
Sure, let's talk about it. First of all, it's like typically not a good thing when a grape is foul and aligns with your morals, but we're here for discussion. How does Donald Trump, align with your morality?
He's not promising to give gender affirming care to children.
Okay, he's not promising to give gender affirming care to children. Now, I think that children should have access to some forms of GAC, but
and why is that?
But I also don't think that Harris's campaign did enough in the sorts of advocacy for the trans community, and I'm not sure that her campaign promised that either. So I'm asking you what the relevant distinction here is between Harris's campaign and Trump's campaign that made you vote for Trump over Harris, and that would not be a relevant distinction, as neither campaigns were making that.
I'm more of a centrist. I honestly could have gone either way.
So why did you vote for Trump?
Because Kamala's campaign failed. It didn't reach me the way it should have.
Okay, and like what were the specific failures?
I think she failed by trying to push too many celebrities to endorse her.
Okay, so if Megan Thee Stallion didn't endorse Kamala Harris, then you would have voted for her?
Not necessarily, but I think the push and
why wasn't
the argument
Kid Rock,
that you're
the
a bad person, you're a bad person if you don't support her, is what pushed many people towards one way than the other.
Okay, well, if
and
you don't
maybe that's
support-
not necessarily her
listen,
forcing that, but
okay, so
you
you're
know,
mad that
it's
you're mad
the-
that like liberals are calling you a bad person for like wanting to put a rapist in the Oval Office?
I mean, yeah. It's a little bit like you guys want.
Don't
you
you
guys
think it's a
want
bad thing
some people
to, like,
agree with you and
empower
align with
rapists to
you?
the highest level
But when
of,
you're
like,
calling
power in
them
mankind?
pieces of shit, you hate women, blah blah blah. All I'm saying is you're not gonna get people over onto your side by making all those claims and arguments. Like, if you
Okay,
really want
well,
someone to
let's-
agree
let's
with
talk
you,
about it. Let's-
don't
let's
call them a
talk
bad
about it.
person. Maybe
Well,
engage
let's
into a
talk about
civil
it.
conversation.
Well, let's talk about it. I would say that you are a bad person if you willingly advocate to platform a rapist into the highest position power known to mankind. I think that we need to have social repercussions and consequences for men that harm women, especially in the context of violent sexual abuse, because when we diminish the impact of those consequences, it emboldens people to commit those actions to a higher degree, right? And seemingly this is commonsensical, and we've already begun to see the fallout of this. So that message may not resonate with you, but it certainly doesn't mean that it's false.
Well, I mean, maybe it's not false, but like I said, like,
So
how
why
are
did you vote for Trump?
I voted for Trump because he aligned more with my political values.
So you've been on the live for like, I don't know, 5 minutes now, and you haven't been able to give me one of these political values? You said GAC, but neither of the two campaigns were campaigning on GAC for minors? So I'm going to go ahead and give you one last chance.
Okay. Continue.
Be honest. Did you vote for Donald Trump because he's a man?
No.
So why did you vote for Trump?
Because I honestly don't think that the Democratic left is good for our international policies right now, especially Kamala.
Arturo, thank you for the $12 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Everybody,
Honestly,
please do show some love to Arturo down below in the chat. Thank you for the $12. I really appreciate you for that, Arturo.
The strongest reason why I voted for Trump is because I firmly believe that he would make our country look better internationally with international relations than Kamala could. I think
So first of all, her name's Kamala. Second of all, I absolutely disagree. I mean, Putin thinks that Trump is easy to manipulate. We know that via leaked criminal documents. World leaders laugh in the face of Trump, quite literally so, at a UN council.
Okay, but we've also had Trump
UN
for
leaders laughing
4
in the
years
face
already.
of Kamala Harris or Joe Biden.
And what happened internationally during that time?
What happened internationally during that time? We had 65 service members die globally, more so than we had under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. We had a proxy war with Russia and Syria with boots on the ground.
What about the pull now, not
caused
Afghanistan?
65,000 dead, right, in the context of the Turkish-Kurdish war.
What
We had
about
a
the
430%
Palestinian
increase in drone
Hamas
strikes in the
encounter?
Middle East. Okay. Are you going to overspeak me while I'm answering your questions?
You overspeak everyone who converses with you.
Okay, so it's just you being a vigilante? I thought that you were all about constructive conversation. That's
No,
what you
no.
said 10 minutes ago.
I no. All I'm saying is you're not going to change someone's mind.
Well, maybe I won't change your mind because you're asking me a question, I'm responding to it, and then you're just like overspeaking me.
Okay.
Like, do you seriously see how that could be like aggravated from my perspective?
Well, yes, but
like when
you
like
can also
people
see
come
how
up here and then
vice
like
versa.
always do that. Okay, so the only reason you overspoke me was because you didn't want to engage in constructive conversation, but you rather
No.
wanted to be a vigilante for your movement.
Not necessarily, but probably for the same reasons why you overspeak your guests is because you have a point that comes in your head while someone's speaking and you want to speak
Okay,
it.
so what is your point?
I already said it. You continue. You can continue.
You could repeat your point.
No, it's okay. I'm letting you speak. This is your life. You wanna
I
speak.
literally need you to repeat your point because you said your point while I was speaking, so I didn't hear it.
Okay. Well, I said, what about the Israeli-Palestinian war that's
Perfect.
going on right now?
Arturo, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. And Idly, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo as well. Everybody, please do show some love to Arturo and Idly in the chat. And Zoe, thank you for the $15 on PayPal saying eat 'em up, King. I appreciate you for the love, Zoe. Thank you guys so much. So how did the Biden-Harris administration cause Israel's attack on Palestine?
I'm not saying they caused it, but you
So
brought
what's
up
your relation to your vote?
because you brought up what happened.
Madison, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying you're doing great, Almy. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Madison. So if the Biden-Harris administration didn't cause Israel's invasion and attack of Palestine, then why is it the case that this would be a consideration insofar as who you'd be voting for?
All I'm saying is that I think that she looks weak compared to Trump. and that's
Okay.
the main reason
So
why I
tell me
voted
why
for
the
Trump.
prosecutor looks weaker than the 34-count felon rapist that has sexualized little girls, boasted about grabbing women by the P word, boasted Howard Stern about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls, believed Putin's word of mouth over DOD and CIA intelligence at Helsinki, or was laughed at literally speaking at a UN council when that has never happened to Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, along many other things, defrauded young adults at Trump University, called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into our country. That was literal religious persecution. I think that the contrast is quite clear, right? I think that the only reason that anyone could possibly internally possess to say that the woman looks weaker than the man is exactly that the woman's a woman and the man's a man, and they engage in misogyny. So, I mean, if it's not misogyny, please do respond to my claims and then grant me the qualifications that you'd consider when deeming Trump as stronger appearing than Kamala Harris.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's because she's a woman, but I'm sure
then explain to me why.
the country does.
Then explain to me why you think that.
Well, when I look at her interviews versus Trump's interviews, I think that whether or not he is not someone who, speaks kind of...
Who lost the debate?
Honestly, I'd say Trump lost the debate. He did not do great.
So
I think
who looked weaker during the debate?
she spoke better during the debate, but
Thank you. You proved my point.
Well, like I said, I don't think he speaks very eloquently, and I think he repeats a lot of his points over and over and over again, and is a bit braggadocious.
Hey Heidi, did you vote for Trump?
Hi. Yeah, I did.
Oh, perfect. So why did you vote for Trump?
It was mainly because of Camilla's. I always associated her with all the pro transgender women in sports and stuff.
Hey Heidi, what is election day in America?
Pardon?
When is election day in America?
5th of November.
What time is it?
4:48.
What state do you live in?
Florida.
Now give me your social security number. I'm just kidding. You passed the test. Continue.
But yeah, what was I saying? So I feel like she's always...
Wait. You just said 5th of November. So in Britain, we would classify, dates saying day, month, year, while in America, we would go month, day, year. Tell me one policy that Trump enacted during his first term that you thought was good. James, thank you for the $5 on the Venmo. You prepared, Heidi. You prepared. You got the current time in Florida, and you came up prepared. You did your research, but you got caught.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, well, we'll give Heidi some props for prepping. I will say. No, she came up ready, right? She just choked on that date. She choked there. Not gonna lie. Scott, what's going on? Did he vote for Trump?
Sure did.
Are you a Christian?
Yes, sir.
Is the Earth flat?
No.
Were dinosaurs real?
Well, I'd say so.
Okay, all right. So yeah, why did you vote for Trump?
I voted for Trump because of his political stances on abortion.
Oh, are you pro-life?
Yes, sir.
Oh, and let me guess, do you think that abortion is murder?
Absolutely.
Oh, what part of a woman's body does a fetus grow and develop? Gang, thank you so much for the money again. I appreciate you for the love. We are going to go and move on to our next guest. Everybody just do give us a minute. He dipped. He left. He had to get out of here. I don't know. Maybe his internet cut. Maga Mobile. What can he say? Quite frankly, I don't know. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here. Guys, give us a minute. Selena, thank you for the $2 donation on PayPal. if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. But we're going to go and get our next guest up in the box. Quite frankly, right now, thank you for the hand arts. Jenny, you are phenomenal. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing? Our platform has been growing so fast lately. If you're new, welcome in. We're going to do a lot of great things with it. I'm just so happy that we have a larger reach so we could hopefully get more people to do the better things. So, yeah, anyways, hello, Hassan. Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Ooh, that is so embarrassing for you.
It's embarrassing?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I think economically and policy-wise, it's better. I don't really support him as a person, but
What's his economic policy?
so impose tariff taxes, increase, and then upgrade
Well-
credit caps so consumers can keep up with cost of living.
So about tariffs. Tariffs are bad. You want to know why?
Yeah, they affect consumers directly, I know, because you're increasing the amount, but
Yeah,
since
yeah.
you're increasing credit card caps, and there's some other things for like wages and corporate taxes that actually do help the middle class a little bit. But
No, here's the thing. There's other ways to achieve the end goal of tariffs, that being an increased amount of domestic production of goods, right? That doesn't create the same inefficiencies that tariffs do, right? Such as inflation and reduction of U.S. exports, right? That alternative is just raw investment into manufacturers. Callie, thank you for the $15 on Venmo saying abortion rights. I do really appreciate you for the love, Callie. Everybody, please do show some love to Callie in the chat. Not to mention, another thing here is that is exactly what the Biden-Harris administration did with their Chips and Science Act, and that's exactly what Donald Trump did with his American Farmers Bill. And then another thing that we should consider, if you're looking for policy that will proactively benefit members of the middle class and the low class the most, you really should have cast your vote for Harris, because 100% of the cuts in her tax reform policy was going straight into the pockets of 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, on the other hand, 83% of his cuts were going to people making over $500,000 a year, and who benefited the least proportionately was people making under $50,000 a year. So, if you really care about giving more purchasing power to that average American, quite frankly, you made the wrong choice.
really, wait, that's pretty well said. But it's just like, the thing is, I do agree, they're both pretty bad candidates, in like my opinion, so I just picked the lesser bad in my opinion. But like Kamala also, like, she doesn't, for like her approach to like redistributing wealth is kind of socialist if you think about it, because she wants to, I mean, don't you agree?
No, I disagree. Define socialism.
I mean, it's just like making, for example, property and like everything equal for everyone, like kind of making like the wealth gap divided.
No. Socialism has nothing to do with money, wealth, or redistribution of it. Socialism is a mode of production, okay? We could have the same income inequalities that exist in the US today with socialism, because socialism is nothing more than democracy in the workplace where the workers own the means of production. That is all socialism is. So when you say that her policy is so socialist, that's wrong. And the only reason you say that is because those are words and slogans that have been attached to the policy of the left for quite some time now, to be demonized and turned into a scare tactic by members of the right since the Red Scare in the 60s, 70s, and 80s with the Cold War.
Really? Okay, that's interesting, actually. I should have done more research. I'm caught up with school, but okay. Diplomatically, though, I do think Trump would be better because, like, from what I've seen from interviews and stuff, Kamala doesn't really answer the question directly, and it just seems like Trump has more established connections with like some of the bigger world leaders.
Okay. Kristen, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. To your first point of saying that she doesn't answer questions directly, one critique that I did have of her was exactly that. Sometimes she wouldn't directly answer questions. I think that we see this prevalent in all like politicians, though, and we might even see it more prevalent within Trump compared to Kamala Harris. Then about your second point about more established relations with world leaders. Some world leaders, yes. Some world leaders, no. I'm guessing the world leaders that you're referring to are people like Putin, and you're right. He does have a better established connection, but that's not inherently a good thing. I'd say that he has a more established connection because Putin's been able to manipulate him, and that's what Putin has said in leaked Kremlin documents, and we have a lot of reason to believe this, such as when Trump believed Putin's word of mouth over intelligence from the DoD and CIA at Helsinki when it came to Russian interference with the 2016 election.
Dang, bro. Okay, well, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't really do much research. I just wanted to like come on the live, but like, Damn. All right.
Bro, you're gonna be lived out in 4 years. Trust, I see it.
Yeah, we'll see. But all right, yeah, good points, man. Good points, man. Keep it up. I'm not really political either way. I just wanted to come on here, to be honest.
Nah, dude, I appreciate you for coming up. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You too, man. Peace.
Oh yeah, have a good one, Hassan. We're gonna move on to our next guest. He's gonna be lived out in 4 years. Trust, guys. Right? He's gonna be just like the other Hassan. He's gonna be repping the name real good in 4 years. What's up, Alyssa? Did you vote for Trump?
Sure did.
Alyssa, why the fuck would you vote against your own interests?
Oh, well, I have a number of reasons, but the reason why I came on the live here is because I wanted to ask you about your stance on abortion. I've seen a lot of your videos, particularly.
Yeah, baby killing is awesome. We should do it more, quite frankly. Alyssa, don't leave! I was joking! Don't leave! Come back. I was joking. Hey, okay. No, I think that access to abortion is something that all American women and girls should have. I don't think it's awesome. I just think it's morally permissible, right? And it is a necessity for so many women every single day.
Okay. So I don't disagree with you actually at all on that particularly, but I know that in a lot of your videos, your main argument against it is specifically using IUDs, right? Like that's like your main point of like.
Well, that's not my main point, but it's my biggest because that's what's gotten the most views on, like the Jubilee episodes, etc. But yeah, it's a good point that does stand. It tests the logic of the pro-life worldview. The logic of the pro-life worldview would instantiate the belief that all human life is inherently valuable and just as valuable as the next. It also instantiate that human life begins at the moment of conception. Now, a little bit about IUDs. IUDs are a form of birth control that can kill human lives after the moment of conception when they are a unicellular zygote. So, seemingly, it would follow that that is murder, just like any other type of murder ever. And the reason why I make this point so frequently is because that is absurd, and nearly nobody believes that is the case.
So, how would you define, I guess, abortion then? For like those people who are saying that abortion is murder.
The killing of a fetus's life in a mother's uterus it extends. Abortion is ultimately just like the termination of pregnancy. You could have lethal, non-lethal abortions, but for the purpose of the conversation, we could just define abortion, lethally speaking, as just like the termination of a human's life in the uterus.
So then, for like pregnancy, then, so like you're saying, abortion is like the termination of a pregnancy, right? How would you?
The intentional termination of a fetus's life in the womb. How about that?
So then for pregnancy, I would define pregnancy as the time period that is between implantation and delivery, which would, I guess, then kind of extinguish your argument that when people say that abortion is murder, then therefore people who use IUDs are also murderers because it prevents the implantation in the uterine lining, which would mean that it wouldn't be considered an abortion, right?
Yeah, I don't think that it'd be considered an abortion, but let me ask you this question. Why do you think abortion is murder?
I don't necessarily, I would say that I'm between pro-life and pro-choice. I would say that I agree up until a certain point, and then as well as the typical exceptions, you know what I mean? But I feel like the argument that I've seen you use the most is a little bit flawed because of that, you know what I mean?
I don't understand the flaw. The argument is that abortion is murder because killing unique human valuable life. Under the classification, a conceived zygote would be a unique human valuable life, and the IUD kills it.
Mm-hmm. Right, but most people say abortion is murder, and when you define abortion as being the termination of a pregnancy, then technically an IUD wouldn't allow for the pregnancy to occur at all.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be classified as an abortion, but it would still be murder. Right, I don't ask the question, right, do IUDs abort zygotes? I ask the question, do IUDs murder zygotes?
Mm-hmm. I guess I've just tried to, where the distinction is that you're drawing when people are saying abortion is murder, and then where then you're jumping to, oh, well, then people who use IUDs are also murderers. You know what I mean? I guess that's just...
Well, the connection is in killing innocent, valuable human life. The connection is not in the idea that they would both fall under the category of abortion.
Okay.
And Cassie, thank you for the $35 on Vidbo. I appreciate you for the love, Cassie. Everybody, please do show some love to Cassie down below in the chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you for that. W's for Cassie down below in the chat. Thank you so much. So yeah, why did you vote for Trump?
I voted for Trump mostly for foreign policy. Not like necessarily foreign policy, foreign relations. I just think that Trump would be a better leader. I think why do I think he'd be a better leader?
Yeah.
I just think that he would be a stronger person in office. I think that a lot of people, like leaders of other nations, I would say, like, fear him more than I would say, than I think they would fear Kamala. And, well, I know
that's not a good thing, though. It's not a good thing, though, because you're confusing. You're confusing, right? Immediate short-term fear and submissal, right, to like long-term cooperations, and that's kind of what we forego with the Trump presidency. Is sure, yeah, like I bet people will be more scared, right, of the ruthless maniac psychopath that tried to overthrow the government in our own country in 2020 than Kamala Harris, right, the prosecutor that actually wants to do good by her people and do good by the world, right? But what we negate with that fear on the global scale, right, is the ability to make long-term effective cooperative solutions. And then something I'd say that is special about Trump's second presidency is not only, right, does he hold those traits that make other world leaders more fearful of him to negate long-term relations, but then he's also just been a warmonger so far. He wants to continue to give more money to Israel to quote-unquote finish what they started with Palestine. He says that he wants to flatten Iran himself if Israel doesn't do it first. He said that he might even want to nuke Moscow. More service members died under his presidencies than they did under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. He's not focused on solutions. He's just kind of like focused on whatever he thinks is going to bring about the most patriotism and really dumb, prejudiced white people in America. And
so then,
it's just like advocating to destroy the Middle East is exactly that.
Well, I've seen like on the news and whatnot that Putin actually, I guess, endorsed Kamala in a way, saying that he, just endorsing her. Why do you think that was the case?
Well, I could tell you why I think that's the case if you could tell me what you think it means. So when Putin endorsed Kamala Harris, do you think that Putin wanted Kamala Harris in office because that means he probably thinks she's easy to take advantage of?
Not necessarily about that. I just think that if specifically our opposition is wanting somebody to win, don't you think that then that would also mean that we would want the opposite of that? I just feel like if they're opposition, right? Don't people want us?
If Putin endorsed Trump, you'd vote for Harris?
I would, yeah. I would. Okay. I'm not a very far right leaning person at all. I would just say that I try to think about the time that we're currently living in when I'm voting. You know what I mean? Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So you said if Putin endorsed Trump, then you'd vote for Harris. So in the last 3 elections, including this election, Putin has interfered pushing pro-Trump, pro-Republican, pro-Kremlin propaganda. Okay, it was proven in 2016 with a Mueller report. It was proven in 2020 with the DoD and the CIA, and it was proven in 2024 with the DOJ. So when we saw Putin come on national TV and endorse Kamala Harris, we know that the only reason he did that is because it would provoke fear in American citizens because he recognizes his position as an opponent, right? And how it could use that to further increase Trump's chance of winning in the Electoral College. And I'd like to clarify, no, I'm not just a conspiratorial bullshitter. We do have proof, hard proof, right, from our federal government that he interfered with the last 3 elections trying to get Trump elected. Right? So you said if Putin endorsed Donald Trump, you would have voted for Harris. Well, now that we know that Putin not just quote-unquote endorsed Donald Trump, but interfered with our elections trying to get him elected, with hindsight, would you have voted for Harris?
Honestly, probably. I've actually very heavily been considering whether or not had I known a lot of the information that has been coming out, ironically, after the election now, I feel like I might have actually swung the other way. I would say that
man.
More in between issues than, a lot of people think that if you vote for Trump, you're just a very far right-leaning lunatic, but I don't really think that's the case.
Yeah, man, Trump's tariffs skyrocketed on Google searches by 3,000% after the election. Same thing with like him overturning Roe v. Wade. Like seemingly like everybody was just like dumb toddlers watching Coco Melon on the sticky iPad, hearing him say "end inflation, no wars, great country" with patriotism, cast their ballot. And now people are like waking up after the fact. And I mean, like, I'm glad that that recognition is made now. I wish it could have been made earlier, but maybe this is a good sign for the next 4 years. Well, the election in 4 years.
Yeah, for sure. I just like I think it's kind of, you know, interesting that now after the fact, like I feel like before the election, a lot of the things that at least I was personally seeing were like, you know, more issues focused on like social issues, you know what I mean? Like a lot of people were focused on abortion rights and a lot of people were focused on, you know, LGBTQ rights, a lot of those things, but like they weren't really saying why. Like I always kept seeing these things that are like,
would your life change and be destroyed if you got raped by a man, got pregnant, tried to get an abortion, and were denied access?
Would my life be destroyed?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Sammy, thank you for the travel. That is the reality for 60 women a day. If Kamala Harris was elected and was able to pass congressional legislation to federally protect all women and girls' access, there were to be 60 women a day that didn't have their lives destroyed. So that is why abortion was my main concern for the 2024 election.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, I mean, I'm not disagreeing that it's a concern, but I think what was lacking, at least just like in what I was saying, and maybe I'm on the wrong side of the internet and whatever, but just that like I was seeing people saying, oh, you know, like Kamala is more for abortion and Trump isn't, or, you know, like stuff like that. But they weren't really saying like how, if Kamala was elected, how that would help the issue. You know what I mean? Like it was just missing like the how portion, which now after the election, I've been seeing, you know, like all of these things, like how, what you're saying, like the 60 women a day or whatever, I've been seeing those statistics, but only after the election did I start seeing those statistics.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's probably because I made a video about it and it got 20 million views on the day after the election, after I had spoke about it in front of millions for like the last year. And, you know, I don't know, maybe, or I guess like hopefully like right now, I see my content having a very high level of influence, a higher level of influence than it had before the election. So I'm really hoping that I could use that level of influence to do what I could do over the course of the next 4 years to generate a better outcome for the next election. Like that's why like I'm having these conversations even after the election. And I've gotten a lot of pushback for it too. Like I've had a lot of people be like, "Oh, Dean's a grifter that doesn't actually care. Why is he talking to people about why they voted for Trump after the election and Trump's already won?" Well, it's because we could like further instantiate better virtues and better foundational beliefs for 2028 starting today. And that's why I'm still having these convos. And, you know, I'll probably keep having these convos until the vast majority no longer care about politics. And then I will focus more on social issues to generate more eyes on these important conversations. And like, that's just a very like interesting role of like kind of combining advocacy with managing a platform. It's not just about pushing the right message, but it's about pushing the right message to the most people. But yeah, I appreciate you for coming up, Alyssa. Is there anything else that you wanted to go over?
One other thing I just wanted to mention that I'm sure all of these people in the comments are going to hate, but I'm dating a woman. And so like something that like also has kind of like made a big difference to me is that like the whole overturning of Roe v. Wade, something that I didn't know, I guess is just the details of that, which again, just kind of comes from like the fact that it wasn't like the why wasn't really, you know, like explained, which like now that after the election, of course, you know, like now that the why has been explained and what exactly the implications of that are, I think that it's, you know, I do worry about that now, and that probably would have changed my vote. But again, like I said, I wish I would have known that beforehand. And like all these people saying, you know, you didn't do your research and whatever. I did do my research, but unfortunately, a lot of the things that I was seeing didn't actually go into the depth of like what it really was.
Yeah, wow. Well, I think the biggest issue for members of the LGBTQ plus community with second Trump term is the emboldening of homophobia in America, and we've already seen it. What I'd recommend you do is choose 3 liberal influencers, 1 straight white man, 1 white woman, 1 black woman, and then 1 gay influencer, regardless of their gender or race, and compare and contrast their comment sections. And you will see the immediate impact of the emboldening of prejudice in America because of a Trump win. And maybe if you reflect and stay conscious of that fact in the next years of your own life, 4 years of your own life, you might even see it firsthand. So I'm saddened by the fact that you voted for Trump, but hopefully you will vote differently in midterms and then in the next presidential election.
Yeah, I guess we'll just see how the next 4 years go, right? I feel like that'll be the biggest indicator.
All right, well, have a good rest of your day.
All right, thanks, you too.
We're going to move on to our next guest. Everybody do just give us a minute while we get our next guest up in here. And then also, Khaleesi, I appreciate you so much for the $5 in Venmo. I really appreciate you so much. Hi, man. You voted for Trump.
Yes, I did, and I wouldn't regret it.
Okay, you're so fucking quirky and annoying. Like, you.
I'm quirky and annoying, but yet you're up here blatantly spreading misinformation and fucking lies.
Selena, one moment, sir. Selena, thank you for the $10 donation on PayPal.
I don't know why
appreciate
these people are giving you money when you're doing nothing but lying to them. It's insane.
Well, I mean, people typically donate their money to me because they appreciate my content.
I mean, let's just say if the media was fair, Harris wouldn't have even had a chance because she was so incompetent, dude.
Okay, well, we could get to your misogyny next. I'd like to clarify in the first place.
It's not misogyny. I don't care if it's a man or a woman. I want a competent leader. The fact that she couldn't answer a straight question without laughing and dodging it, yeah, no, she's not a she's not. She ruined California. She did fucking nothing over the past 4 years. The border turned into an absolute humanitarian
Gunner,
crisis.
thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Gunner. Everybody, please show some love to Gunner down below.
I mean, are we, what? Okay, hold on, wait, let me ask you this. What is one good thing Kamala did when she was Attorney General in California? Because I can name
she was
4 bad things.
Okay, sure. Yeah, while she was AG in California, she worked with local agencies and agencies across the state to crack down on what is it?
No. I don't want to hear her. I don't want to hear her lies. I want to hear an actual fact.
Caroline, I appreciate you for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Caroline. Everybody, show some love to Caroline in the chat. I'm not too familiar with what she did apart from cracking down on transnational gangs.
Because that's all she told you she did.
California. No, I didn't research it as much. Can you please tell me one thing Donald Trump did good for America or promised to do good for America when he ran for president in 2000?
Multiple things. Things.
Name one thing that he campaigned on in 2000 that would have been good for America.
He didn't campaign in 2000. He campaigned in 2016. Are you good?
Wow, see what I mean? It's like you expect me to not only know everything about Kamala Harris's political career, but because things that she did. 5, 4, good boy. But the specific things that she did while she was serving as AG of California. But then you don't even know about Trump's campaign for presidency in 2000.
I definitely do. He wanted to re-strengthen his country.
$2 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
And
Elijah, thank you for the 1 second. Elijah, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Elijah. Everybody show some love to Elijah down below.
He did. I mean, and let me correct y'all. He didn't campaign for president until 2016. He just made it obvious. He made it known that he was thinking about running because of how incompetent every other leader before him has been.
Juliet, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. And Rebecca, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. No, he literally ran third party for president in 2000.
Well, I was born in 1999, so that might have been over my head. But let me ask you this. How do you feel about Scamala locking up parents for not taking their kids to school if they're sick or something? Or how about the fact that she decriminalized the fact that these
Don't say the names of any drugs. Don't say the names of any drugs.
I'm not saying the names of any drugs, if you would let me finish what I'm saying. She decriminalized crime. The fact that people can just walk into stores, grab what they want, and as long as it's under $950, they can walk out scot-free. Or how about, we're not going to name what it was, but how about she smoked and then turned around and locked
Kristen,
people up?
I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you for the love.
How about the fact that she literally admitted to being
Don't say that word.
I'm not saying.
Just say use the M drug.
Okay, she used the M stuff, but then wanted to turn around and locked people up for doing the same thing and laughed about doing it on Charlemagne the God. I mean, when she was in, I don't know of anything she did notable in Senate besides grill a few people. I mean, it doesn't take much competency to grill a few people, or more or less every time she was hit with a legitimate question, she didn't answer.
Victoria, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Victoria. You are absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much for the love, Victoria. So yeah, now we're going to go ahead and address all those claims.
I'm not yelling. I just have a really strong phone. I'm close to my phone. I'm walking around. But go ahead.
The fuck said you were yelling?
I don't know. People keep spam at me in chat saying somebody asked why I'm yelling and stuff. But go ahead.
Tammy, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal for dealing with a trap joker. Thank you so much, Tammy. Everybody do show some love to Tammy down below in the chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Tammy. Anyways, to go back to what you said, she said that you said that she locked up parents for their kids' truancy. So what you're going to be
because she was greedy.
Okay, so I let you speak, man. Do I need to put you on mute?
My bad. I didn't mean to. Go ahead.
Good boy. Good boy.
Okay, calm down. No, we don't need to do that. Mutual respect.
It's so funny.
Well, it's not. But go ahead.
Sorry.
It's
I'll
cringy.
stop, wait,
go ahead.
wait. I'll stop calling you good boy if you stop calling Kamala Harris Scamala.
I mean, I don't know what else to call her, dude. Her whole campaign was a fraud.
Then all I know how to call you is good boy. Maybe you start pissing me off, you'll be a bad boy. Okay. Grace, thank you for the $7 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So yeah, you said that she prosecuted parents for their children's truancy. First of all, I don't think that's a bad idea. I think that parents enabling their children to be truant in school is literally child abuse, no different from enabling them and allowing them to use drugs. I think that we should prosecute all those things. And quite frankly, I'm surprised it's not a bipartisan issue. In fact, I think it would be a bipartisan issue if that's not something she did during his term. Now, Emma, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying good boy. You said that she was locking up parents that had kids that weren't in school because of medical related issues. So you're going to be referring to the parent of a daughter with sickle cell anemia that was out of school for 4 months with the parent not reporting that to the school. And you're right, she was prosecuted and she was put in jail for 60 days while she was awaiting her court proceedings. But after the court proceedings, because of the qualifications of the student having sickle cell anemia being in the hospital, right, the parent was not prosecuted and was let off scot-free. Now this is nothing more than an example of our criminal justice system, right, like giving due process to an individual with them being proved innocent. That's like kind of a function of the criminal justice system. It's how the criminal justice system is, supposed to function. Ashley, thank you for the $10 donation on PayPal saying TikTok. I appreciate you for the love. But if you recognize that sometimes our criminal justice system can be wrong and given due process, they could rule either correctly or incorrectly, right? You obviously shouldn't support Donald Trump wanting to put drug dealers on death row and killing them because, as you just pointed out, sometimes our criminal justice system is wrong. But like ultimately speaking, I really do like the comparison, right? You're like Kamala Harris, like, oh no, like prosecuted the parents of truant children. Kamala Harris, like did this, did that. Dude, Donald Trump raped a woman, sexualized 10-year-old girls, boasted about grabbing women by the P word, called all black people lazy, tried to coup the country and rig the outcome of the 2020 election, posing the greatest internal threat to our democracy since the Civil War. He tried to religiously persecute and shut down all new Muslims from coming into the country.
My dad's in my head. Hold on.
There's just no comparison. Anna, thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Anna. Everybody spam W Anna in the chat. That is A-N-A. Thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate that, Anna. Everybody show love to Anna down below. Let's get W Annas all day, every day. Thank you so much.
Love and support Trump.
All right, the trap, you got to come back, man.
People high up know it's a fucking scam to run the second class.
I ain't saying high
dude,
up.
the whole Diddy list supported her. You can look up the people on Diddy's list and they supported her.
I'm not saying high up.
My bad, I'm arguing with my dad. What was your point?
Hey, your dad's based as fuck. You weren't even listening to me?
No, my dad was arguing for her. I'm arguing against her, dude.
Okay, let me just ask you a quick question. If it was proven that Kamala Harris had raped someone, would you say that no one should have voted for her?
Yeah, but the funniest thing is no one ever proved anything besides, unless you're bringing up that E. Jean Carroll thing, which is just slander.
Oh, yes. Yeah, the court of law that proved that Donald Trump had raped a woman unanimously.
You really
with a
didn't,
decision
though.
of 9, right? Of course, it's slander and lawfare when it applies to Trump. Of course. Adolin, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo saying good boy. I appreciate you for the love. I have a question. What's the relevant distinction between assuming with no good reason that the court that held Trump liable for violent sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll was false and like any other conspiratorial gibberish like denying 9/11 or holding to flat earth? Like ultimately speaking, there is, right, an insurmountable amount of evidence that exist to suggest that Donald Trump is a rapist, right? And you're going to be appealing to mere possibility and hearsay to come to the qualification that that was slander and lawfare, the same way flat earthers or 9/11 deniers would be doing similar things within those instances. Like, I just use like a tinfoil hat wear. And Emma, thank you so much for the $35 on Venmo, saying that Trump is a 34 count felon. Deadass, thank you so much for the $35, Emma. Everybody do show some love to Emma down below in the chat. And Shauna, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. Thank you.
First off, are we going to talk about how that trial didn't actually get publicized and dealt with until after he started like joining the public limelight? I mean,
oh, how about the trial didn't start until
Donald Trump?
2019?
And Donald Trump was his own person when he was a billionaire, but the minute he steps into the presidential ring, he's automatically doing things. No, that doesn't make sense, bro. That doesn't make
well,
sense.
I mean, first of all, I don't think that a woman waiting 23 years to come forward about a man raping her should be something that we condemn,
That shouldn't even be-
considering the fact that 60% of women that get raped never report it to the authorities in their lifetime.
It shouldn't even
Secondly,
be
we should also
considered-
consider the fact that she gave her reasons why she waited. She wanted her parents to die so she didn't have to feel embarrassed telling them. And then third, even if E. Jean Carroll literally only pursued those charges because he was president, why would that change jack shit? If anything, I'd call her an American hero because she made sure that the electorate was well informed. Just
So-
saying. Caitlin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I
So
think
you're
that
telling
people
me-
with power, control, and influence deserve to be held to a higher standard than the everyday American. And the fact that E. Jean Carroll put herself out on the line, lost her job, has suffered political persecution, dehumanization, has been turned into a monolith of the left by people on the right, all because she came out about the fact that she's a victim,
She
just
waited
to show
20
the
years
American
to do
public exactly who is our president. And now you're going to say that's an issue. I just don't buy it. And Nikki, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Nikki. Everybody, please do show some love to Nikki down below.
That's just insane. Like, the fact that she didn't say anything until he stepped into the limelight is kind of suspicious. But I mean, I guess you're so full of MSNBC's lies. I mean, you'll believe whatever they tell you.
Okay, so I mean, like, nice little like jab, but ultimately speaking, what's the difference between me giving you the facts, logic, reason, and evidence? Natalie, thank you for the $6 on PayPal.
What was the facts,
And then you're just
logic,
being like, kind of suspicious. You're a dick, and here's why. Like I don't know. You're just like literally like tinfoil hat user. You know what I mean?
Not
like
really.
I just see no difference between me like analytically like explaining to a flat earther why the Earth is round, touching on all the evidence, talking about the
There's
sources,
no
giving you my
connection.
internal reasons, and then you're like, well, it's all kind of suspicious. NASA spelled backwards is Satan. Fuck you. You listen to mainstream media. I don't want to hear it. Like
I listen
it's
to
just-
no
it's just
mainstream media because they
conspiratorial
all have their fucking hands in the left's pockets. I listen to no mainstream media because
Oh,
it's
you know,
kind of
alternative
crazy.
media is no different.
I mean, it's kind of crazy how I can flip through three different news channels before the election, and yet they're all saying the exact same fucking thing.
But then
Kinda
you go to
suspicious.
alternative media sources, and they'll all tell you that COVID was made in a lab on Wuhan, the vaccine decreases your fertility and could cause autism, and that Russia had a right to invade Ukraine, and that Joe Biden has been politically persecuting Donald Trump with the use of the DOJ. Like
Pretty
the
much
issue
has.
here is that you could say that people are like a sheep of mainstream media sources, but when you like devolve and you only accept the anti-hero, the alternative mainstream media sources, they all tell you the same exact thing, but you're just a sheep of the other herd. So like if the government is always telling you to go right and you will always go the exact opposite direction, you'll always go left, you'll always go to the alternative media sources, you're still a sheep, just of a different
I'm a sheep, but you won't let me fucking speak.
I'm sorry, am I silencing and oppressing your voice, sir?
Yeah, just like your political party was trying to do to mine until they got stomped on because the American people know the truth.
Oh, know the truth. So if a majority of
I
people
mean,
think
why did
something is
almost the
true-
whole country turn red?
Yeah, because guess what? People are going to be more susceptible to one-line headliners like fucking toddlers watching Cocomelon on a
No.
sticky iPad, and they're
Or
going to be
maybe
more
it's- or
susceptible
maybe it's
to
just the
Donald
fact that
Trump
she
saying,
spoke from a-
"I'm going to end inflation and build the wall, deport all migrants."
There he goes
This,
again.
that, and another. He's
He
so
just won't let
you know what I
anybody
mean? Like, dude, it's like being on
Why?
the left requires an ounce of critical thought.
Why?
But when you could just pump billions of dollars
Why?
into repeating the same lies for 4 years about how Biden and Harris caused the fallout of COVID,
Why?
right, of course you're going to see more people voting to the right.
Why are you so willing to cut me the fuck off, but the minute I turn around and try to like make my point, you just mute me because you know I'm about to tell some actual truth.
You're right.
Like
on
I haven't been
silencing
able
the
to
truth,
play. I haven't
being an
been
American
able to
patriot, right.
competently. I mean, I haven't been able to completely say one point because you keep interrupting me.
I'm sorry, I understand. I'll allow you to finish, but before
It's just-
you
it's
even
just-
start,
it's
let
just
me thank
plain insane.
Christia for the $50 donation. I appreciate you for the love, Christia. Let's get at least 500 W Christias down below in the chat. That is CHRASTIA with a $50. That is seriously so kind of you. Thank you, Christia. But go ahead, man.
All
I'll
right,
mute until you're done.
so what was I about to say? Well, what were we talking about? I had a brain fart because my dad walked out. About how unconventionally non-qualified I would think Kamala was. Let me see. I would trust the guy that within the time of being elected put such a shockwave on the planet. Every major world conflict is coming to an end. I mean, the Houthis are ready to talk. Russia's ready to talk to Ukraine. Israel's about to end the conflict. Like, why is it that all of these conflicts were burning under Biden and they didn't do nothing, but yet the minute Trump gets in office, all these guys are like, oh, you know what? I'm back up. Sorry, Mr. President. Maybe it's because he's a competent leader who actually has a backbone, something this country actually needs. We don't need somebody laughing her ass off, reading half a teleprompter script and then crying unity. No.
Okay, so you're saying that the Houthis and Hamas, they want peace, and
Yes.
they backed off with a
They're
ceasefire
actively
agreement, right?
They are actively
Sammy,
pursuing
thank
a
you for the
ceasefire
galaxy.
agreement against the Houthis. Yes, because
They
the Houthis know that if Trump
Hey. So
right,
Hamas
go ahead.
pursued 8 ceasefire agreements with the IDF under Biden and Harris. The only reason you don't know about them is because they were automatically rejected by the IDF because they don't give a shit.
I feel like that's misinformation once again.
No.
Enough about foreign interests, though. I wanna argue with you on
It
one
took one
steady
sentence.
thing.
It
Wait, what?
literally took one. No, you're good, man. It just took literally one sentence for you to be like, well, enough of that conversation.
I mean, because
Monique, I appreciate
because
you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you, Monique. Carrie, thank you for the $8 on Venmo. And Sophia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Sammy, thank you so much for all the galaxies. I really appreciate you for the love.
Because if you want me to be honest, I don't think we have much of a business in Israel. We've done it. We've given them enough over the years. They can handle what they need. So yeah, you might have me on that one. I don't care.
Hey, bro, W, you're so far right. You're anti-Israel. I'm pretty. Sure
I'm not
the reason
anti
it's
anybody.
the
My whole thing is we shouldn't have. It's not our problem. We shouldn't be involved in that.
You know, okay, yeah, good.
That
for
is
you,
my
good
point.
for
They
you.
are on the
That's
other
good,
side of the planet.
Good. At least you say consistent with that. I agree that we should not be funding or supporting Israel. We just probably have different reasons.
I mean, if you want me to be honest, I am waiting to see if Trump actually tells Netanyahu to stop because Netanyahu is becoming a fucking war criminal. But enough about that talk.
Damn, dude, W. See what I mean? Anyways, no. So he actually did say at a rally in New Brunswick. He did say at a rally in New Brunswick, New Jersey, that he wants to continue to fund Israel, give them all the money and weapons they need to win the war and finish what they started. So
I feel like that's being dragged out. But anyways,
I'm just so curious.
Okay, go ahead.
How the pro-Palestine movement exists on the right? I don't know. It's just interesting. But I mean, cool. I
mean, if you want me to be honest, I mean, I don't quite agree with either side because Palestine, like their whole military idea is to disguise themselves among civilians, hide in hospitals, like do not wear clear uniforms, whereas any competent military on the planet clearly marks their soldiers. We have installations called military. Hold on, let me
I'm
finish
not
my point,
pro-Palestine because I'm pro-Hamas. I don't really think anyone is pro-Hamas. Okay.
I'm not saying anyone's pro-Hamas. My whole point is that we don't. It's not our business. They've been fighting that fight for over 1,000 years, dude. Let them continue to do it on their own. If they want to buy guns and stuff, cool. Let them buy them. But other than that, no.
Oh wait, so if Palestine's not your business, even though the drastic war crimes and genocide that's occurring in Palestine, why are women's uterus your business, even though the genocide on babies that you claim every day?
So, that's exactly the topic I was about to talk to you about. Because so you're telling me.
Well, I mean, if you don't care about women and children dying in
I care about women. Can I finish?
Why do you care about children dying in women's?
Can I make my point?
Yeah,
if you let me talk, I can tell you. See, here's my opinion on it. I'm pro-choice all the way, but at the same fucking time, dude, Roe v. Wade needed to go because it was a radical protection that allowed them to do it and to allow to do whatever they wanted when they pleased.
That's not
I'm all for pro-choice. I believe people should have the choice to, like, if you want to support a child or if you cannot support the child, that should be there. But at the same time, you should not be allowed to wait up until the last couple months of a pregnancy to be like, well, I can't handle this anymore.
Hey,
Like,
so I just
by
wanted
that
to
point,
make
the
it
child
very
already has a
clear.
heartbeat, dude. Once there is a heartbeat, that is a life, is what I think.
Okay, when does the heartbeat begin?
I want to say it's 7-8 months. Hold on, I don't know.
W misinfo.
I was talking about.
Yo, Loki, W misinformation. You know what? Nah, nothing, bro. Nothing, bro. Anyways, so we got W misinfo. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Hey, man, so you're right. So the heartbeat starts at like 7-8 months, right? That's like when, women shouldn't be able to get elective lethal abortions. Roe v. Wade actually only offered federal protections until 20 to 21 weeks with a point of viability. So for late-term abortions, like states had the same rights they have now to ban them.
Hold on.
But yo, I have a couple donors to thank. Give me 1 second, bro. Jessica, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love, Jessica. Everybody, please show some love to Jessica in the chat. That is absolutely insane. And Samantha, thank you for the $5 donation on Venmo. And then Josh with a $20 donation on Venmo as well. Thank you so much, Jessica and Josh. Everybody, please show some love to Jessica and Josh. And then Monique. Holy shit, Monique with a $100 donation on PayPal. I want to see W Monique's, W Jessica's, and W Josh's spammed in that chat until we end for the day. Thank you guys so much for the love. You're so incredibly based. I appreciate you guys for the love through the donations. That literally allows me to continue to come on here every day, like dedicate all my resources and a focus strictly to this. And I just appreciate you guys so very much.
So wait, let me ask you this then, so I can understand. Because I'll admit I was actually wrong. I'm not very aware on the whole thing. So yeah, it says right here that a fetal heartbeat can be detected by an ultrasound as early as 6 weeks.
Damn it!
And okay, no, I'll admit I was wrong. I'm not going to argue with you there. I was wrong because I'm not.
You were right. Wait! You're a right wing conspiracy theorist. I could do this.
I'm not. But
let me give myself a pep talk.
Can I finish? Because I have a legitimate question for you. I want to understand your mentality.
Let me follow that up. Let me get myself in the mindset. Okay, he is a right-wing conspiracy theorist. He believes that Biden has manipulated the DOJ. Sir,
he clearly has.
Google and all of those other liberal search engines are giving you false results. In the same way that the liberals in the deep state have been able to weaponize the DOJ against alt-supreme leader Donald J. Trump to unfairly persecute a political opponent. When you look up, like, ding, 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 when does a heartbeat begin in a fetus, and they tell you 6 weeks, they're lying. That is what the deep state wants you to think, because they want all those ruthless baby murderers that are only getting abortions because they're psycho to feel like they're murdering something real. The heartbeat actually begins at 7 to 8 months. So you were right. Don't fall into the trap of the deep state. Keep your line drawn at the point of that heartbeat at 7 and 8 months, sir. Amen.
I don't admit it to you. I'm not super knowledgeable on the I admitted I was wrong. I don't know why you're going out on a rant, but no, my whole point in the matter is you're telling me that it's okay for somebody to carry a child, wait for that child to fully develop, and then just change their mind and kill the child.
As long as it's before 20 to 21 weeks, which I'd say is definitely not before full.
Okay, wait. Just so I can understand, can I ask what state you live in?
Yeah, I live in Colorado. My stance on abortion is elective lethal abortions before 20 to 24 weeks are absolutely fine. I just care about when the fetus has the ability to deploy consciousness.
If you want me to be honest, that's insane because I live in North Carolina and it's if you ask me, we have the best one around here. I don't know the specifics on it, but I do know the timeline is 12 weeks. That's enough time to think up your scenario.
I mean, but why is it wrong to kill a fetus after 12 weeks, but not wrong to kill a fetus before 12 weeks? Like, all that you're describing here is, like, the mental states of the mother, right? Not the development of the fetus. And the reason I want to, like, bring that up as being relevant is because you're basically like, well, if a mother waits until after 12 weeks, like, we should, like, punish them for not getting it prior and by not allowing them access to abortion. But that train of thought has, like, nothing to do with, like, the development of the fetus and is all to do with you qualifying what you believe a mature, rational woman would do and what an immature, non-rational woman would do, and then punishing on the basis of that. And I feel like if you're going to be pro-life, you have
I agree
to be
with that dude
pro-life
in
because of
chat.
the value and the sanctity of the fetus, right? Not because you just want to punish women for doing things that you think are wrong.
Okay, but let me ask you this: do you know how many months 12 weeks is? Just curious.
3.
3? That's wrong.
Yeah. Wait, sorry. No, it's not.
No. No, wait. No, wait. I asked that question wrong. Do you know how many fucking months 24 weeks is? That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, it's 6.
Oh, okay. So you're telling me you're okay with somebody getting more than halfway through a pregnancy and just getting rid of it?
Yeah, probably like 5 months. I think that's fine. Because once again, I don't like
radical.
I don't
Radical.
I don't qualify my stance on abortion based upon like the mental states of the mother. I qualify my stance on abortion on the basis of the value that I see in the fetus. And I don't see any value in the fetus until it has the ability to deploy consciousness.
No fetus, dude. No baby has the ability to deploy consciousness until they are over until they start talking. I don't remember the developmental stages, so I'm not going to sit there and argue on that. But we.
Brother,
we
what?
technically
Hold
don't
on
deploy a
second.
consciousness until we can talk.
Rewind. Yo, are pigs conscious?
Yeah.
Can pigs talk?
No.
Thanks.
What the fuck? Okay. Anyways, my whole point and the thing is, dude, 12 weeks.
How do you learn to talk if you're not conscious? Because like toddlers and shit, they learn language. So how do you learn the use of language without being conscious?
I'm not gonna lie, you got me there. When I think of consciousness, I think of actual, not life just moving. I don't know. I'm gonna shut up about that. You got me there.
Subjective experiences. That's what consciousness is.
Okay,
and like
but so you're telling me
like
that
fetuses begin the ability to have like low-level subjective experiences with the thymocortical connections at about 20 through 24 weeks.
that at 23 to 24 weeks, the fetus is almost done developing. Whereas at 12, whereas if you wait till 12, it's not.
But like, what happens at 12 weeks that like makes the fetus valuable? Let me thank a couple donors here. Yo, Jamie, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Jamie. Everybody, please show some love to Jamie down below. And Jessica, how many branches of government are there?
What? I can't hear you. Can't hear you. What do you say?
How many branches of government are there?
I can't hear you. Repeat yourself.
How many branches of government are there? Caden, how many branches of government are there? We all know that you could hear the question, and the fact that you're not answering the question only speaks to your own intelligence.
What? I can't hear you.
I actually did not stutter.
Yeah,
while
sure.
Okay, you know what? We're gonna leave Caden up here until he can answer the question. In the meantime, we're gonna go to get another guest up in here.
That's
Hey, Caden, if you're a good boy, tell me to shush.
Don't tell me what to do.
Oh, that's what broke you. Get the fuck out of here, Caden. We're going to move on to our next guest. Superior, very superior, very superior manipulation skills. Very superior manipulation skills. That is a quality that we all need to learn. Okay, we are going to move on to our next guest. Hey, what's going on? Did you vote for Trump?
No, I voted for blue.
So incredibly based. I appreciate you for coming up. You are an absolute queen, and thank you for your time. But we are just looking to debate people that voted for Trump. We're gonna move on to our next guest. Everybody, do just give us a minute here, guys. CJ, I appreciate you for your amazing. So, all right, let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say. Sammy, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate that. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, or my bio, and I appreciate everybody that's been showing love today. We're going to move on to our next guest here. So everybody just do give us a minute while we get Junior loading up into the live. All right, let's see if we could get an actual debate going here. It sometimes does take us a minute to get guests loaded up into the live. And I hate when this happens. So in the meantime, make some friends in chat, hang out, have a good time. We're just going through one of those dry spells where I'll load up like 1 billion people from the queue, and for whatever reason, none of these people are like actively on their phone. Except for this guy. What's up, Jack? What's up, Jack and Patty?
Can you hear me?
Hey, Jack, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I did.
How old are you?
18, first election.
Nice, man. So, why did you vote for Trump?
I'm a pretty hard right winger. I believe in nationalistic policies.
You're okay. So, can you be more specific? Like, what of Trump's policies do you agree with?
I agree with the border policies, his executive orders, and foreign diplomacy.
Oh, okay. So you think that we should have a strong southern border? So why do you support Trump? He's pro-open border, right? That's why he torpedoed the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago. Not to mention that if I was a strong nationalistic conservative that really cared about the southern border, Trump wouldn't be my guy. He implemented no effective policy for the southern border under his first term. We only saw increasing numbers year by year until COVID hit and he could implement Title 42.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with you. Maybe he did strike it down, although it seems more like the neocons in the Republican Party were more responsible for that than the loyal Trumpers.
No, it's because Trump called the Republicans and told them to vote against the bill, then took credit for it at a rally in Nevada. He was directly responsible alongside the loyal Trumpers.
You're saying that the Biden-Harris administration was stronger on the border?
I'd say that they advocated for better policy, yes.
The problem with me is that they
Sanjay,
kind
thank you
of
for the $2
switched their
something.
stance on it a little bit.
Like a shift in the Democrat Party to be more
A little bit of shift, maybe not entirely objectively, but through their definitions. Like, think about the 2019 and 2020 primaries, where Kamala Harris said, "Do not call illegal immigrants illegal, no humans illegal." They had this very progressive take on it, and now that she's getting criticized for it, she's changed her stance.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is that not what you want politicians to do?
To change, well, I mean, yes, I would, but I feel like we need to have consistent logic, and I think Trump's better on that specifically.
What's his plan for the border?
His plan for the border is to reenact his executive orders, like taking human DNA of the traffickers or people with kids.
Wait, I have a question. What percentage of drugs trafficked across the southern border are trafficked by U.S. citizens?
I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you.
85%.
It doesn't matter, though.
When is one time when you have heard Trump speak at a rally about specifically condemning and prosecuting the American citizens at the southern border?
He did.
That's
He said
why I
he did
say
that.
that
Oh,
Kamala
wait,
Harris
did
has
he
a
say that?
significantly stronger position than Donald Trump. It's because Kamala Harris had a substantive plan. Donald Trump only had rhetoric. Okay, like I could ask you what his plan is for mass deportation.
Yeah.
You'd sit here, fumble, and have no answer.
I would
could
say the
ask you what his
executive
plan
orders.
is.
I couldn't give you a congressional bill, but I could give you the executive orders.
And Alex, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Sure, what is his plan for mass deportation?
Mass deportation will reinvest the money from, sending to Israel, Ukraine, solve the wars, and reallocate the money.
Well, I already know that you're lying because he's called for more funding and more weapons to be sent to Israel.
Specifically Israel, really, but I mean, through his actions, it's been the opposite. I mean, Netanyahu said the other day he'd have the war ended by the inauguration now.
And Trump said at a rally in New Brunswick, New Jersey, that the U.S. would continue to support, fund, give them weapons until they could finish what.
But he doesn't support giving them more money as the Biden-Harris administration right now does.
He actually supports giving them more funding than the Biden and Harris administration did.
How much are we at
Harris
right now?
administration and it decreased a weapon shipment to Israel. He condemned them on Truth Social, saying that they should do more and that he would have done more if he was in the presidency. He condemned Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, saying that they'd put pro-Hamas radicals to control their foreign policy, and he's the most pro-Israel president that we've ever had. Then at the same rally in New Brunswick, New Jersey, called for additional funding and additional weapons to Israel so they could finish what they started.
But the difference is he's pro-Israel, as in he thinks they have a right to defend themselves, not that he's pro-war.
He's pro-Israel on both fronts, right? So not only does he uphold the idea,
Would you say
that
Kamala
not only do they have a
Harris
right
is
to
with
defend themselves, but they have a right to like destroy and decimate Palestine and Iran. And in fact, I'd say that he holds a more pro-war stance in the Middle East compared to Kamala Harris. Which candidate told him to invade and attack and flatten Iran, and which one told him not to?
I mean,
Which
let's be
candidate
realistic
called
here.
Benjamin Netanyahu, violated the Logan Act, told him not to accept a ceasefire agreement, and which party has been advocating for a ceasefire agreement for the last year and a half, although it may be too late, it is a difference. And then who's called for more funding of and shipments of weapons and money to Israel, and which one comparatively decreased the weapon shipments, right? Within all of these qualifiers, Donald Trump is significantly more pro-Israel and significantly more pro-war / genocide.
I don't think he's pro-G side there. I don't agree with that at all. And I think he's actually better for them. And that's the reason why the Arab Americans in Michigan supported him.
Okay, well, I mean, just saying that some Arab Americans supported Donald Trump doesn't speak to his policy-related stance as I've portrayed to you. There was plenty of women in the 1920s that supported, advocation against women getting the right to vote, but that didn't mean that,
Well, of course.
past legislation was not misogynistic. So
But
I'm giving you
the actions show
policy-oriented
Trump is better, though,
stances,
Jordan.
and then you're just giving me your thoughts and your feelings. So can you
Perhaps.
respond and refute my policy-oriented positions insofar as weapons funding and support for Israel to continue their war crimes against the state of Palestine as well as Iran, comparatively to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden? Or are you just going to give me your thoughts and feelings about the Arab Americans that have come out in support of Donald Trump?
Okay, I guess so. But you're saying, I mean, everybody knows the Biden-Harris administration gave more money than Trump during his term. If we're speaking about the two terms, not what he says now, Trump was better, and I assume that he'd be even better then, now.
The
right?
reason I wouldn't say that logic would track, right, is because Donald Trump has specifically said that he would give them more funding and weapons than the Biden-Harris administration would, and that he stands
in
for
order
Israel
to
more so than
end the
Joe Biden.
war. And then the war would be ended, and then he'd cut all the funds, and we'd be out of the war.
What does it mean to end the war with Israel?
To end the war would be introduce maybe kind of like the 47th parallel in Korea, where you have a DMZ zone.
A ceasefire agreement?
Somewhat, yes.
Then tell me why the IDF has rejected all aid attempts by Hamas.
Wait, what do you mean?
There's been ceasefire agreements offered to the IDF over the last 2.5 years, and that is not the qualification for Israel to quote-unquote finish the job to win the war. No, it is the eradication of a Palestinian state. And Luke, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. I do really appreciate you for that.
I think Trump is more. I mean, who defeated?
It's not, and also, I just want to clarify on Donald Trump's specific vocabulary. It's not to end the war; it's to win the war.
He doesn't believe in winning the war.
Yes, he does. He does. Rally in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Go watch the entire transcript.
I think I know
you
what
can
you're
find it on
talking about. He
YouTube.
said finish
Watch
the job,
Donald Trump's rally at New Brunswick, New Jersey, where he said that Israel must win the war and the U.S. will stand by Israel's side and support them until they do. No. It's not in the war. It's win the war.
I mean, he said a different thing about Ukraine. He just wants people to stop dying. He
holds a different stance towards Ukraine, but we're talking about Israel. He wants Israel to quote unquote, and I preface quote unquote, win the war by finishing what they started.
I mean, I kind of agree with that. I mean, they should finish the job, end the war, slap a DMZ zone in there, and eliminate.
No, it's win the war.
What do you mean by win the war?
Well, is having a similar two-state solution to what had existed prior to October 11th?
I mean, it's hard to say if a two-state solution would even work. I'm not even trying to take the pro-Israel side because I'm not pro-Israel.
So now you admit that the pro-Israel side would not be indicative of a two-state solution.
Well, I think
so. Now you concede that if the pro-Israel side, right, is one Israeli state, and Donald Trump would uphold the pro-Israel side,
well, I think he's
granting them that
that
they should win the war, you're basically saying that Donald Trump wants the eradication of a Palestinian state.
I don't think he wants the eradication of a Palestinian state.
No, you just made that implication yourself by saying that the pro-Israeli argument would instantiate a one single Israeli state. Right, and would a single Israeli state implicate the eradication of a Arab/Palestinian state?
I mean, it would. I mean, I'm not saying Trump would want Israel to invade Palestine, but rather to finish the job, as in eliminate Hamas in its entirety and give them their own state.
Would that be winning the war? Would that be winning the war for Israel?
For me, it would.
No,
yeah.
for Israel.
Oh, well, I don't know what their intentions are.
You told us that their intentions were to have a one-state solution.
Is that true or no?
Well, you told me that was the case.
Well, I'm not Israeli.
And you're right. So seemingly,
I couldn't tell you what Netanyahu's
on the intentions. Well, I mean, when he as well as his advisors are saying that they should just drop a nuke on Gaza, I think it's incredibly clear.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that interventionism. I think I'm more like a paleo-conservative, and that's why I kind of support Trump.
Well, we're discussing, right, what the intentions of the IDF would be and what winning the war looks like to the state of Israel. Right? And we now agree that the intentions of the IDF in winning the war for the state of Israel would mean the eradication of an Arab state. Would you agree?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, sure.
Okay, and if Donald Trump wants to continue to fund Israel to win the war, This
I mean,
means
how
that
much
Donald
is he
Trump wants to
proposing?
continue to fund Israel until they eradicate the Palestinian state. Can you make that next logical connection?
How much more money is he willing to spend than the Biden-Harris administration?
Irrelevant. He never announced a particular amount. He says until they win.
Then why did you
Would
say
agree?
he's willing to spend more money?
Would you agree that when Donald Trump says that he wants to continue to fund Israel to win the war, and winning the war to the state of Israel would imply the eradication of a Palestinian
He said
state,
specifically
that
finish the
Donald Trump
job,
wants to
not
continue to win? No, he did say win the war.
Okay,
Watch
no.
the rally in New Brunswick. I've given you my source already. Now
I thought you
answer
meant
damn
the
We agreed that winning the war, right, from the lens of the IDF and Netanyahu, would be the eradication of the Palestinian state. And now I've given you the objective fact that Donald Trump said at a rally in New Brunswick that he wants to continue to fund Israel until they win the war. Does this mean that Donald Trump wants to continue to fund Israel until they've eradicated the Palestinian state?
You're saying Trump believes in a one-state Israel solution.
No, I'm asking you if this means that Trump will continue to fund Israel until they've eradicated the Palestinian state.
No, he doesn't believe in the eradication of the Palestinian state.
I asked you if he's going to continue to fund them until they eradicate.
No, I think he would lower the money like he said.
Okay, well, given his priors, that's incorrect because he said that he wants to continue to fund them until they won the war, and winning the war to Israel means the eradication of the Palestinian state. You cannot reject that as you literally agreed to it.
No, but the first term he spent less money than the Biden-Harris administration in their term.
Red herring, absolutely no relevance on our conversation. My argument is simple. Winning the war to Israel means eradicating Palestine, you agree. Donald Trump has agreed to continue to fund Israel until they win the war. The logical implication and necessary consequence would be that Donald Trump will continue to fund Israel until they eradicate Palestine. It is a two-premise syllogism that perfectly logically implicates its conclusion. Premise you reject, or tell me how the conclusion would not logically follow.
I'm not sure to tell you. You think that he would spend more money than Biden-Harris?
No. Tell me what premise of my argument you reject. I give you two premise.
I don't reject anything you just said.
So then you don't reject that Donald Trump would continue to fund Israel until they eradicate
I think he would
Palestine.
continue to fund them, but in the intention of ending the war instead of keeping them there, like the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, so I mean, you just conceded to a contradiction because if you
Well, I'm not
don't
sure.
reject either the two premises, and the conclusion would be implicated given the premises, logically speaking, and you reject the conclusion, you reject logic. Right? This is like very basic philosophical syllogism.
Is it not true that both pro-Israelis support Kamala Harris and Donald Trump? I mean, both of them are both pro-Israel, so I don't understand how you're gonna say Trump is more pro-Israel than Kamala.
Wait, you're saying that they're both pro-Israel, which is true.
They are both
but
by
you can't
AIPAC.
make you
AIPAC.
can't make. Yeah, no, you're right. But you can't
Yeah.
make the jump to one being more pro-Israel than another.
It's hard to tell what their intentions are, but due to Trump's first term of starting the wars, it seems that he is more of an anti-interventionist than.
Wait, so let's just
neoliberal.
take two racist white guys. So one of the racist white guys uses the N-word, and then the other racist white guy kills black people. Would we say that they're both racist white guys and they're
No.
both deplorable within this sense, but one racist white guy is more racist?
Well, it depends on the
than the other racist
context
white
in
guy?
which the person is using the N-word.
They use their N-word with their white friends, which I still classify as racism, and you should too. Would we say that one is more
Okay,
racist than the other?
I don't mean to be a devil's advocate because I genuinely believe this. I don't think saying the N-word with a white friend as a white person, that's racist. I think that's more so just immaturity. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, whatever. We're just gonna move on to our next guest. I tried to make a point and you just weren't following. I mean, like they just shut down. When it comes to logic, when it comes to like simple 2-point logical syllogism that logically follow, right? And then you're also given an example to demonstrate how it's true, right? They just disregard it and they completely shut down. What's going on? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
How old are you?
36.
What year are you born in?
88.
Okay, so why did you vote for Trump?
I thought that he could bring a new perspective to the House by using Elon Musk's autistic traits of rationality and the Department of Efficiency, if it comes to fruition, as an advancement for society.
I don't think it's okay to say Elon Musk's quote-unquote autistic traits of rationality. That sounds pretty ableist.
He admitted to his own autism. It is not a demeaning term in any way. I'm studying neurodivergence.
What the fuck is going on today? Like what lab were you made in?
I'm actually just gathering data for my thesis, so thank you very much.
What the fuck?
Yeah, neuroplasticity and cognitive resilience.
What the fuck is going on? Hello?
Yes, I said what I said. It's for my thesis, psychology.
So
Thank you for the data.
what data did I give you?
Well, you thought it was ableist to put a candidate or to mention a candidate with autism. However, I think that that would have a great contribution to the society as the patterns of thinking may be different and bring innovation to society.
I think it's like ableist to like not just mention, right, Elon, the fact that Elon, well, do we know that Elon Musk has autism?
He stated it on SNL. So per his own admission, he did state that, and he has confirmed it.
Okay. So how do you know that the level of rationale in which you'd be operating on, given the federal government, right, is tangent from his autism?
I cannot predict that. It's simply an assumption, and I would like to see it come to fruition if it does, and how it impacts society.
Are we on SNL right now?
Absolutely.
Are you a comedy skit?
How would I be a comedy skit? Because I'm writing a thesis on neurodivergence.
What the fuck is going on?
Look, you asked why will Trump be good for America? Okay. I think that he brought in, I know that you're going to get some vapors right now.
Wait, what did you just say? What did you just say?
Your little vapors right there.
No, I was laughing off screen because I didn't want to embarrass you.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I just think it would bring a whole new level.
Nicholas, thank
of
you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much,
inclusivity
Nicholas,
into
and
the
Maria. Thank you for the
cabinet.
$10, and Luke, thank you for the $15 on Venmo as well. I appreciate you guys for the love. Oh, here Parker is. We've been waiting on Parker.
Hi, Parker.
He's not even in yet.
He's in now.
What's up?
Hey, so Parker,
Would you like to summarize?
I'm actually gonna go use the restroom real quick. So Kelly down here is a Trump voter, and maybe while I'm using the restroom, you could talk to Kelly about why she voted for Trump.
Yeah, Kelly. So why'd you vote for Trump?
Because I think it would be innovative to bring in a man, which is Elon Musk, with autism into the cabinet as to innovate society.
Okay, wait. Is Elon diagnosed?
Yes, per his own admission.
He said that he's been diagnosed. Okay, I mean, so like one, I don't know how that would be like a relevant quality, but Elon is like not like like an amazing individual for the federal government. You understand that he probably views things like food stamps as like inefficient.
Well, they are inefficient.
And that's
in
like
certain
food for
circles,
children.
and that needs to be-
Like Dean literally when he was a child relied on food stamps. Okay.
Well,
so
you
you don't
asked
want
the
children like
question-
when
the
Dean was
question
younger to have access to
objectively-
food?
The question objectively is why will Trump be good for America? I presented a possible different shift of thought within the government cabinet that could or could not have a positive benefit for the government. We do not know how his brain works, therefore bringing in a different type of brain set, different kind of neurochemistry and neurodivergence would or could be disastrous or beautiful. We do not know, but I saw hope in it.
But like specifically, why would we want Elon, right?
He simply is part of the party. He simply has autism, and I just found it interesting, as well as the fact that RFK
No, but like
is
you
so much
you
of-
voted for Trump. Okay, so what about Trump making fun of like someone who is a disabled reporter? Or do you
It's
think
a
that's okay?
formality, and that's semantics.
Formality?
It's semantics, really, because every time you go into this kind of an argument, it turns, everybody wants to win or everybody wants to lose. I don't want to win or lose. I'm simply presenting a possible difference that a different mindset and brain chemistry can make, which could have a positive influence on the United States of America. It's simply a postulation. It's simply a possibility. It's an unknown.
So you want to put a rapist in the Oval Office? You
But
think
see,
that
we can't
who
keep
literally
referring
who
to that
literally
point.
who literally made fun of a disabled reporter, right? You want to put that guy in the Oval Office?
See, I tried to present a point that was unique. Can we present any kind of opposition that is unique
I
to
just
my
gave you one.
point?
I just gave you one.
No, but you use that talking point on a regular basis. So
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
curious.
yeah. So like I'm
So
confused. Like
can you just objectively on the reason of argument, can you bring me a completely different point that has not yet been used? Because I haven't heard my particular argument yet. Perhaps someone has in fact made it, but if they have not, I would like to be.
so you're not going to
presented with
accept my
one.
argument because you've heard it before?
I
So
would
do you
just
have a
like to
response
hear
to it?
something new. I don't believe in condone his behaviors
Oh, okay. Then why'd you vote for him?
because of possible innovation.
Possible innovation. Like what innovation?
RFK has completely different standards and understands certain microplastics.
RFK. You understand that like Trump literally wants to like gut the EPA, right?
Yes.
And doesn't he want to like deregulate the FDA?
Yeah, Trump is a man that does
Yeah?
not stand alone.
And then
he
how is
only-
RFK going to change anything if they deregulate the FDA?
What portions of the DEA will they be deregulating?
DEA? No, the FDA. FDA.
Okay, so there we go.
They just
FDA
say
does-
regulations. They just say deregulation. That's what Trump was running on. Also, like RFK was an environmentalist throughout his entire administration, or not entire political life. I mean, sorry, not administration. And it is the case that he joined someone who thinks that climate change is a hoax and doesn't accept climate science.
I think that quite blatantly it shows that Trump himself doesn't run anything and he needs counterparts, and those counterparts.
Juliet,
can't
thank you for the
positively
$5 donation on
influence the
PayPal.
man. And I have hope in the person.
So you're voting for a guy who's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman because maybe Elon and RFK might influence him a little bit.
Sanji, thank you for the $5 on PayPal.
Well, yes, because
Yeah?
that's not the argument. The argument is, will it be beneficial?
that's-
I am stating just very objectively that it can, in fact, be positive. It can.
It can like so net positive or just this one attribute is positive.
Just this one attribute. I'm not stating that positive.
Okay. So that means that doesn't mean he would be good for America. Even if you were to grant this point, that doesn't mean he would be good for America.
I'm just.
Which I wouldn't grant
I'm
this
not
point
here
because
to
RFK
win.
and Elon are insane.
Dude, sometimes insanity is the path to innovation. They thought.
Okay. What does that
Einstein
even mean? What does that even mean?
Hey, Parker, how are you doing today? It looks like she disconnected. I have no clue how that happened.
Yeah, I don't know. TikTok might have done something.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Her internet probably cut out.
MAGA mobile.
All right, we're going to go and move on to our next guest here. By the way, Parker, how's your day been, man?
Interesting. I just made a video, but that was an interesting guest. Kay, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Andrew, thank you so much for the $5. Samantha, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Goda, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Light, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it, y'all.
Oh, then also, just for all the people in the chat saying that I kicked her, don't be crazy. I'll let it slide this time. Don't let it happen again.
Crazy.
And gaslighting, quite frankly, it's not real. Your friends have been lying to you. Peyton, thank you for the $10
friends
on
is
Venmo. I
crazy.
appreciate you for the love. Thank you
That's
so
crazy.
much, Peyton. Well, it's time we set the record straight. I want to help you. You are struggling, and you've let that struggle hurt me by accusing me of kicking her, but just don't let it happen again. I'm not mad at you, only this
Dean,
once.
Dean, you're too good at this, bro. This is kind of weird. Dude.
Dean, Diane, thank you for the $5 donation on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. KNC, what's going on? Did he vote for Trump?
Before I answer that, I just would like for you guys to hit topics that haven't been hit with these people. I did not vote for Trump, but one of them being educational scares for me. My daughter has disabilities. She is legally blind. She's a year old, and I don't know where this is going to go for her. So if you could try to find people who can argue points with you, I think it would be pretty nice.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Casey, and I appreciate you for voicing that.
Thank you.
I think that, yeah. I'd love to be more educated about educational scares related to Project 2025 and a second Trump term. Connor and Becky, did you guys vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what about you, Becky?
Hi, I'll be completely upfront. I'm from the UK, so no, but please hear me out.
Okay, Becky, I appreciate you for coming up, Becky. You're awesome. Everyone, please show some love to Becky in the chat. I bet that they're about to say that she wishes Harris would have won. Hey, Connor, what's up, buddy?
Hey, man. I have a dual citizenship, so I'm actually Canadian as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
I believe
so-
you.
and
'Cause
I
only okay. So why did you vote for Trump?
So before I say anything, I just want you to know that I'm so happy that you do this, because you're raising awareness for like so many different things, and I'm actually so glad that you do this. So I own a business in Canada. So the economy right now in Canada is like really, really rough. And like it's like, I don't know how to explain it for you, but for me, like I've had a business for like 4 years, and it's been struggling like in the last 2 years. And yes, COVID obviously happened, and that kind of threw a wrench into things. And there's a whole thing with that. But anyways, so the reason why was because before the election, there was a lot of talks of like, oh, economics, blah, 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 blah. He's going to do great things. And now I have something called regret. This is why I'm so glad that you raise awareness for these kind of things. But going to the election, I believed that everything was going to be great. He was going to fix the economy because I need the economy to be good. And then it trickles down to Canada and then so forth.
So you're telling us that you regret
He would
voting for
actually
Trump?
tariff Canada and it would hurt Canada.
Yeah, he already
You should
tariffs
leave it alone,
Canada,
don't
actually.
Yeah,
With
Hey,
the
Connor, I
lumber.
just
tariff
wanna-
them more.
Yeah,
I
so
just want to clarify. Are you telling us that you wouldn't have voted for Trump in hindsight?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, Connor,
That's base,
I,
Connor.
I
Give me
appreciate you for
4
coming up,
seconds.
man.
I'm glad that
Give me
you
2
progressed,
seconds here
man.
because I'm going to debate you on one thing. He actually tariffs the lumber, which is like one of our biggest things is we sell lumber, and it actually hurt us drastically. But the one thing I want to touch base on, because there's not a lot of information on it, and I / debate on it, is that one of the things I read was that he's helped like the Black community with jobs, and creating, like in his first term, creating a lot of jobs for.
Like how so? Like what policy?
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what they claim, but like he didn't engage in any policy that specifically did that.
Okay, so like the statistics and stuff that like I guess came out and people were.
You would have to see like what his effect was on it being better, and if
Exactly.
if that can't be demonstrated, well, then why would we be saying he's responsible for anything like that? Plus, unemployment was lower under the Biden-Harris administration.
And his tax policy disproportionately burdened Black individuals because of the discrepancies in the average socioeconomic standings of a Black American compared to that of a white American, caused by slavery in its aftermath. We'd see a lower socioeconomic standing on average for the average Black American. And as his tax policy disproportionately benefited you more, the more money that you have, it disproportionately served as a detriment to members of the Black community in America. But Connor, I really appreciate you.
Christia, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Christia in the chat. Thank you so much, Christia. Oh, thank you, Connor. I really appreciate that.
No, thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much, Christia. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, we definitely will be bringing up that more in the conversations about Project 2025 concerning veterans and federal workers. That's definitely like an important thing, especially relating to education, because Trump's floated around a bunch of different things relating to that. But again, with Trump, it's like you don't know what approach he's going to take from the position he has now, because he says so much shit that it's like it's like a mystery box when it comes to a
Yeah.
lot of these types of social policies because he's just a liar.
Hey, Katie, did you vote for Trump?
Of course.
Okay. Why?
Because I support the like abortion things going back to the states.
Oh, boo, bad. Boo,
Wait, okay,
super bad.
Wait. So do you want rape victims in certain states to have restricted access to abortion based on their state's abortion laws?
Would you say if rape victims?
Yeah, do you want rape victims to have restricted access to abortion in certain states predicated off of their state's abortion laws?
So
Or do you
most
want it to be federally protected for rape victims to be able to get access
well,
to abortion?
most of the states have a grape exception.
They
Most
do,
of them
but
do.
12 states don't, and in those
But-
12 states that don't, there's
Okay,
been
but still-
65,000 rape victims denied access to abortion in the last 3 years. That is 60 women a day.
I just don't think that a grape is a reason to unalive somebody else. Like, why does that? What does it matter how they got there?
Hey, Katie, what obligation does a victim of rape have to provide for the needs of the fetus in her uterus? At the end of the day, here's my position: there is no obligation that could possibly exist for a woman to provide to a great baby in her uterus, and that there's absolutely no issue with the woman evicting the fetus from her uterus due to that fact. And even if the fetus dies as a consequence of the eviction, that does not change a damn thing.
Okay, that's your opinion, but like I'm pro-life, so I think all lives are valuable.
Okay, but that doesn't change a thing. Do you think my life is valuable?
Of course.
Rebecca, think of the $5.
Yeah, but like if I was a vampire and I needed to suck out all the blood from your neck to survive, and I just forced that on you, would you be doing anything wrong by forcefully removing me off of your neck?
Okay, am I gonna be able to live after you're done? Are you gonna be able to walk?
Yeah, you'll be able to live. I'm just
Then-
gonna force myself and suck all blood out of your neck for 9 months, and you will live. Would you be doing anything wrong if you were to remove me off of your neck prior to 9 months, even if it were to cause my death?
Well, I think since both of our lives would be valuable, and if we both get to walk away and be alive at the end, then they shouldn't get to, then no, I wouldn't do that.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and give you another example. Let's assume that you don't make that much money and you only have enough money to buy food for yourself, but I break into your house every single day and steal half of it, okay? Right? And after I steal half of your food to keep me alive, you are barely left with enough food to sustain your own life, but you'll get through. Would you be doing anything wrong by locking your door every day to keep me out so I can't steal your food to survive, even if it causes me to die?
Is somebody's right to life threatened? Like, are we both going to walk again? Are we both going to leave with that being like after you're done doing that?
Yeah, but the only reason I'm still alive is because I'm stealing with you.
But
and if you stop me from stealing from you by locking your door, I will die. Would you be doing anything wrong by locking your door to stop me from literally stealing from you?
Yes, because you would unalive. You would lose your life.
Oh, okay.
So
Oh,
if we
wait.
could
So I
both
should
walk away.
Wait. Okay, I have a question. So let's say that a man starts graping a woman, right? And if the woman stops the man from graping her for whatever reason, the man's going to die. Would the woman be doing anything wrong if she were to forcefully remove her rapist?
I hate this analogy. Like somebody else on another pro-life gave it to me. I don't think anybody should have to endure a grape. But if people I hate that analogy because I can't say yes to that because nobody should have to endure a grape. But I know where you're going with it. So
No. Answer my damn question. If a woman is being graped by a man, and the only way to stop the grape is to kill the man, right? Is the woman doing anything wrong if she kills the man?
Is her right to life threatened?
No.
So I don't believe that if your right to life is not threatened, then I don't.
So
believe
answer
that
my
you should
question.
unalive anybody.
If a woman is getting graped by a man and she will live through the grape, and the only way for her to end the grape is by killing the man, is she doing anything wrong by killing the man?
If her right to life is threatened, then yes. But if
No, I'm telling you it's not. Katie, I'm telling you it's not.
No, but
You
always
sicko.
say,
You
see, like,
sicko.
always say those analogies.
You fucking So I just, if you had a boyfriend and a 7-year-old daughter, and you walked in on your boyfriend graping your 7-year-old daughter, and the only way to stop your boyfriend from graping your 7-year-old daughter was to pew him, and he would die, would you pull the trigger, Katie?
Well, obviously. I mean, well, yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you can terminate the life of a guy graping a girl. So why wouldn't a girl be able to pew a guy who's graping her?
Okay, she can, but we're talking about.
Oh, okay. So it's actually not
Innocent-
wrong to. If it's not
innocent-
wrong,
well, we're
if
talking
it's
about
not wrong to
innocent. You're talking about
forcefully
unaliving somebody
remove a
innocent.
man from graping a woman, causing the death of the man.
We're talking about
then why is it
innocent.
wrong to forcefully remove a fetus from a woman's uterus, killing the fetus?
You're talking about somebody that's innocent versus somebody that's not innocent. Like a
Is there any
fetus is a
different
human-
impact upon the woman?
Well, they're both. One is not innocent and has done nothing wrong, and you're just going to unalive it. The other one has done something wrong, and you unalive it. There's a difference between unaliving.
But what's the
an innocent
difference
person.
between the impact? What's the difference between the impact of a fetus existing in a woman's uterus without consent and a man graping a woman without her consent within like these relevant constraints?
Okay, what is? Let me ask you then. Okay, what is?
There's no different
what is
impact.
the
You're just
fetus done-
implying
No,
that the
what is
fetus
the fetus done to
is
deserve to be unalived? What is the fetus done to deserve to be unalived?
yeah, existing.
Nothing.
Well, it's not deserved to be
Nothing.
unalive. It's existing inside of the woman's uterus with a woman having no obligation to sustain its life. You sick fuck.
Nothing. Like
You're so fucking sick. You're so fucking sick, Katie. Like, I can't even believe that people like you exist. And I mean that too. I want you to feel scrutinized. I want you to feel like a piece of shit.
I will never-
I want you to feel like I'm
But I
bullying
don't,
you
because I
right
will
now.
always be
Because with
pro-life,
all due
pro-life.
respect, I think that we should stigmatize this shit. No, if you were pro-life, like you say you are, you wouldn't force 12-year-old girls to sustain pregnancy for 9 months, deal with the trauma, pain, and related
Most
bearings
of-
of
most-
childbirth, and then have to deal with the trauma for the rest of their goddamn life to protect a single cell organism. You
They're fighting
fucking
trauma-
weirdo.
more trauma
Like I
with
can't
trauma.
even
A
believe
single cell
that you
organism.
say this shit.
Literally, imagine saying a single cell organism is as valuable or anywhere near as valuable as a sentient, breathing woman.
It's still a human at a stage in development, though.
I want to
Is
ask
it
you a
not?
follow-up question. Do you think
Is
that
it
the
not?
government has an obligation to provide a universal basic income, free food, and free housing to all American citizens or undocumented migrants living below the poverty line? Because if they don't provide those resources, they will die?
That's different.
Oh, what's
You're
the
trying to compare
difference?
two different things.
What's the difference? Why does a 12-year-old girl literally have more responsibility to provide for the dependent fetus in her uterus than our federal government
but you're
has to
fighting
provide
more
for the
trauma-
dependent
you're fighting
humans
more
in the
trauma with
country?
trauma. You're fighting more
Answer my
trauma with
question.
trauma.
What is the difference?
You're fighting more trauma with trauma.
That's not what my question was. Sydney, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you. So answer my question.
I mean, I wouldn't want anybody to have to do that, but most of the states have.
What was my question,
the grape,
Katie?
The grape
What was
exception.
my question? That wasn't my question. My question was about a comparison between the federal government having an obligation to provide for the basic needs of all humans in our country, including undocumented migrants, because if they don't provide for those needs, those people will die, and you instantiating that a 12-year-old girl has responsibility to provide for the basic needs of the fetus growing in her uterus without her consent because she was a victim of fucking rape.
Summer, thank
What
you
is
so
the
much
difference
for
between those
okay,
two
so-
scenarios?
Katie, have you been on our live before?
So, what are your? Yeah, I've talked to him about abortions before, and I'm always pro-life. Like I will always be pro-life.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead, or do you think that's murder?
Well, if you pull the plug on them, they're going to die a natural death anyways, and that's what pro-lifers believe in, natural death. Like if you pull the plug on them, they're going to end up passing away anyways.
Okay, so what about someone who's in extremely severe conditions, and if they did not have medical supplies, they would die if you unplugged them. So would it be justified to unplug them?
Well, are they going to die a natural or unalive a natural way?
They would unalive in a natural way.
Yeah. So then they should be able to they're going to
My dad has been in conditions where he would have died and required medical services to be able to survive. You're telling me that people could have pulled the plug, which would have led to his death? You're telling me that should have been legal and that's not murder?
that comes down to like the family decides all that anyways, and most people.
Do you think that's murder?
Do I think it's murder? I don't think it's murder if they're going to end up passing away from a natural death anyways. I don't think it's murder.
What are you talking about? My dad was sentient. My dad's still alive.
Would he have died, passed or unalived? A
Yeah,
natural
but
death?
he required that. He required that because of how severe his condition was at the time. Because he had COVID, and it was. I'm pretty sure it was a negative impact because of COVID. It was a myocarditis.
So,
Right,
if you have heart conditions and you're reliant on a pacemaker to live, and I malfunction the pacemaker by hacking into it, and you die, did I murder you, Katie?
You altered with what's saving me. If I wouldn't die anyways, would I
You
have
die
died
without the pacemaker.
Juliet, thank you so much for the
Then
$5.
if
That's so
then
insane.
no, I would say no. I mean, if I'm gonna
Yeah. So I think there's like a couple 100,000 American citizens
Wait,
that have
Katie,
a
do you think
pacemaker, and
that's
if they
mur-
don't have it, they die. If there was to be a hacker group like Anonymous that hacked into all these pacemakers, no one was murdered, even though hundreds of thousands of people died. Casey, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. You're just like weird. You're just sick.
no, I'm pro-life. Like I will always.
you think
advocate
it's pro-life
for
to
the
say-
unborn.
You think it's pro life to say it's not murder for someone to have pulled the plug on my dad that's sentient because he
You
would have
think-
died otherwise naturally?
Yeah, you think it's
That's like saying we
pro-life?
shouldn't do surgery on people that need surgery to survive, right? It's justified to like chop their head off. Like what?
No, I would never. No, chopping people's head. Like no, but it is.
Wait.
it's
So
just like-
so if I get into a car accident and if I'm not operated on by medical health professionals in the next 3 hours, I will die. And the ambulance picks me up and decides to just kind of go dump me in a river somewhere. Are they murderers?
Well, yeah, that would be like malpractice and.
Hannah, thank you so much for the $5.
But is it murder?
It could be if they like premeditated it and it was intentional. Like, oh, we've seen this guy and we don't like him, so this is what we're gonna do with him. Like,
Wait, why? Because I died a natural death.
yeah, but it was an intentional thing. They purposely dropped you off there and didn't take
Just
you.
like the doctor would purposely pull the plug on Parker's dad, or the hacker would purposely hack into your pacemaker. And those other two
if you're
scenarios, is
purposely, if you're
intentional
intentionally doing it and you're purposely doing it, then it would be murder.
Okay, so you've completely rescinded your position. You could leave now.
So, can I ask y'all a quick question? If you
No,
if
you're not
no,
deserving of my. You're not deserving of my time. You're not deserving of
Well, no,
Parker's
you're
time, and you're not
clearly
deserving of.
pro-choice.
And you're not deserving of the attention of the 10.4 thousand people.
You're
watching
clearly
live.
well. If
You
you're
could
clearly
leave.
pro-choice, why did you like? I noticed you. where you
No,
were
Katie,
eating.
Katie, I'm being serious. You could leave. I think that people with your views deserve to be heavily stigmatized.
I've never, Dean. You just told someone to leave, bro. That's crazy. That's so crazy, Dean. I'm just
Yeah.
kidding.
Yeah, no, she could leave. Bye, Katie. Hit the big X.
I don't. You guys ate at a pro-life supporter restaurant.
So why haven't you left yet?
I just wanted to know.
I'm sorry. It's not just being pro-life. You literally said that like a literal 10-year-old
No, you
girl should be
guys-
forced to go through pregnancy.
No, I was saying, like, I noticed in somebody's video, you guys ate at the Wahlburgers. Do you know Mark Wahlberger is a huge Catholic, which means he's hugely pro-life?
Oh, okay. What? What's your point?
Like, why
I don't
would
even
you- I
know
mean,
what
if you're
Wahlburgers
pro-
is.
It's
You
a
understand?
restaurant.
Wait, you understand? Just because someone's one, we wouldn't know that. Two, right? Just
Everybody
because
knows
you're pro-life
that.
doesn't mean you don't have the exceptions specifically for
But he doesn't,
for
'cause he's-
grape.
he doesn't. He's, like, devout
Okay, well
Catholic.
then I'll never go there again. I promise.
I was just throwing that out.
By the way,
Katie,
you can be a Catholic and also not think
No.
it should be illegal.
No,
That's
no.
Joe
all
Biden's
the
a
Catholics.
Catholic and thinks it shouldn't be illegal.
No,
Wait, Katie, are
I'm
you
devout Catholic.
are you Christian?
I'm Catholic, yeah.
Okay, I have a question. Would you agree with me that the definition of pro-life is to restrict or impede upon a woman's ability from accessing abortion?
Nope, because that's not what it
Define
means.
pro-life.
Because that's not what it means.
I'm asking you to define it, Katie.
It's valuing all human life at every stage of development from
Okay,
conception
but how do
until natural death.
you implement that? You implement that by what? Restricting a woman's access.
You literally
because-
said that someone could pull the plug on my dad.
Access.
Wait. Would I be pro-life if I value all human lives, but I think that abortion should be legal?
Then you wouldn't be pro-life.
Okay, so then being pro-life means that you want to restrict the ability or will of a woman from accessing
They don't
abortion.
want. They don't necessarily want no.
No, do you
abortions.
agree with my definition of pro-life or not, bro?
Bro.
No.
Okay, so then define pro-life, Katie.
I just did.
No, you define pro-life as valuing all human life. I tested your definition
At
by
every
saying,
stage of
no,
the
no,
process.
Katie, shut the fuck up while I speak, please. Thank you. You define pro-life as valuing all human lives. I tested your definition by saying if I valued all human lives like you, but I thought that abortion should be legal, would I be pro-life? And you said no, meaning that there's a predication of your definition of pro-life that would go into the legality, right?
Yeah,
and
so
access that women have. All I want to know is if you would agree with me that pro-life can be defined as restricting a woman's ability/will of accessing abortion.
No, it doesn't mean restricting. It just means opposing it. So you oppose it.
Okay, so did you know that then technically Kamala Harris and Joe Biden both are pro-life under
How
your
are they,
view?
how are they pro-life? But you oppose. You would have to be opposing it.
Because they don't restrict it, but they're anti-abortion. They think it should be legal, but they're anti-abortion.
Okay, well then I guess they'd be pro-life.
Oh.
Wait, so you could be pro-life while thinking that all abortion should be legal, even in the 9th month?
That would be
Yeah, that's
you're
the view.
if you're gonna like let.
Wait, so you
if
could be
you're gonna-
pro-life and like pro-legal late-term abortions?
Late term? Heck no.
What?
Oh wait,
That's
why?
terrible.
She just said
Because
Terrible.
I could think that it's bad, but I just think that it should be legal.
But
Tammy, thank you so much for the $10.
that
Thank you.
that one I would say no to.
Okay, so yeah, you would agree with me
Late
then that the
terms.
pro-life movement is like necessarily
restricting.
right would involve restrictions of a woman's will from accessing abortion, right?
No, it just means
Okay, well so then why would you say that I can't be pro-life if I'm pro legal late-term abortions? When you say you can't be pro-life if you're
Because you have to
pro legal
oppose it.
abortions, so you have to be anti-legal abortions, meaning
No,
that you think
opposing
that a
means
woman's
you're
will
against it.
should be restricted.
opposing means you're against it. It doesn't necessarily mean you want.
Wait, no, I'm saying that I'm saying would I be pro-life if I'm against late-term abortions, but pro-legal late-term abortions, meaning I think it's wrong, but it should be legal.
Then I guess yeah. You would be
okay.
you
Well,
would technically be pro-life.
that's pro-choice. Okay, so the pro-choice worldview is basically it boils down to allowing all women, right, their own choice to decide if they want to access abortion. Pro-life means you want to advocate for legislation to restrict a woman's access to abortion. Those are how we define pro-choice and pro-life. Okay, so my question to you is God pro-life?
Yes.
How can God be pro-life if it speaks vehemently against the control of humans' free will in the gospel, and God would never, right, impede or restrict upon a woman's ability to access abortion? If God wouldn't limit access to abortion, why should you?
Because I think he would. He wouldn't want.
You think he would, but he
anybody
doesn't.
to intentionally unalive.
But he doesn't. He does not
Right.
limit women's access to abortion because women can get abortions. If God was real, God
God
wouldn't
is
limit
pro-choice.
access.
Be
So
like
if God's
God. Be
pro-choice,
like
why aren't
God.
you?
But he still gives you the free will to decide what. To,
Yeah, so
like,
he
what they
doesn't.
want to or not.
So he's pro allowing abortions. If God's pro allowing abortions, why aren't you?
That's why Satan exists. Satan is the one that has this.
Wait, does God allow women to get abortions, Katie?
If they choose to, but that's going to go against.
Okay. So does yes or no? Does God allow women to get abortions?
I guess technically he does.
Okay, if God wants to allow women to get abortions, why don't you?
Because I'm pro-life, and I feel like
Oh,
they're.
so you disagree with God, bro?
Yes. God is wrong.
I
So
didn't
is
say
God
he's
wrong? No.
I didn't say he's
Wait.
wrong.
If God is pro allowing women to get abortions and God is right, that means that pro allowing abortions is right.
Jesus is pro-choice.
Okay, so then I would. Okay, fine, but I'm still.
Okay,
be
so
like
are
Jesus.
you pro
Tell
allowing
people they
abortions
shouldn't
so
do
you could
it.
be more like Jesus?
You want to be?
I
Do
would
you
still
think you
tell
should
people
be?
they're not going to do it. That they shouldn't do it.
Do you think you should act like Jesus?
Of course.
Okay, so Jesus is pro-choice, so you should act like Jesus and be pro-choice.
I mean, I'm pro-life, and I will always advocate.
But you should be pro-choice, right?
No, like I will always.
Wait, no, but you
I
should
will
be like
always
Jesus.
try to advocate.
Wait, so why do you disagree with Jesus, bro?
I would always try to because I will always
Why?
advocate.
Wait,
for them.
wait, Katie, do you disagree with Jesus?
No.
Is Jesus pro-life?
Yes, she is. I don't think she's walking with the Lord.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Is
You're
Jesus
disagreeing with Jesus right
pro-choice
now.
or is
You're supposed
Jesus
to be like
pro-life?
Jesus.
Katie, with the way that I define my terms, is Jesus pro-choice or pro-life?
He would be pro-choice then.
So does that mean that you're
But
pro-choice?
he would not want us. He would not want people
Hey,
to. Be
so
doing
Katie,
that.
does that mean that you're pro-choice?
No.
Okay,
I'm
so you do
pro-life. I
disagree with
always-
Jesus.
She's not
Fine.
walking with the Lord.
Yes,
Okay,
I
so
am.
Katie, you just said
You gotta let Jesus take the wheel.
Katie, you just said out of your own mouth that Jesus is pro-choice. If Jesus is pro-choice, why aren't you?
Because I value human life, and
Okay,
he
so
would say
Jesus
that.
doesn't value human life?
Yes.
Okay, so Jesus does value human life, yet Jesus is pro-choice. I have a question. Is Jesus always right?
Is he always right? Yes, I would say so.
Okay, so if Jesus is always right and Jesus is pro-choice, what does that tell you?
But him letting them do it doesn't mean it's right. Just because
No. Stop talking, Katie. If Jesus is pro-choice and Jesus is always right and you are pro-life, meaning you're not pro-choice, does that imply that you're wrong?
No.
Wait, how
Because
could both
just
you and
because-
Jesus...
because just
Wait,
because you
I have a
can do
question.
something
How could
doesn't
both
mean
you
it's
and Jesus be right if you guys disagree?
But just because you can do something. doesn't mean
No,
it's
Katie,
right.
answer my question. How could both you and Jesus both simultaneously be right if you disagree? Isn't that a fallacy? Isn't that a contradiction? Right? So for instance, right, if I thought that the earth was flat and you thought that the earth was round, would one of us definitely be wrong?
Yeah.
If Jesus is pro-choice and you are pro-life, is one of you guys definitely wrong?
That would get him so hot. So
I don't know. I wouldn't say. I mean, and I wouldn't say he's pro-choice. He just
said he was
Jesus is
pro-choice.
pro-choice. Seriously, like he does not restrict women from getting access to abortion.
Yeah, but that's where Satan comes in, and just
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you do
Satan's
something
pro-life, right? He wants to restrict people
No,
from doing.
that's-
No.
just because you can do
Wait,
something.
so
doesn't
are you
mean
saying
so.
that Satan and God agree that they're both pro-choice?
No, I'm saying, and just
So
because
then
you can,
Satan's
doesn't mean you
pro-life.
should. But just because you can doesn't mean you should. So even
Is
if
Satan?
choice-
Is Satan?
it's
Wait, I
a
have a
free
question.
will.
Is Satan pro-life or pro-choice?
It's a free will. It comes down to free will.
Is Satan pro-life or
That's why we have
pro-choice?
free- Well, he's the one that would try to be tempting these people to do.
Would Jesus
pro-choice
ever
and cheat.
restrict a woman from getting an abortion?
Oh, wait. So both God and Satan are pro-choice.
Damn. So
No.
you definitely. Wait, would Jesus ever restrict a woman from getting an abortion?
I don't know.
The answer is no, Katie. Jesus would never restrict a woman, a human's free will, right?
Right, free will.
So Jesus would never restrict a woman from getting an abortion, right?
Right.
So if Jesus should never restrict a woman's access to abortion, why should any legislator in our country?
Because it goes out like we're. I mean, you're
Do you
not
see
if
the
you're not
issue there,
wanting
Katie?
to see.
Katie, do you see the issue there?
Say it again.
If Jesus would never restrict a woman's access to abortion, why should any human restrict a human's access to abortion?
But just because you can doesn't mean you should.
That's not what I said, Katie.
No, but I'm telling you,
Respond to what I
just
said. Italy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Respond to what I said, Katie.
I don't think they should be. I think they should be separate. I think they should be separate.
So if Jesus thinks it's a good thing to allow women to access abortion, because Jesus would only believe in good things, and Jesus believes
But
that women
how
should
is
have
that?
access to
But
abortion.
it's technically murder. How is that?
Katie. Does Jesus only believe in good things?
Yes, I would say yes.
Does Jesus believe that women should have access to abortion?
Monet, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Corinne. Thank you so much
If
for the
it's
$5. Thank you.
if it's for murder, like to intentionally go in and unalive, then I would say no, because that's murder.
Okay,
that's technically murder, and that's not right.
If Jesus believes that women should not have the will to get an abortion, how come women have the will to get an abortion?
That's where Satan comes into play, and he's going to try to tempt you to do the wrong thing.
So no. I'm talking about the will, the ability. Do women have the ability to get an abortion?
They do, but that just
Did
'cause you have
God
the
give them
ability-
that ability? Did God give them that ability?
Yes,
Okay, so Jesus believes that women should have the ability to get an abortion, right?
not necessarily.
If Jesus doesn't believe that women should have the ability to get an abortion, why did Jesus give women the ability to get an abortion?
Because it comes down to free will and him wanting you to choose.
I know. So he
the right
believes
thing.
that women should have the free will to get an abortion, right?
No, he wants you to choose.
So if Jesus
the right.
doesn't believe that women should have the free will to get an abortion, why doesn't he take it away?
Because it doesn't work like that. Like,
wait, you're saying it doesn't work like that? God could do whatever the fuck he wants.
He could. But
so
he
why
wants
is
you-
if he does not think that women should have the free will and ability to access abortion, why do they?
Because he wants us to make the right decision.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? If anything, him giving us the free will means that people are not making the right decision. If he didn't give us the free will, people would always make the right decision.
Because that's, you have to know to follow him and do what he wants and do.
Okay.
do
So
good
he
things.
does believe that women should have the free will to access abortion, right?
I guess he believes in free will and choices in us to make our
Okay.
choices.
So does God believe that women should have the will to get an abortion?
Yes, but that doesn't mean he thinks they should.
Stop. So you said that God only believes in good things, right?
Right.
And God believes that women should have the will to access abortion, right?
Right.
So women having the will to access abortion is good.
But acting on that is not good. Acting on that freedom is not necessarily good.
Okay, so God thinks it's a good thing for women to have the ability to access abortion, so why don't you? Because when you legislate against
Because
it,
he
you make it
wouldn't
illegal,
agree with
women
it.
lose
He
that
wouldn't-
ability.
He it's there and the option is there, but that doesn't necessarily mean he would.
No. The option is not there when you enact pro-life legislation. You're
No, I'm
taking
saying
that option away.
But I'm saying when it comes down to God, like
So
that option
no.
is
You're taking that option away with pro-life legislation. And if God thinks they should have that option, why don't you?
because you can't. Okay. Let me ask you. Why is
No. Answer my fucking question, Katie. If God thinks that women should have that option, why don't you?
Because he would not want them to choose.
You just said that he wanted them to have that option. You even said it was a good thing. You can't track. You're logically incoherent. You have no abstract thought ability to engage in these conversations. You can't even remember what you conceded to 30 fucking seconds ago when you said verbatim, and I state, God thinks it's a good thing that women have the ability to access abortion. Did you just forget about that? Did you just forget about that now that it is proven through the use of a logical contradiction that you must necessarily think that same way because you have conceded and said that is something that you think your God says, but you could never make that concession. So now you're just going to act like that's something that you didn't say, even though you know that that's logically entailed given your religious beliefs. How irrational can humans possibly be? If God was real, humans would not be irrational as you are, Katie. Like,
see what
no
you're saying.
good God would ever make a human being as irrational as you.
Like I see what you're saying. Like I get it, but he wouldn't necessarily want you to choose that option though.
Katie, can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
Yeah. Would you let like a mother die if it meant the baby would survive?
If her right to life is threatened, then I would say she can go get one.
Okay, she can.
Yes, if her right to life is threatened, because I mean, if not, then why don't we just allow?
What
all
if there's like
charges,
vast medical complications?
For who? For her?
For her, yeah.
Well, if her right to life is threatened, then yes.
Only if she's gonna die.
Yes, if her because you
So
can't.
if she's gonna have like some type of negative impact on her daily life, right, because of something that would happen to her, if she continues to go through that with that pregnancy, should she be forced to go through that pregnancy?
If her right to life is threatened, then yes.
No, I'm saying without her right to life, like they're gonna continue living. There's just going to be something about their life that's going to be negatively impacting them every day.
If she's going to continue to live, and so is the child, then no.
So nothing that is non-lethal would you let someone get access to abortion? No medical complication that is non-lethal.
No medical like what do you mean?
No medical complication that is non-lethal would you allow for a woman to get access to abortion?
Correct.
You'd put them in prison if they did.
No, I would think the doctors that are doing them should be the ones, not the women that get them, because they don't know.
Okay, wait, so only doctors should go to prison?
Yeah.
Okay, why not women? Because isn't it like you're paying a executioner? Like, or you're paying someone
No, because
that
technically
you know
the
is
ones-
going to murder it under your view?
Well, the ones
I don't think it's murder, but
no, the ones that are doing the schmurder are the doctors. A
Yeah,
woman
but
can't do it
like for
herself.
example, if you call for someone, you call a hitman on someone, right? Like, do you think that you're a murderer?
If I do, I'm an
Yeah.
accessory, but the one that carries it out is the one that's
So they should still be charged in some way.
no.
No,
The women
you
shouldn't.
don't think
The
you
women
don't think
shouldn't.
people who call hitman should be like have
Well,
any prison?
That's why their charges are always a lot less than.
So
they're
you
just
do
like
think
an
they should get
accessory.
charges?
The women?
Yeah.
Or no, absolutely not.
You're contradicting yourself.
Absolutely not. The women, no. The women that go get them, no.
But you're right. So thank you so much for the $40 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. But you believe that they're specifically like callings for someone to do it. They're paying for someone to do it. Casey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much for running from
No,
the
I don't
Lord.
think a woman
Monet,
that
thank
gets
you so
it
much for the
should-
$5. And Kay, thank you so much for the $5. And Megan, thank you so much for the $5. And Jay as well. Thank you.
No, I don't think they should. The women should be prosecuted.
Okay, so but they paid for murder. So
But the
her view is that
technically doing murder?
it should be illegal to call hitmans on people.
Who's
Well, hey, that's what your view is.
who is technically doing during that procedure? Is it the woman doing it?
You think
or
it's
is it the
murder. You think it's murder. So under your view, it is akin to people calling a hitman.
No, that's different. That's totally different. And I would never
Okay,
tell
it's
somebody.
different. It's different
I don't-
because you don't think it's a person, or you don't think that it's
It
as
is.
valuable.
It is technically a person
Okay,
like a
so
fetus
what is
is
it? What is
person.
What is a person?
at a stage in human development.
That didn't make any. What stage in human development is it a person?
A fetus is a stage in human development. Is it
Thank you for
not?
telling me that. I'm just asking, what stage in human development do you consider it valuable?
From the moment it's conceived.
Okay, so do you think women who have IUDs are murderers?
No, because there's nothing that's been conceived.
Yes, it can be. It prevents a fertilized egg.
It prevents
conceived
it.
conceived cell at conception from implanting into the uterine wall. Therefore, it kills the conceived cell at conception. So, do you think that
Prevents-
women who have IUDs are murderers?
No. No.
Okay, but it
I told you,
but
I
it
don't
literally
think the
kills the
women-
zygote.
I don't think
Kills
I
the
told you, I
zygote
don't
on
think the
track
women-
to lead to pregnancy.
I told you I don't think the women are, but the doctors, yeah.
So, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Okay, so you think again the IUD is so if a woman herself puts in an IUD without a doctor, should she go to prison?
No. That's
Why?
silly. Well, first of all, you can't do that, but second of all,
You
no.
can.
No, because they're not intentionally unaliving something. Murder is like intentionally unaliving. So if you go in there and
Yeah,
you know, this is
if
what I'm gonna
you
do.
have an IUD specifically like with the intent purpose that it's going to do that, should you go to prison?
No,
Okay.
I don't think
All
because
right,
you're
Dean.
doing.
Wait, I
the
have a
best thing.
question.
That's just-
Wait, Katie, I have a question. So if I drink 3 beers and I hop in my truck with the intention of getting a snack at the gas station and I take out a family of 5 on my way, were they murdered?
Or what? Are they or are you?
Were they murdered?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so murder doesn't require intention.
No, it does.
Oh, but I didn't have the intention of killing them, Katie. Follow
Then-
your logic. Like what? Like Katie,
Murder-
do you see?
murder has to be
can you?
intentional.
I seriously don't think you could reason your way out of a box. I give you an example of a family of 5 dying with no intention, where you say they were murdered, and then you follow that up by saying that murder requires intention. Do you see how like illogical
Then
you are?
then you would get a what is it? The homicide one, vehicular homicide, which is less.
So it's not murder.
Of intention. Then no,
so
it
they
wouldn't
were
be.
not murdered.
Correct. They were not. Yeah, but if you went intentionally premeditated,
Okay, so
like you're
okay,
going
so they,
into
so they weren't murdered.
no, because that's why it's you would get a vehicular homicide, which is a less charge of getting somebody.
Oh, so you think that murder is defined by the law?
Yeah.
So before it was defined by the law as murder to kill a black person in America, all those victims of lynching and slavery were not murdered?
Well, yeah, but that's because we didn't know any better and there wasn't a law on it yet.
So not one American slave was murdered.
Yes. I just said yes, but we didn't know any better. And it wasn't in law, and we didn't know any better.
How can you sit here and genuinely believe that not one American slave was murdered?
I said they were. I said yes.
Oh, you
I
said
said
they
yes.
were murdered.
I said
But
yes.
you just told me that you predicate the definition of murder off of
By
legislation.
premeditated.
Was there any legislation that defined that as murder?
Not at the time, but it
So
was
then
still.
you don't predicate it on the definition.
It would still be premeditated.
You told me that you define murder based upon legislation, Katie. Is that something you said?
Yes, but there wasn't.
Was there any legislation that defined that as murder?
No, but you can still think something's wrong.
So then why do you
can still-
consider it murder?
Because it is. It
But
was
you just told me that you define murder based upon legislation.
It is like it would be. No,
So then murder is not defined off of legislation.
Okay, I guess technically not, but it's still intentional.
Dean, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. We're gonna move on to our next guest here. What's going on, Ricky? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Phenomenal. And how old are you, man?
22.
You're 22. Awesome. And why did you vote for Trump, man?
Honestly, because of his stand on the abortion should be state rights and him wanting to put stuff back into state rights.
Do you think human rights should be
50 states in the
do you think
USA.
that, do you think that human rights should be left up to the states?
Depending on what it is, like gay marriage and stuff like that, yes.
You think gay marriage should be left up to the states? So you think Alabama should be able to restrict gay marriage if they want to?
Yes. I live in Texas and gay marriage
Why?
is restricted, abortion is restricted.
Oh, you think it's okay to restrict gay marriage?
Yes.
Okay, why do you think that?
Because it's wrong. Some people.
What's wrong?
some people don't
Why
like
is it
some
wrong?
people do. For one, the Bible says it's wrong.
Oh, okay. So the Bible's morality is right. What verse in the Bible says this?
There's a lot of them. You got
Name
some. You got some in Leviticus.
Leviticus. So do you also accept the verse in Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, where God says you can own people as slaves and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life?
Might be good to start doing that.
Alicia, thank you for the $10
What'd
on
you just
Venmo.
say?
What the fuck?
What did you just say, Ricky?
You heard what I said.
You said that it would be okay. You want to start enslaving people?
You could. It's really up to you.
No, do you think that's moral or ethical?
I don't, but some people might.
No, I'm asking you under your particular perspective, because you said Leviticus is where you get your morality from, and I gave you a verse in Leviticus that said you could own people as slaves and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life.
I ain't gonna have no slave.
Do you think it's ethical to own slaves?
No,
in any context.
That's why it was abolished.
Okay, so then you don't get your morality from Leviticus. So if you don't get your morality from Leviticus, well then why did you use Leviticus to say that gay marriage is wrong?
Because I said that was one of the few verses.
Okay, well then what other verse says that gay marriage is wrong? Because clearly you don't take verses from Leviticus.
Emily, thank you for the $2 and the 22 cents.
You got some
Laura,
in
thank you for the
Deuteronomy.
one moment.
You got one in Romans.
One moment. Laura, thank you so much for they already got flagged.
Marquisha,
Laura,
thank you so much
for the $10
$20.
on Venmo. I appreciate you. And Emily, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. Abby, thank you for the $10. Kay, Idaly, and Rebecca, thank you all for the $5 on Venmo as well.
That person was insane. Marquisha, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. And Emily, thank you so much for the $2.22.
Aaron, thank you for the $5.
That person was so crazy, bro. What is going on?
Dude, I'm gonna bang my head into a wall. Hey, what's up? Did you vote for Trump?
Did you vote Trump?
Oh no, I voted for Kamala. I'm not dumb. Sorry.
Hey.
But it's just like going back from like what Ricky and with that weird crazy lady Katie said about abortion. Girl, first of all, what the heck? Abortion, pro-choice is literally the choice you make for yourself, not for other people. If you're trying to force that onto other people, that's slave master type of mindset. You psycho. What is wrong with you? That's crazy. For anyone who thinks that way, you're insane. That's slave master mindset. You apparently get off of owning people or making decisions for other people. But guess what? You can't can do that. Sorry. That's all
And
I
then,
wanted to say.
and then he literally advocated for slavery.
Yeah, yeah, this is weird. I'm literally, I have a history, both Haitian and American. Both my families came from slaves, French and American. So I get heated up about this, especially with my history. So I get really pissed off about it.
Based. Well, I appreciate you for coming up.
course, thanks.
I needed that morale boost. Thank you.
You got it.
Much needed. No, I happily let her stab because I really did need that morale boost. What's up, Chandler? Did you vote for Trump?
Hey, yes, I did.
All right, what was that?
Hey, I just got like a simple question for you guys. So, y'all have a pretty big platform, right? Like y'all have a lot of reach and stuff like that. So,
Yeah,
like
for the galaxy, for sure.
how do you expect people to like agree with you guys or relate with you guys if like most
Lazy,
people
big galaxy.
most people that y'all talk to, like y'all just are like super condescending and like belittle and like I just watched y'all literally bully a lady into like admitting that she like a 10-year-old should go through a pregnancy and then called her a piece of shit for it. Like, how do you like? I just
Wait, you don't think it's fucked up to believe that 10-year-olds should be forced to go through pregnancy?
That's not what I said at all. Don't twist my words.
No,
at all.
no. Do you think that's
not
fucked
what
up?
I said. No,
Do
that's
you
not
think
what
that's
I said.
fucked up?
That's
Yes
not
or
what
no?
I said at all.
Can
No,
you say yes
that's
or
not
no?
what I said at all.
Then you should be able to say no.
That's not what I did. I
Hey,
just
Chandler.
did.
Hey, Chandler. Would you stop bullying and belittling Parker and
See,
answer
here we
his
go.
question in good faith?
I just said no, but like y'all, he just proved my point. That's what I'm saying.
You don't think that's fucked up?
Or no, I do think it's fucked up.
Chandler,
Sorry.
I'm sorry if
I
you think
apologize.
that if you think 10-year-old girls should be forced to go through pregnancy.
I never. This is what I'm saying.
I don't really
You're
like.
rambling on. You're sitting there.
I don't really like
rambling
hold
on
back.
about
Like I'm gonna
something,
call out
and
the
you got my
behavior for
words
what it
twisted.
is.
You got my words twisted.
And like,
I
what
believe that's
Chandler,
fucked up.
can you tell me, Chandler? Can you tell me what I did that was bullying?
Also, 1 second, you guys. I just want to thank Allison for the
go ahead.
$30 donation on Venmo, saying the MAGA victory laps are driving me nuts. Thanks for sticking around. Thank you so much, Allison. Everybody, please do show some love to Allison in the chat. So you can answer Parker's question. I guess one thing I wanted to interject here is, Chandler, I understand your perspective to some degree. I think that there's like a handful of guests that could come up on my live, and I'll get like more frustrated with them than I'd like to put on. I think it's important, like running this platform to stay like pretty level-headed, and I always try to remember that.
Right.
But there's just like simply some times where like my emotions do take over, and I think like a perfect example of that would have been someone like Kate, who was like literally saying that like 12-year-old rape victims shouldn't have access to abortion.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean,
it's
that's
not
fucked
murder
up,
to like
you
pull
know?
the plug or to kill people in the hospital. Like those beliefs are just simply so morally bankrupt and so absolutely deplorable that when I am faced with a human that believes those things to be true,
right,
on top of that is also willfully ignorant and immune to any like logical discussion about their framework and will not change,
but I've
and
seen
will not
I've
move.
seen people
like
like-
it does cause like a pretty insane emotional reaction sometimes.
Right. No,
But,
I
I take
understand.
accountability for that.
No, I understand. I mean, everybody's human, but like I've seen people like, yes, I agree that there are some very, very extremely ignorant people, right? That I deal with them as myself, and my emotions get the best of me. But I've also seen people that like are pretty level-headed, like but just ignorant into what they're talking about, and like Parker's go-to is like he's probably going to try to use it against me. I mean, like it's like I felt like pretty much like I was probably one of those voters that y'all could probably reach to try to flip over, but like. I just that felt like I chose the lesser of two evils, in my opinion. But then, a guy like, Parker, you're going to hit me with, like I've just watched. Like,
I wouldn't just say that right off the bat, but yeah, if you were held,
yeah, I mean that's one of your
you're-
go-tos for sure.
like calling people
I mean,
a POS.
you've
I will do that after you say something fucked up. Yeah.
you've beat that dead horse like incredibly.
Yeah, of course. I
well.
think I think it's bad for you to vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. You understand the reason I'm saying it is because it has negative implications on
So
our
I'm a
society.
dumbass for that. Like, so that's what I'm. So that's what
I
I'm
never
saying.
said that. I actually never said that. I never said that.
Well, you okay? So you don't say it, but you definitely imply it. That's like 100% you do, and you can't.
I think you're fucked up for doing that. Are you necessarily
You just
one?
proved my point.
Are you
Like, you're
necessarily
just proving
like
my
I said? I
point.
said you're fucked up. Yeah, that's that. I'm just gonna be
Like-
totally honest with you, Chandler.
Yeah,
if you
like,
think it's
so- but that's
messed
what I'm
up
saying.
for me
Don't
to
be
acknowledge,
shocked. Like y'all shouldn't be shocked when.
if you think it's messed up for me to acknowledge that what you're doing is bad, well, then you can't self-reflect enough to actually come on a debate live and hear people that disagree with you. You're offended. I disagree with you, and I'm calling out your bad behavior. That you have no moral backbone. You have no moral spine when it comes to things like sexual abuse, things that negatively impact women, because you're not the one that was negatively impacted. And that's the issue, right? It wouldn't be a thing to demonize you if you didn't have particular views that demonized women. Why don't you think about it and look in the mirror for one time in your life?
So I got muted, so I didn't I didn't hear a single thing that you said.
Yeah, he stops being sentient whenever I mute him. Yeah.
No, I just turned it down because if you're going to silence my voice, I'm going to do the same to you.
Yeah, 14,000 people heard me, and I'm silenced. So real.
Cassidy, thank you for the $2 on Venmo saying
Dude,
that my tweets are getting
that's what I'm
retweeted.
saying. Like how so I don't like me, for instance, right? And seriously, there's probably a lot of people, and you gotta. I mean, I W Dean because he actually, accepted the fact that yes, man, like he does get over top sometimes, yada yada yada. I mean, we're all human, right? But I'm sitting here talking to you about it, Parker, and I'm telling you, hey, I was one of the voters that y'all could have reached. Like I'm telling you, like I'm not a piece of shit. Hold on, can I please finish? Can I please finish? Please. I'm one of the voters that y'all definitely could have reached, in my opinion, right? Like I'm not a piece of shit, man. Like I go to work, I provide for my family. I don't sit on TikTok all fucking day long and read policy all day long. I got a fucking job,
You don't need to. No one said you need to. We have explained. We have given you the information. You can make the determination based upon that. Is there
why
some way
would
I
I
presented
follow
myself?
somebody
Is there
though?
some way that I presented myself that turned you off? Because that shouldn't turn you off from a view. That doesn't change whether or not a view is accurate.
Of course, Parker. If the guy that has that view is talking down and belittling people, I don't want to be around that guy. That's what I'm trying to say.
Wait. You're voting for Trump. What do you mean
because
belittling?
because
I'm sorry. You
See, here we
cannot
go
vote
again.
for Trump.
Here
No, I'm
we go
serious.
again.
Listen. You
Here we
cannot
go
vote for
again.
Trump.
That's what
and
I'm
not
trying to
acknowledge.
talk to you about it, but you just wanna argue.
You can't listen to any type of criticism
No, you're
of
not.
your behavior.
You're not listening and leveling with me, though.
I am doing that right now. I'm doing that right now.
Because,
Listen,
you want to talk
let's
about
use some
belittling?
critical
You want
things.
to talk about belittling? Here, this is you voted for Trump.
Yes, literally. And you voted for
So
someone
why-
who belittles women, who belittles individuals all the time. Right? His entire personality is belittling people. You cannot sit up here and like play victim and be like,
I'm not
"Oh, you
playing
would have got
victim.
me.
Nobody's
You would have
playing
got me if
victim.
it is the case that you
Nobody's
didn't belittle
playing
people."
victim. See,
when the
you're
other side has been
condescending and
belittling people,
condescending
right,
and, like,
for fucking
classic
decades.
Parker. Classic Parker. Here he is, condescending, belittling. Like that's what I'm
Because
saying.
I disagree with you.
Okay, so just because you disagree,
No
with me, that means you
accountability
have to-
for your
that means you-
position. No
that means-
accountability
that
for
means-
your side. It's
just
only
because-
accountability
just
for the
because-
left-wing individuals
just because
for
you
Democrats.
disagree with me, just because you disagree with me, that instantly means you have to be condescending and belittle. Dean, can you?
What did I
intervene
do
on
that was condescending?
What are you talking about? You just mocked me. You literally just mocked me, saying, "Oh, yeah, you could have reached me." Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm
Play
showing
the
that your
tape
view
back.
is absurd.
Play the
what do you
tape
mean?
back.
I appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. If you think reducting your view is like making fun of you, I'm sorry. You can't take any criticism of any of your arguments, any of your worldviews, any of your behavior, or anything.
You don't
came
know
up on a
any of that,
debate live,
Dean, though.
and you
have
can't
no
take
idea
criticism.
what my worldview is. You have no idea what my worldview is.
I'm literally interacting with it right now.
What's my worldview then? Tell me what my worldview is.
Yeah,
then, Parker.
I'm
Go
saying in
ahead.
terms of
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying in
Tell
terms
me
of
my
vote.
life. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm
Go
saying
ahead.
in terms
Let's
of
hear
thinking
it.
that Trump is the lesser of two evils. That was your worldview.
I mean, what was I supposed to do? Like,
What were you supposed to do? Not think the civilly liable
Here we
gravest?
go. Here we go.
Right,
Here it is.
would
Here it is.
specifically.
I fucking
Yeah.
told you.
Wait.
Here
Why
we
can't you
go.
acknowledge that?
I can call. That's what I just said that. I literally said that at the beginning. Here we go. Hit me.
Yeah,
with
because
the
you cut me off. You didn't let me
reliable
reference a bunch of the other things.
Hit me
You
on
didn't
that.
let me
Hit-
reference a bunch
hit
of
me
the
that.
other things.
Hit me
'Cause
with
you
it.
cut me off on the first one.
Hit me with
The
it.
reason
Beat
why I
the
bring
fucking
that
dead
up.
horse. Beat the
Chandler,
dead horse. Beat the dead
Chandler,
horse.
Is it
Go
because
ahead.
you don't have empathy? You don't have empathy for great victims?
That's
Because when
not-
I bring
that's
this
not
up,
the
it
case at all.
should go
See-
to your
see,
fucking heart.
Here we go. Here we
It
go.
should go to
Here
your
we go.
listen.
Here
Listen
we
for a
go. You're-
second. Listen. I want you to listen for a second. It should go to your heart, right? That people get sexually assaulted. You should think that's a bad thing for people to get sexually assaulted. The reason I bring it up is because a normal person with fucking empathy, right, would realize that's a bad thing. You're not a fucking normal person with empathy because you've been brainwashed by the MAGA movement into thinking these particular types of things aren't bad or are acceptable within presidential candidates, which is the exact thing and the exact reason why I'm arguing against these things, because it creates grape culture to be more pervasive and prevalent within our society. You understand? You guys are the evidence of grape culture.
And also think that, like, I'd actually argue that
The
Parker's
evidence
doing
of
Do
grape.
you mind if I hop in here?
Wild. That's
Do you mind if I hop in here?
wild
Chandler,
take.
do you mind if I hop in here?
Sorry, Dean. Sorry, Dean. Hey, I actually have a lot of respect for Dean because he actually like admitted that.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
I was just gonna hop in here and say that I'd almost even argue that Parker is doing a good thing. Something that's really important when we're talking about like rape culture is going to be the stigmatization of rape and rapists. And one of the reasons why voting for Trump and platforming him in the Oval Office is very harmful is because we're reducing like the level of stigmatization, right, and like limits on opportunity that we would give to rapists, right? And we've already seen that via the emboldening of misogyny, the emboldening of like your body, my choice, and similar behaviors. So like when Parker or me, right, hop on here and stigmatize, right, people that find absolutely no issue with the fact that Donald Trump is a rapist, right, are seemingly unaware, right, of like the real world consequences of platforming a rapist into the Oval Office. And then we apply additional stigmatization to those people. If anything, that's just counteracting the reduction in stigmatization applied to grape and rapists that we'll see via Trump in the Oval Office. Like, I mean, all that we're doing here is trying to combat the growth of grape culture and the emboldening of grapists and grapist apologists, right? Because I feel as if you sit in a position where you're very emboldened right now. You've told me in Parker that we are beating a dead horse talking about how the next president of the country.
There's not enough social repercussion for him holding grape apologist perspectives, right? We have to be the ones to call out that particular type of behavior. Push the galaxy thinks you feel so demonized because your fucking view is insane. That's why. It's not because I just want to demonize the other side. It's because your view is literally fucking insane. Okay. This is not typical, like, oh, we're disagreeing on infrastructure policy. We're disagreeing on what the tax rate should be, whether or not you support trickle-down economics. You're literally saying that you're not willing to engage with the fact that Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. And we wouldn't trust people held civilly liable for sexual abuse with guns. So we shouldn't trust them in the fucking presidency. We wouldn't trust them as gym teachers. We shouldn't trust them in the presidency. We wouldn't trust them as babysitters. Why would we trust them with the presidency? Right? We have to be critical.
So I'm extremely confused how I just used an example of what Parker was going to say into y'all twisting it into that I agree with that. Like, how did we get there? That's that because I never.
You just acted like it wasn't a big issue. That's what you're doing.
I never acted like it wasn't a big issue. I'm not saying that I
Yeah, I mean, you use a vocabulary like beating a dead horse.
Well, I mean, can you agree that that's your go-to like every time?
Yeah, because you guys have an insane view and we're calling it out. I'm sorry, Dean.
I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. Like so what do you mean we? What's this we thing?
If you saw the harm that
y'all or
if you saw the harm consequent of Donald Trump being a rapist and being platformed in the highest position of power known to mankind, you wouldn't call it a dead horse, right? In fact, you'd be with us screaming this every single day, all day, and that's not even something that we do. I feel like any like human capable of like intellect and empathy.
Well, I could use it.
Would be on the front lines themselves advocating against.
You're saying I have no empathy, like all this stuff. Like that's what I'm saying. Like you're attacking my morals and who I am as a person based off of who I voted for.
Maybe not enough empathy. I think I'm pretty comfortable with saying that you don't have enough empathy.
How can you say that though? Like
yeah,
based off
it's true, Chandler, because it's true. We're not trying to demonize you just because we feel like it. We're saying it because it's true.
I'm married with children.
No, I bet you.
And that doesn't mean that you won't have societal issues with these types of things because they've been so normalized.
Well, I was just
these
using
views.
that as
The issue with Trump being president of the United States is that he normalizes these particular things, right? And it's so normalized that you don't even understand how bad it is.
but that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not entrenched in the, like, I don't watch the news. I don't watch all this stuff. All I see is he's got a civil case, right, or whatever. Like I don't
Thank you for the $2
I
on
don't
Venmo.
follow all this stuff, and I'm telling y'all, like, hey man, I voted for what I felt like was the lesser of two evils. I'm a very uninformed voter. I would be the first person to tell you that, right? But I could use other examples. I mean, y'all just like bullied that girl into saying Jesus is pro-choice when, like, y'all just twisted the Bible.
When you say bully, you're just saying we debate people. Like, dude, you consider literally debating
Just
bullying?
watch two white men cyber bully the fuck out of a woman on TikTok is what we just witnessed.
Wait, what do you mean by cyberbully? We were calling out it being bad for her saying that a 10-year-old who got assaulted should be forced to go through a pregnancy. Right? What the hell are you talking about? The way that you portray things is such the clutch of the pearls. It's fucking
being
insane.
yelling at a woman saying "shut the fuck up."
I got pretty emotional. towards
Yeah,
Katie.
what are you talking about, dude?
Wait, that
You
doesn't
gotta
change.
agree with me
Wait,
just a little
that does
bit
not
there.
change. You see when
Like,
he takes. You give him an inch.
I'm not
he
talking
takes a
about.
fucking
I'm not
mile,
talking about the topic. I'm not talking about the topic. Don't take it and twist it, Parker. I'm not talking about the topic. I'm not. See, that's what I'm saying. You're trying to twist now the topic.
I'm not
me.
twisting anything.
Yes,
You're
you
just not willing to
are.
take accountability for anything you fucking believe.
What do you mean? How are you going to tell me what I believe?
You just brought it up.
what
You
I've
literally
been
said
through.
it.
I literally
You said
just
it.
told you.
Can I highlight something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like my reaction to a woman telling me that it's not murder to murder people and that 12-year-old girls should be forced to be.
I don't agree
moms
with that at all.
Was
I don't.
Chandler,
Sorry.
would you allow me to finish?
Yeah.
Was like pretty emotional, and I can admit that, and think, in fact, I think I have a handful of times now. But I guess like my question here would be, why is it that there's such an arbitrary standard held to the left of no emotions or resistance ever, but then the right platforms emotions and resistance? Seemingly, you platformed Trump after making fun of disabled reporters. You platform the January 6th patriots that Donald Trump has called true American heroes, had sing the national anthem at his rallies and called for their pardoning. Like you platform very loud, resilient, emotional, harmful, verbose voices like Nick Fuentes, or
Yeah, that dude's a piece of shit.
or other people related to that on social media.
Yeah.
And you look at this resilient anger and outrage from the right, and you call it the counterculture to woke media and the deep state. But then when liberal Democrat Dean on TikTok gets really emotional because he hears Katie saying that 12-year-olds should be parents and it's not murder to pull the support on Parker's sentient dad.
Well, then,
Can I just ask a question real quick?
If you're comparing yourself to guys like Nick Fuentes, then
Chandler, when you first saw us, did you see us on Jubilee or YouTube?
No, I saw you on TikTok arguing with people. But like, if you're comparing yourself to guys like, then you're not any better. Like, but you're just on the opposite side. If you're saying, well, there's guys like Nick Fuentes or what? Are we even allowed to say his name here?
I don't know if we are.
Because isn't he banned?
Yeah, I posted a video. A clip
Sarah,
from,
thank you so much for the $10. Tori, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
And it got taken down. For
Yeah, you're like whole TikTok got taken down or some shit.
Andrea, thank you so much for the $5.
Yeah.
Sarah,
Sorry,
thank you so much for the
sidebar.
$2. Thank you so much. Joy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
if
Thank
you're
you.
saying
And
there's
Mary,
guys
thank you so much for the $10.
That on that side, but then you refer to yourself as Dean the Liberal on TikTok. Well, aren't you like just again? We're talking about the lesser of two evils here. It doesn't mean like that's what I'm saying. Like that's my whole
Imagine saying Trump is the lesser of two evils.
Zachary, I appreciate you with the $20 on Venmo.
We just don't
Holy
have it in
shit!
you.
I really appreciate you,
Parker
Zachary. Everybody, please show
doesn't
some
have it
love
in
to
him
Zachary in the
to
chat.
not be
I
a
appreciate
condescending prick. Like it's to his core, dude. Like it's kind of common.
Parker is the nicest person.
No,
I've
it's
ever met.
because I'm right. It's because I'm right.
See,
That's
like
the nicest.
You know what I mean? Like you have to grasp for straws because you
the
don't
guy,
fucking
the
right.
white guy with the economics degree, and he's fucking better than me, and I'm fucking right, and you're wrong because you're stupid and uneducated, and you are shocked as to why there was an entire demographic of people that didn't relate to you guys, and myself included.
It has nothing to do with just me.
Hold
You
on,
can say you
hold
don't
on.
relate
Can I
with
please
me,
finish? Can
but
I
that
please
just means
finish?
because you're not critical and because you're not willing to analyze what you're referencing here.
Because I have
what I'm
fucking
giving you, I'm not
job.
just saying
I
it
have
because
a
I feel.
fucking job. I don't
I
have
understand,
time.
but
I
you
don't have
you have
time
the
to
ability
sit
to
on
sit down and
fucking
have this
TikTok.
conversation right
I
now,
don't-
and anyone that has a job can sit down and have this conversation and critically analyze that you shouldn't vote for Donald Trump in this scenario. That he's going to be
You just
significantly
don't have
worse
it in
for
you.
you, your family, for the children that are here after you, right? For women, for people who are black in this country, for indigenous
I'm not about
Americans.
to go down this rabbit hole with you. I'm literally
Also,
not.
also
I'm just
like
saying.
display
Hold
of
on. Can I
emotions
please-
and upsetness in defense of human rights.
Can I please just like you were saying like y'all put this guy on a pedestal. Like I literally told you from the jump. I'm not like a far right winger guy. I'm not I don't know what happened and why this is the case when just a regular person in America that has children and is married and works a job and is just trying to provide for his family. How is that automatically group me into the side, either side? What does the middle voter not exist? Is that like,
Dude, like the
ignorance,
entirety of our
you know?
politics is centered around the middle voter. Like, come on, let's just be totally real
And
here.
y'all failed
Right.
to reach me, like reach the middle voter. That's what I'm trying to.
Chandler,
But that
because
doesn't-
it's Chandler. to be
Could I offer an idea?
Go ahead.
Like I'm sorry.
I want to offer an idea, Chandler.
Go
I don't
ahead,
know if
go
this
ahead.
is correct, but I think it's an idea that could be considered. I think the conversation that we've been having up until this point has been, well, is it warranted or not warranted for people like me, Parker, and other Democrats to react to people that we see as sympathetic towards GRAPE or stand in opposition to basic human rights with a display of emotion or any other line that you'd like to apply to it. But I don't think that's where the conversation should be, because it could be the case, possibly, that it is warranted to react with emotion in defense of human rights, while also it being the case that that defense does push away and sequester the voter in the middle. And I feel like maybe that's a more valuable conversation,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I
is
agree.
Is it truly the fault of the Democrat, right, for reacting with emotion in defense to human rights, or is the Democrat warranted with their response, but descriptively speaking, it does push away that voter in the middle? And in that sense, well, who's at fault?
I feel like
Are we just now living in a society where resilience and defense of basic necessities for other humans sequesters a voter in the middle? And if that would sequester a voter, does that really even mean that they're in the middle? You know, it's I feel like the only like sect or demographic of Americans that would sequester is those radicalized down the alt-right pipeline, not necessarily the person in the middle. Because I feel like the person in the middle.
Are you referring to me as a huge alt-right person right now? Is like that's like.
Faye, thank you so much for the $5. Tree, thank you for the $5. Kenan with the 10, and Santana, thank you so much for the $5.
Conversation, though. You know, like,
I'm just holding. I'm asking you to maybe, if you're not down that alt-right pipeline, to maybe view these conversations from a different perspective, and instead of treating us as your opposition that is disrespecting you and people like you consider our viewpoint to join the movement. Maybe we should all get emotional and in defense of basic human rights.
I understand.
Maybe that's what
I understand being emotional. Like I'm emotional about this, but am I questioning you as a human being? Am I belittling you, Dean or Parker, because I don't agree? Like I said, I won't be the person to talk to you about policy. Like
You're demeaning every great victim by sitting here and saying that we were beating a dead horse by bringing up the fact that Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually
But you
abusing a
see
woman.
what I'm saying,
You see how he
dude?
just
Like,
says, "There we
this is-
go," is because he's so normalized and just disputing the fact that it happened just because it's brought up.
Twisting that. Like,
Cassidy, thank you for the
think I
$15 on
disagree with
PayPal. I
that.
appreciate you for the
You
love,
think
Cassidy.
I disagree with that, and so you just instantly start belittling and painting.
Belittling means calling out your bullshit.
No, it doesn't. But
Yeah, it
but-
does. Yeah, it does.
But
Yeah, it
I'm
does.
trying-
It's not me. It's not me that made you conservative, right? You can sit up here and you
I'm
can
not
act like it's me
conservative.
that made you conservative,
What are you
right?
talking
You're
about?
voting for Donald Trump.
So that just makes me conservative.
Yes.
Because who I voted for.
Push the little crown. Yes.
So me just having no idea who to vote for, I'm just
cap.
you know what, I'm voting Donald Trump, so that makes me a conservative piece of shit. So see,
Push the cap. I like how you add the extra stuff on it because you're just like such a little snowflake.
Could I just obviously Dean's the only one I can have a conversation with here.
Because I'm gonna call you out for your shit, dude. And you're like, and every single time I call you out for your shit, instead of actually engaging with the argument I'm bringing up, you're like, you
I
have to
agree
complain.
with
You
it,
find
but-
some way to complain. Like, dude, come on, engage with the argument, debate me. Don't just complain.
trying to
all you've
debate
done
you,
all
though.
you've done on this live so far is complain, bro.
I'm not trying to debate you though on it because
It's
I
a debate. We're in a debate right now.
know. I don't know.
So
So why-
I
why
didn't
would
come to debate you on a debate. I just didn't do that.
I told y'all both from the jump. Did I say, hey, I'm here to debate you guys?
I don't care. This is a debate platform.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
All right. Hey, Chandler, do you have anything else you'd like to
This
share
is like
before
going
we
to
move
a
on
bowling
this?
alley and be like, I'm playing tennis.
I mean, but this is what I'm saying. Like, I just want to put one more point out there. Like guys like Charlie Kirk, right? Again, just not even take all the policy, everything he talks about out, right? Take it all out. He went out to college campuses, didn't in invited conversation. He didn't go out to debate anybody. He didn't go out to belittle anybody. He didn't.
Yes, he did. Have you seen
I
his
mean,
platform? His entire platform is belittling people who disagree with him and liberals, saying that they're so mad. Look at this mad, emotional liberal.
Okay,
That's literally what it is.
I'm not sure
because we actually
I'm
have
not sure.
things
The
that
only
we're fighting
video,
for.
the only video. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure. The only videos that I've seen are not of that.
Okay, well then you have never looked at his page. What are you talking about?
I'm just I get home from work and I scroll aimlessly on TikTok or Facebook Reels or YouTube Reels, whatever, just to chill out. And this is what I see. That's so maybe I don't know. Maybe my algorithms are on a different side. You see what I'm saying?
You can literally just look at his page and like scroll and click a few of the videos. It's not.
Well, I don't. I just scroll aimlessly. You don't ever do that and just disconnect.
Yeah, but if you're gonna make a point about Charlie Kirk, you should know
Well,
more than
but
just
that's
like
what
you just
again-
saw him once on your For You page. Leah, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Diana, thank you so much for the
don't get me
$5.
wrong.
And Chris, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I will do that, Chris. Thank you.
Don't get me wrong. Like, I appreciate what y'all do. Like, obviously y'all are out grinding, right? I mean, y'all are live every day for 7-8 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
7 hours.
yeah, whatever it is, grinding, y'all, I appreciate that what y'all are doing. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to put a different viewpoint out there for you, that this was my truth, whether you want to, call me a piece of shit for it or whatever. It's just something to think about, in my opinion. I don't know.
All right. All right. Well, Chandler, have a good one, man.
Take it easy.
We're going to move on to our next guest. By the way, Parker, do you want to go live soon?
Yeah, we'll be going live here.
Bet. I've been on for 4 hours and 30 minutes, so I could honestly just end soon.
Are you gonna come to co-host or not?
Nah, I don't know. I honestly feel like 5 hours is kind of my peak. It's my max. You know what I mean?
I feel you. Diana, thank you so much for the $5. And Amanda, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. I'll go live myself. I love y'all so much, everyone.
I'll hit you with a raid.
All right, I'll see you.
Bet. See ya, Parker. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be staying on for a little bit. Don't leave yet, because typically speaking, Parker does take a minute to go live, and we want to hit him with a raid all at once. So we're just going to hang out for a little bit over here. But anyways, guys, yeah, make sure that you're following this account. Oh my God, Bethany! With a $150 donation on Venmo. Holy shit. Oh my God. Dude, that is so kind of you. Bethany, thank you so much for the love. Everybody, please show some love to Bethany in the chat. I want to see W Bethany's down below until we end the stream. Holy shit, Bethany, you are a real one. Supra, ultra, mega based. Dude, holy shit. Thank you so much for the love. That is literally so kind of you. I really appreciate that, Bethany. Thank you so much. And then Jack, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying from a conservative, I appreciate what you do. I appreciate you for the $5, Jack. We're gonna go in and try to get our last guest up of on the stream for the night. So everybody, just do give us a minute to do that, you guys. But seriously, W Bethany's for the $150 donation. That's absurd. But we may be live later on for a little bit. Who knows? Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Oh, also, Parker, if you're still in here, I could send you this background before you go live. But I'd have to go on pause to do that. Well, I mean, let's see if we could get a... I'm actually just going to send this background to Parker real quick, guys. It'll take me 5 seconds. Sydney, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you. Yo, Casper, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm actually European, so I'm
No, wait, sorry, I could still hear you. I just had to send Parker in the background. All right, I appreciate you for the Galaxy. I appreciate that. Sorry, guys. I just surprise attacked you all and went on pause because I had to send Parker the background. All right, honestly, you guys, we're just going to hang out and do a little bit of a Q&A. Before Nominal. All right, what is going on? You're so cool, Dean. I love you, Dolphin. You're awesome. Glitch is probably some... Yeah, there's probably some lag that happens whenever I leave the app. It's okay. Lag, I know. I cut out... Well, it's because I was sending Parker the background. Let's see. Magic trick? Ooh, I could do magic trick, sure. How about this? We'll take the 8 of hearts. Watch this. We're going to put the 8 of hearts in the middle of the deck. Couldn't get any more fair than that. In fact, we'll even take the 8 of hearts and we're going to push it down to the deck. In fact, we're even going to just bury the 8 of hearts further down in that deck. So let's put some cards further on top of it, just like that. I'm going to make this 8 of hearts sticking out of the deck teleport to the top. How crazy would that be? I mean, first let's just see what the top card is. The 7 of spades. Look at this. We're going to set the 7 of spades down. And as soon as the 8 of hearts goes all the way into the deck, it's just going to teleport to the top. Still 7 of spades. Okay. I'm going to push it all the way in. Let's see if it works. 8 of hearts. Boom! Look at that shit. There's some magic for you. Lag. I know. It's because I sent Parker the background. Feel free to continue to ask questions down below in that chat. Dean's at 4 FPS. It's just such a weird TikTok glitch, man. It's just such a weird TikTok glitch. Oh, the lag. Well, Parker needs to go live soon because the lag is going to cause people to leave. So, yeah. Is Parker going live tonight? He should be going live as we speak. But anyways, yeah, if you have a question for me, please just feel free to ask in the chat. I understand that the video may be 5 FPS, but I could still answer questions. Girlfriend reveal? Well, I think that put her in a lot of harm, so. Deirdre, thank you for the $1 in PayPal. Okay, guys, Parker just went live. If you guys would spam at Parker Get a Job down below in the chat, we're going to go ahead and send a raid over. I may even co-host with him for a little bit. But please, everybody head over to Parker, spam at Parker Get a Job down below in that chat. I'm just going to pin one of your guys' comments at random so we could get you guys all going in the right direction. Kayla got it first, so yeah, everyone, head over to at Parker Get a Job on TikTok. I will see you all there. I might even co-host for about 10 or 20 minutes, but I love you guys so much. And yeah, see you over at Parker Get a Job. Goodbye.